Hello. Okay, we're back. We got this guy right here. Three dogs save. Always with interesting names. Let's continue. So we just got Amanda, and we're doing some Paz tapes, I think. Good to see everyone. What's up, May? Upgrade. Did Dog save after he did that tape? Let's find out. So that was some pretty productive co-op earlier, wasn't it?
Snake, the nukes appear to have left the coastal marshes and reached the mountains around Irazu. But without a guide, it's going to be tough tracking those things in the mountains. So we need you to infiltrate one of their bases, a prison facility.
I hope nothing's happened to Amanda's brother.
I hear you. There may be other Sandinistas held there too. To bring them back safely to MSF, use the Fulton recovery system. As I'm sure you know from experience, it's completely harmless. After all, you won't have time to sit there and convince every single one of them to join.
One other thing, Snake.
Amanda.
Those CIA bastards confiscated some of the houses in the village. Chico's got to be inside one of them.
Houses, huh? How do I tell which ones?
When they took over the houses, they installed new front doors for security purposes. The new doors are blue, with peepholes, so you can see what's inside.
Blue doors. Got it.
You're getting close to the end of the transport route. Good luck, Snake.
Alright, 12 hours of Peace Walker goodness. Can't complain, really, but that means I'm gonna have to start Phantom Pain. Fuck, man. Well, that's the price pay, I guess. So we did this Paz tape. Let's do these now. Okay.
Areas with a distinct dry season, like the Pacific coast, have tropical dry forests. During the dry season, the trees drop their leaves. It gives you a clearer view, but at the same time, there are fewer places to hide. So be careful.
Sounds dull.
It is not really. A lot of trees flower during the dry season, including my favorite, the tabebuia. It has these amazingly vivid yellow flowers. Costa Rica has several active volcanoes, Irazu being one of them.
That's where Camino de Lava comes from, huh?
The tropical dry forests around here are quite different from our rainforests. They lose their leaves in the dry season. Tropical forests are not all thick jungles. A few of them even have cacti. Some of Costa Rica's greatest assets are its diverse forests and natural landscapes.
Giant stone balls. I sleep like shit, but we manage.
Costa Rica got its first real railroads up and running about 100 years ago. Their primary purpose was to move coffee harvested in the Central Basin to the Caribbean coast.
They built railroads here 100 years ago? That's impressive.
It was even more difficult than you would imagine. Later, they started using the railroads for shipping bananas too. There still might be some branch lines around here. Aldea de los Despiertos means Village of the Awake.
Weird name.
The area is littered with coffee fields, and there is a factory nearby. The villagers are fans of coffee, so...
Ah, they don't get much sleep, huh? They've got a sense of humor, all right.
I cannot believe they would take over a place like this and use it as a prison. It is unforgivable, for both the CIA and the thugs they employ. All the villagers wanted was to live in peace. What gives the CIA the right to crush them like that?
They don't care about anyone's rights but their own. It's just the way some people are.
You really think so?
Don't worry. It just gives me the right to teach them a lesson.
Maybe it's a village of streamers. They don't get much sleep.
Amanda, how do I get to the prison camp?
First, head up the narrow mountain path. The path will gradually open up and you'll come to a fork in the road. Watch yourself up there. You'll be lower than the surrounding terrain, so if you head down the middle, you'll make for an easy target.
Yeah, thanks for the heads up.
Take the leftward path to reach the prison camp.
What can you tell me about the prison camp?
Well, it used to be a village until they took control of it. It's a maze of paths, so watch out for soldiers on patrol.
I'll be sure not to stop and say hi.
Use the paths carefully, and you should be able to stay out of view.
Where are they holding Chico?
One of the houses, most likely. You can peek through the doors. Just press the action button when the icon appears. You could also listen to any sounds inside for clues.
Good idea.
Guards will still be on the move while you're looking inside. Make sure you don't get caught. And Snake.
I know. I'll bring him back.
Thank you. I know I can count on you.
How do I prepare for marathons? Stock up on food and caffeine and fuck up my sleep schedule to match whatever Three Dogs starting time is. So actually before this marathon I did a 20-hour stream on my channel. So that's yeah. That's okay. We've done this before. We'll manage. What do?
Survival.
I forgot how much of a klutz Three Dog is with Peace Walker Online, PSN stuff, and anything technological really. I'll have to be more patient with him. Maybe we can get him a good Peace Walker save, well-developed save one of these days. Let's see. Just put stuff together here. I have a whole lot right now. We could get him a Foxhound save if he wants. Just needs a couple weeks of work.
In a prison camp north of here.
Maybe we can get it down to 1 week now that we know how to do it. Oh shit. We have auto aim and we have 2 slot swap thing off. Okay. Should be good now.
Freeze.
Yeah, we would stream it. Well, that's really kind of a commitment. Three Dog wants to do that. We would have to stream Peace Walker regularly for at least a week.
Sniper.
But you really know how to code in
You don't
C#.
want your head blown off.
That might be useful. Maybe you can help finish Phantom Pain. This guy with his SVD, but he's got a bunch of 1-round magazines. So he's practicing his reloads. The 1 shot, reload. And he's like grunting there. Is it difficult to reload? Is he having a hard time? Snipers reloading? Yeah. For all the... See, they put all the reloads they could program in this game, so they couldn't program any for quiet. They run out of reload animations. I think if you get spotted, though, he starts shooting you with more than 1 round. Oh well. So he really is just training there. This guy's actually an S-rank intel guy, but we can't Fulton him right now because we don't have anything that can reach up there. He just has OCD. Alright.
Chico's in one of these houses. You've got to find him, Snake.
Miller Raps.
Even if you take to check inside a house, they've got Chico locked up. Check inside a house. To check inside a house. Check inside a house. To check inside a house. Check inside a house. To check inside a house. Check inside a house by
To
pressing
check
the
inside a
action button in
house. Check
front of the
inside a
door.
house. So check inside a house. Check inside a house. So we don't actually need to check if we listen carefully, like Amanda was saying. There's sounds coming from these. To check inside a house. Check inside a house. This one has nothing though. This might be the empty one. Oh, Strange, you can't hear that guy snoring beforehand. There's a guy snoring, there's a guy crying, there's a guy pissing himself, there's a guy taking a shower. There's an empty one. We can definitely hear this one. This guy fapping, I think. Let's see. Yeah, there's definitely some piss or water going on in there.
Mama!
Yeah, there's gotta be the guy pissing himself.
Hey!
Thanks for letting me know you're there. Oh, this is Chico. Hear that whimper? That's Chico in here. So now that we know he's there, we can go check out the other one for the hell of it. That's a shower guy.
Who's there?
They have a shower in these prison houses? Okay. Big Buzz just beating that guy. Okay, I think that's all of them. The Chico's definitely here. It's random, it changes every time, so we don't know.
Chico, is that you?
Of course, it's a temporary shower unit.
Who's there?
Chico, it's me.
Joy. Joy, that photographer.
That's right. A war photographer.
Huh? I thought you were here for the birds.
Yeah, the birds of the battlefield.
Whoa. Is that chess? Can I see it? Wow, the same kind of chair used.
You can't keep it, kid. Here, have these instead.
I think they fucked
Dos
up
fotos.
the drawing for Snake's gun in this
Oh
cutscene.
no, Amanda!
She's safe. Don't worry.
You sure?
We're patching her up back at my place.
She's hurt?
I said, don't worry. It's just a broken leg.
You got any cigarettes?
Also, highly doubt
cigar,
Chico knows
huh?
how to light a cigar
Hey!
properly.
Not for kids.
Maybe he does.
Chico, do you know where they took the cargo?
Cargo?
This is
What
the most
cargo?
war criminal big boss
Let me rephrase
cutscene.
that.
As close as
How
it
did they
gets
get
to
stuff
him being a
from the
villain
coast up here?
in this.
Oh, that I can tell you. When the cargo gets to the harbor, they first send it up the Marcus on
Gaslighting
barge.
Chico into, yeah.
Then they
Well,
load
not
it onto
really
a jungle
gaslighting
train
it,
past
but
the
yeah.
banana plantation and transport
Recruiting
it by
him.
rail. The train stops
Definitely
here.
being manipulative,
When it gets
though.
to the train terminal past the coffee plantation, they reload it again. This time onto a truck, which disappears into a tunnel heading toward the mountains.
Disappears. Chico, what's on the other side of that tunnel?
Nobody knows. None of our compas ever got close enough. He's protected by a spirit.
A spirit.
Yeah, a giant monster. El Basilisco.
The king of snakes.
No, really, I saw it. I was camping up there one day, and just as I was waking up around dawn, I heard this loud noise. I opened my eyes and saw an enormous shadow. Must have been 30 bara at least. He was walking, on legs as big as trees.
Where did you see it?
At the terminal near the tunnel, but I only saw it that one time.
What exactly were you doing there?
Well, me and my sister got into a fight.
And you just happened to go camping.
You know, their train should be arriving at the place I saw El Basilisco right about now.
Is it far?
No, really. Go past the coffee plantation, and it'll be to the north. What are you chasing?
Something that could keep the world in balance. Or destroy it.
Huh?
I heard that place was a narcotics plant before those guys took it over. But you already knew that, didn't you? Look, I get it. Even revolutionaries need to pay the bills. Still, must be tough for a kid like you to swallow.
You're damn right it is. The route they use to transport stuff is the same one mi viejo used to smuggle drugs. He sold the drugs to the Norte Americanos and used the profits to fund the army. They tried to keep it hidden from me.
Is that why you went camping?
Yes. I managed to sneak into the plant a few times and I tried to set it on fire. Everyone treats me like a child. I couldn't stand it anymore. I'm not a kid, I'm 12.
Couldn't do it though, could you? Chico, growing up means choosing how you're gonna live your life. To do the right thing, you sometimes have to leave the things you care about behind. Parents, family, your homeland.
But mi viejo. Papa,
Chico, look at the photos.
mi viejo.
Subtitles in
He's
this match
gone.
here.
But there's one thing you don't ever leave behind. Your memories. Keep them safe. You want to get out of here, Chico?
I do, but
People thinking that
Come back with me.
Chico and
Your
Amanda's
sister's
dad is the
waiting
end
for
because of the beard.
I can't go back. I can't face everybody.
You told them where your compas are.
That's actually a thing. That's insane
I
as it
see.
sounds.
Nothing to be ashamed of. Pain gets the better of us all.
All these Skullface quotes that he's gonna repeat, you know? What does it mean? Wow, can't wait to see.
I wish I was dead.
Okay then. I'll put you out of your misery.
See, clearly Snake is supposed to have a 1911 here, but
Any
when he
last
puts it
words?
back in the holster, and you see the top of it, they modeled
Shoot. You are only going to
what
kill a
looks like a firing pin safety block from a Beretta 92. So, I don't know what the deal is with that. Time paradox.
man. I just wasted a bullet. Don't waste your life. Listen to me, Chico. You died here today. You understand? You're hombre nuevo. A new man. Now, give that new life to me.
See, it's right there. Is that that little block thing on the top
Fight
of the
with me,
slide?
little
It's like,
soldier.
what?
Show me how strong you really are.
A rectangular thing. It's weird.
Dry your tears. Then promise me one thing.
Maybe they fucked up.
No smoking until you get older.
How do I know these things, man?
Remember,
It's a very
real
distinct
heroes are never as
look.
polished as the legends that surround
The
them.
firing pin block.
You got it, boss.
Snake is fine.
What's that?
Chico getting Fulton indoors, which, as we know, that this game doesn't care. But also, his Fulton is a backpack. And we don't need any special children Fultons. Okay, interesting. C4. I'll go C4 myself.
Snake, Chico made it over.
Snake!
Chico, you made it.
Made it. Don't give me that. You say you're gonna give me a new life, and then you nearly kill me.
I take it you didn't enjoy the trip.
What's the big idea? Dragging me off in a balloon? I might as well have taken a Colibri.
At least you got a nice view. Or are you afraid of heights?
Whatever. I just wish you would explain it to me first.
Would you have agreed to go if I did?
Thank you for saving us, Snake.
Amanda, a word of advice.
I don't think Doug did
What?
the Amanda tapes, huh?
Stop treating him like a child.
We couldn't do them all now.
Yes. Yes, I know. You're right. I shouldn't.
Amanda, you're coming back after your leg heals, right?
Of course. We still have work to do.
We, huh? Are you sure you've got Chico's future in mind when you say that?
What do you mean? We're sworn to our father's cause, to helping the revolution succeed.
Revolution or no revolution, you pick up a gun and sooner or later you're going to hell. Are you prepared for that?
I am. If the alternative is giving up the country I love, I'll take hell.
Really? Well then, you're gonna have to stop treating Chico like a brother and start treating him like a soldier.
You're right.
Welcome to hell.
Yeah, you don't need legs to cook.
Snake, can I ask you a favor?
Shoot.
You find any prisoners from El Frente, you bring them back alive. Cause...
You're trying to make amends for talking.
Not just that. Because they're compas.
All right. But first, I've got to catch up to that cargo.
I'll do whatever I can to help. Call me if there's anything you need to know about the area.
And what?
Let me know if you encounter any wildlife you've never seen before.
Never seen before? What, like that basilisco you were talking about?
I'm talking about UMAs.
UMA?
Yeah, it's a piano
You
rendition
know,
of
like
Heaven's
ancient
Divide.
dinosaurs or legendary monsters.
The actual
One
track
day,
is called Little
I'm
Brother,
going to be a hunter.
Is that right? Okay.
but only
Sure.
If you want to know
the very
more,
last
I'm happy to tell you.
30 seconds of
Right.
it have to
I'll
Heaven's
be in
Divide.
touch, Chico.
Being the
Okay,
name.
Snake. The enemy's cargo is headed for the next outpost, a rail terminal.
Chico says no one's ever set foot past there.
Their main base is probably on the other side of that tunnel. Unless we catch those spears before reaching it, they'll be in enemy hands. You've got to stop them. Hurry, Snake.
Stefan with 80 bits, thank you. And Tyler from GameStop just subscribed.
Boss,
Fucking
I have
GameStop.
an idea. Listen to this.
Let me guess. You want to start running ads in the local gossip rags.
Please, what do you take me for? I thought that with all the new guys we've got, we should get an intel team going. We'd send agents around the country to scout out different locations. That way we're better prepared, no matter where we end up.
That's actually not a bad idea.
They could probably develop recon equipment for us too. We could also have them transport goods and direct the mother base support strikes. You can send an item to a co-op teammate from the delivery menu.
Of all the characters, who did Snake gaslight the most? That's a good question. I mean, I don't know if there's really any gaslighting going on. Maybe himself. See, it's a 3D chess question. Snake's fooling himself, thinking that he's over the boss. He's not. Especially when he starts obsessing over, the briefing at the end of MGS3. What Eva says. Yes, the famous Raiden and Big Boss interactions. Yes, love those. Dialogue between Raiden and Big Boss, iconic. Anyway, MSF actually invented Doritos, but in the English version we can't say that. So it's just chocolate chips of borderless taste. If you play the original Japanese version, these would actually be branded Doritos. MSF has all sorts of real life stuff in the Japanese version of the game. I guess they couldn't get the rights or the licenses outside of Japan, so we get fictional stuff. But there's Doritos, Mountain Dew, Pepsi. There's a bunch of magazines, there's Famitsu, there's a bunch of real life curry brands in Japan if you play the Japanese version of Peace Walker. Narthuk, thanks for the 2 months, welcome back. Borderless taste. Yep. Well, the Walkman is the one thing that made it outside of Japan, But yeah, MSF invented Doritos and Mountain Dew. Let's see what's going on here. Oh, no, I don't need the tutorial. Go away. Dog never bothered to put Miller in the R&D unit. That's why he didn't have smoke grenades at the beginning. Well, now it doesn't matter this late in the game. Amanda's injured, so she's in sick bay. Normally, if you take somebody out of sick bay, see, it tells you, it gives you a warning. If you move them out of sick bay and they're not fully recovered, they die after like a mission or two. if they stay out of sick bay for too long. But seeing how Amanda is a special character and she cannot die in the story, we can put her in the kitchen. Because you don't need legs to peel potatoes, do you? You might think this is sexist, but the tapes pretty much confirm that Amanda is assigned to the mess hall when we listen to Haz's tapes. So I'm just being canon here. And we don't need a twin barrel. It's a boomer gun. This is a gun 3Dog would use. Okay, let's go do some good old tapes. I guess we can fire up an extra op.
Here's a rundown of your mission. This one's perfect for a warm-up. Nice and easy.
Finally,
Don't let yourself
tapes.
get lazy, though. Stick to it and get the job
So here's
done.
the thing with tapes. Every time you get a new character on Mother Base, since these characters actually have backgrounds and story and names and identity and motivations and things going on for them, they have a lot to say, and there's a bunch of tapes for each of them, which understandably every time you get a new character you get all these tapes. Okay, I get it, that's a lot to sit through, but remember, this was originally a portable game, and very much modeled after the Japanese lifestyle of I'm commuting on this train to go to work 8 hours a day or whatever the fuck, and I'm just gonna. That's why portable gaming, mobile gaming is so popular in Japan. It's just the work and the culture and the constantly moving back and forth and commuting. Trains are huge in Japan, and commuting is huge in Japan, and portable gaming as a result is huge in Japan. So you would normally play Peace Walker on PSP as it was designed and slowly go through your tapes at your own pace. So it's not really intended to be played on a home console sitting down and playing it all in one sitting. So it would be really stupid if somebody made a main console game with the same exact design and tape structure. Right? That would be stupid. No one would be that stupid. Well, anyway, since let's just fucking do these tapes. Okay.
Since it was founded, my country has not once been able to choose its own path. First Spain, then America. Over 100 years of this.
I know.
In the 19th century, an American mercenary named William Walker seized power in Nicaragua.
I'd heard he exploited rivalries between the political parties.
Even after we expelled him, the Americans sent in their Marines under the pretext of quelling political unrest.
And the real reason?
To intimidate the government and thwart the construction of the Nicaragua Canal.
Of course, there's always that one person who says, but you can listen to Phantom Pain tapes during gameplay. Yeah, go ahead, try it. Let me know how that works out for you. I'm just gonna listen to this tape now. Boss, get down! The enemy sniper. That's an enemy gunship. It's a Shichiwashi. That's the target. He's coming too? Roger that. Just shut the fuck up. You can't fucking listen to tapes during gameplay. And there's always some shit interrupting it and overriding the subtitles. That looks like a target. The enemy sniper. That's the enemy portable toilet. The target is trying to get away. Every fucking time you look at someone and trying to listen in conversation they're trying to have, instead of the conversation, you inevitably get Miller on the radio. That looks like the target. Shut the fuck up, I'm trying to listen. No, okay. 5 minutes of playtesting would be enough to catch that, but I don't think they playtested that shit for a single second. It's a Situashi. Oh, well.
I thought the U.S. already has the rights to build a canal in Nicaragua.
They never intended to build a canal there. They'd already started digging in Panama. A canal in Nicaragua would break up the Panama Canal's monopoly. Reason enough for America to stick its nose into our affairs.
They snagged the rights so nobody else could build there.
It was General Sandino who finally stood up to los Yankees.
Yeah, even if you don't move, like in the first mission, and you wanna like listen to the tapes when you first start the game, even if you don't move or do anything, time passes and the sun's down already. We only have 2 days until Miller is executed. Shut the fuck up! You can't fucking do anything. Oh well. So yeah, we end up just listening to tapes in the menu. Just like you end up going to the menu after each mission to select the next mission because there's fucking nothing to go through in the so-called open world. So yeah, it's just literally Peace Walker, but worse in every way. Anyway, we'll get
General
to it. Be
Sandino
patient.
waged a guerrilla war against the Marines, at last driving them out. He was a true hero, and to us Sandinistas, like a father. But when they pulled out, the Americans left us something to remember them by.
The National Guard.
Yes, La Guardia. In name, a peacekeeping force, but in reality, Commander Somoza's personal army, answering to no one else. Unable to stay silent, General Sandino went to protest and was assassinated by Somoza as he made his way home. It was then that Somoza and Los Sapos began to eat our country alive from the inside. It has been 40 years since the Somoza family became the rulers of Nicaragua. With La Guardia at their command, no one can challenge them.
You came here on the run from the National Guard, right?
See, they took everything. Our land, our homes, our jobs.
Now belong to Somoza.
See, the law too. He's even got the judges in his pocket. You defy him, you face death. Everyone bows and scrapes before La Guardia. Even then you might get a beating if they are in a bad mood.
And you're trying to change things.
That's not all. These Somozas have used their power to line their pockets. They confiscate people's land and hand it to members of the Somoza family. By now, close to half the farmland in Nicaragua is theirs. We were powerless until... You remember the earthquake 2 years ago?
Yeah, I heard the capital was hit pretty hard.
We lost Managua, our capital city. People sent aid from all around the world. Tears of sorrow turned to tears of joy. Yet almost all of it was embezzled by the Somozas. They sold out those who'd lost everything for money. They feasted on our country's suffering. Public resentment is at the boiling point. The Somozas' days are numbered. We will see to it. The first Somoza was originally no more than the commander of La Guardia. Ordinarily, a man of his station could never hope to become president. But the president at the time had no power to back him. The only one with the strength to oppose him was General Sandino. No, better to say the general was the only one who dared oppose him. There was nothing special about him. Above all, it takes a strong will to see justice done. That is what he taught us.
It's also what motivated Somoza to have him killed.
Yes, the rest was easy. He got rid of the president, taking office in a sham election. And once he had the power, he never gave it up.
Talk about heavy-handed.
He had the Americans backing him, that's why. They didn't want to hand over power to a rebellious general.
Even so, it's hard to believe Washington would give its blessing to a guy like that.
The American president at the time put it this way. Somoza may be a son of a bitch, but he's our son of a bitch. In other words, better a dog or Los Sapos than an anti-US regime. The Managua earthquake struck 2 years ago, the day before Christmas Eve. Giant cracks opened up in the streets. Sleeping children were crushed in collapsing houses. No chance to escape. No visit from Santa Claus. Thanks to Somoza, the old houses could not even get rebuilt. It was a nightmare.
I heard the epicenter was right in the middle of the city.
Even today, it's too dangerous to build on top of the fault line. The city center is still in ruins.
And to make things worse, Somoza stole the recovery money.
We must not fail. We owe it to those who lost their lives. We will defeat Somoza. We are Sandinistas, the heirs of General Sandino's will.
Sandino, the father of modern guerrilla warfare.
To you, maybe. To us, he's more like a real father.
That why you named yourselves after him?
Of course. La Frente Sandinista de Liberación Nacional. The Sandinista National Liberation Front is named in his honor. We share the general's goal, to take back our country's freedom. In his day, from America. In ours, from the despot Somoza.
Times have changed, but the song remains the same.
Patria libre o morir. That is our slogan. El Che used to say the same thing, you know.
Patria o muerte, the slogan of the Cuban Revolution. So, you're fighting for a socialist revolution too, then?
No, it's not about ideology. We only want to live normal lives. We are sick of living in a country where you can be beaten for walking down the street, where you never know if your neighbor is snitching on you. Our goal is to give back the country to its people.
Yeah, the Cuban Revolution started out like that too.
We are few in number, but we will win. Victoria o muerte. For a revolutionary, there is no other fate. Augusto Cesar Sandino, general and hero of Nicaragua. 50 years ago, conflict broke out between the political parties of Nicaragua. The U.S. Marines intervened in the name of restoring order. The only one who refused to listen to their call for reconciliation was General Sandino.
Huh. One man against the Marines. That takes guts.
The general wasn't a professional soldier. Neither were his compadres. And they certainly could not match the Marines' equipment. But he used the land to his advantage, lurking in the fields and hills of Nicaragua, and using surprise attacks to harass the Marines.
I know. I've read plenty of textbooks on guerrilla warfare.
In the end, he drove them out. He was truly a role model for us.
Yeah, but that was the 30s. Didn't the Depression have something to do with it? It takes cash to wage war.
Perhaps. But there is no denying what the general accomplished. The people hailed him as the General de Hombres Libres, the General of Free Men. They loved him. And then he was assassinated by Anastasio Somoza Garcia, commander of La Guardia.
The father of the current Somoza.
Somoza had the Americans' backing. That is the way things were. The general may be dead, and the times may have changed, but his will lives on inside each of us. We are the sons and daughters of General Sandino.
Hey, how's the watermelon business these days?
Not bad. I hear the compas back home are hanging in there too.
Good to hear.
You know our nickname. I'm impressed. No wonder they call you boss.
You used to hide your weapons in hollowed-out watermelons, smuggle them right past the National Guard. You even transported pineapple grenades that way. The name caught on among sympathizers in the region and...
What are you talking about?
Huh?
They call us watermelon sellers because the general's name sounds like the word for watermelon. Sandia.
Really?
Si.
Damn it, Kaz. A revolution to bring peace to your country, huh? No matter how much we fight, peace never gets any closer, does it?
I do not like it, but it is the only way. If we do not fight back, they'll just keep exploiting us. You want proof? Look at our country's history. Revolution is a means and not an end. I know. When the revolution is victorious, I want my country to be at peace. But to bring peace, we have to first eliminate that traitorous scum.
It's an old saying. We make war that we may live in peace.
Who said it?
Aristotle.
You know your history.
I had a good teacher.
It has always been like this. People making the same mistakes over and over. And still, all we can do is fight.
I hear you. If you've got a goal, you've got to keep moving forward. I noticed you called Che Guevara El Che.
Not just us. Everyone in these parts does. Che was always his nickname. It does not feel right to call him by his last name. I was shocked the first time I saw you. You look so much like him.
Huh. I look like El Che, huh?
Sort of. Not in the face. It's more the way you carry yourself.
I guess Che's a hero to the Sandinistas, too.
Of course. The FSLN was formed in the spirit of the ideologies championed by El Che and Fidel.
Fidel Castro. So, you're trying to bring the Cuban Revolution to Nicaragua.
Well, we were. But Cuba isn't what it once was. Not since El Che left. El Che was a true revolutionary. He fought and died for the people. He worked harder than anybody, and he was a righteous man. Even as a minister of Cuba, he gave up his weekends to work on the farms and public works. As a volunteer, no less.
Yeah, I've heard the stories. But when you think about it, wasn't it that obsession that did him in?
How do you mean?
We can't all be supermen. He thought the ideals he applied in Cuba would work in Bolivia, but he failed to win converts and the support of the peasants, and it cost him his life.
Maybe you are right. But at least he did not steal from those peasants, no matter how hard things got.
Yeah, I can sympathize with that. There's plenty of guerrillas out there who'd rob their own people to feed their revolutions.
If we had a comandante like him, the Sandinistas would find the will to fight.
Here comes all the butthurt people where, strangely, this game seems to be praising Che Guevara. So there's always somebody who gets pissed by that or triggered in some way in the chat. Context is all I'm gonna say. Wow, it's just surprising that the Sandinistas would be sympathizing with Che Guevara's cause, right? In a Japanese game, when Snake is kind of trying to do the same thing too. So we always get somebody who gets triggered by this. Oh well.
So I hear Amanda mistook you for Che Guevara, Snake. That's not too bad, huh?
Yeah, right. I'm not even worthy of polishing his boots.
Don't be so modest. From where I'm standing, your men see you as a great man.
As great as the century's most complete human being.
That's Sartre, right? Well, there's hardly been a more iconic figure of his times than Che.
Oh, he was more than that. He was a true revolutionary and a great warrior.
I'm with you there. Can you believe that when he first went to Cuba with Fidel, they had only 12 guys with them?
But they rallied. They brought in new recruits,
They
won the support of the peasants, expanded their organization.
And in the end, they overthrew the Batista regime.
People flocked to them because they were honest. They won because they were strong. Those are the qualities that make men great.
You know, we're kind of in the same boat they were back then. Here we are, a handful of mercenaries taking on an army backed by the United States.
Yeah, we've got a long way to go.
But we've got to keep on going. It's not just about winning in battle. You need to think about recruiting people and growing this operation.
Got it.
Don't worry, Konami's going to rip the MGS3 audio off one of my VODs for the remake. It's all covered.
Boss, did you ever read Che Guevara's book, Guerrilla Warfare?
I can't remember if I got to that one or not.
You should have. That's why I lent it to you. A lot of the guerrilla tactics it covers apply to sneaking missions too. Che was one of the first people to articulate the theory of guerrilla warfare. T.E. Lawrence of Arabia, was another one. And Mao Zedong and his On Protracted War. Theory aside, Nicaragua's General Sandino was one of the first to put guerrilla tactics into practice, which explains why the Sandinistas named themselves after him.
If you think about it, guerrilla warfare itself has been around since ancient times. There's only so many ways a small group can upset a large army.
There was a samurai in Japan who excelled in guerrilla warfare.
No kidding.
Tsunoki Masashige. He was a warrior who lived in the medieval era. He used unconventional tactics to help overthrow the Kamakura shogunate.
Like what?
Trojan horse-style maneuvers and decoys to confuse the enemy. The best one was when the enemy was climbing the castle walls. He dumped boiling water and human excrement on them.
Huh, sounds great. Let's put it in the MSF playbook.
You're not serious, are you, boss?
Why not? We've got plenty of crap to unload.
Yeah. I'll think about it.
He's gonna dump all those copies of the Phantom Pain on the enemy. No! That's a war crime, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, Peace Walker is one of the things that highlights everything that's wrong with the world these days, you know? There's no justice when you have something as refined as Peace Walker. It's not for everybody, unfortunately, so we always get the least amount of viewers of Peace Walker, because tapes, what's that? PSP graphics? Ugh. People don't appreciate the amount of care and content and everything else that went into this game. It is insane to think that that PSP game could do what Peace Walker does, but well, people will only just look at it as a PSP game, you know, just a little mini game, who cares? And that's it. It kind of actually makes me furious when I stop to think about it. Oh well, it's not for everybody, what can I say? Okay, let's just, I guess we'll finish these and go back to Amanda.
The year the Cuban Revolution was won, Che visited Japan as a member of an economic delegation. While he was there, he visited Hiroshima.
Hiroshima?
Since he was there to discuss economic issues, Hiroshima wasn't part of the original itinerary. Some said the Ministry of Foreign Affairs didn't want to let him go, but he went anyway. He snuck out of his hotel and took an overnight train.
Huh. Traveling guerrilla style. Sounds like Che, all right.
He visited the Peace Memorial Museum and the Atomic Bomb Survivors Hospital. Apparently it gave him quite a shock. As a doctor, it must have been painful for him to see how the victims suffered.
Nukes destroy everything.
He was quoted as saying, "They put you through this, and still you do whatever America says." Those words really hit me hard, especially when I think of my mom. He said something else, too. Let us all love Hiroshima and its people.
I can believe it. Che never managed to numb himself to other people's pain. That's why people loved him. And why he died.
That bandana you're always wearing, that thing's a real antique. Ever think about getting a new one?
This one's fine.
Come on, we can't have our boss wearing a raggedy old thing like that.
It was a gift, okay? It wouldn't be right to get rid of it.
It was. Okay then. Speaking of which, Che supposedly had a black scarf he used to take everywhere with him.
A scarf?
One of his comrades gave it to him when he broke his arm in battle. Che used that silk scarf as a sling, and the comrade who gave it to him became his second wife.
Alida, right?
Even after his arm healed up, he never went anywhere without that scarf. What about you? You get that bandana from someone special?
No, nothing like that. It's important to me. That's all.
I wonder why Snake doesn't really want to. Maybe he's ashamed of what happened. Yeah, I got my ass beat and thrown off a bridge, and that's how he got that bandana. But he does use it as a sling in MGS3, so they were already making references, I guess. There. He I don't know. It's probably why he doesn't want to let Kaz know, I guess, how he really got it. It's interesting. More Amanda tapes. Let's see.
You called that giant chopper an hombre nuevo.
See, it means new man.
New man?
There was nobody piloting that thing. It must be controlled by machine.
Yeah, it seems that way. No human being could pull off those crazy maneuvers.
But it's not crazy. It's smart. It sings, too.
When we first saw it, one of your men said, "Pilot mmust be an hombre nuevo."
Me? I do not like the name.
Why?
Hombre Nuevo was what El Che was striving to become. What all of us who joined the Sandinistas strive to become. That's why. An Hombre Nuevo is one who finds joy in virtue and voluntary labor. It makes me furious to see that name given to such a monster.
I'll bet. Chico called that helicopter El Colibri.
Our name for the hummingbird. You saw how that chopper moved, how it hovered in midair like a hummingbird?
A hell of a lot bigger than a bird, though.
True, but better than Hombre Nuevo, don't you think? When you get kidnapped by El Colibri, it's all over. They take you to a prison camp and torture you until you snitch on your compas.
That's what took Chico.
They have no mercy. Once you talk, they toss you out like trash. I knew this, and still I could not save Chico. If he cannot be saved, I will do what must be done.
Don't write him off like that. Sometimes you have to survive, even if it means sacrificing your honor. I'll get him back. I promise.
The land in our country belongs to us, and yet it does not belong to us.
How so?
Along the coast, it is all banana groves, and in the mountains, it is coffee. I guess in that way, it is not so different from here.
Plantations.
Almost all the bananas and coffee are sold as exports. The landlords keep the money for themselves, leaving precious little to the farmers. Worse, the biggest landowners in the country are Somoza and his family.
But it does bring in foreign currency.
I doubt even that, at least for bananas. The plantations are owned by American corporations. The bananas are processed in factories on the plantations and exported to America from private ports. It's like having little American enclaves along the coast of Nicaragua.
But the farmers have no choice but to go work there.
Es ridículo. The people have to take their land back. It is one of the things we are fighting for.
Tell me, when exactly did you realize your dad was working with the KGB?
About 6 months ago. Up until then, we only had beans to eat. And then suddenly we started to get eggs and flour. Our bullet shortage simply disappeared.
How'd he get the cocaine?
Ask the KGB. All we did here was process it. Coca plants grow here too. But to my knowledge, almost all of the stuff we used came from Colombia and Bolivia.
It's processed in a factory and then shipped to ports on the Caribbean Sea. Where does it go after that?
I never thought about it. I mean, I did not want to think about it.
The biggest cocaine consumer in the world is the United States. I'm guessing they smuggle it in on vessels disguised as fishing boats.
Wait. La CIA uses that route too. Are you telling me they're selling cocaine to their own country?
Looks that way.
Those bastards are turning their own children into junkies? Are they insane?
No. Just afraid. Afraid of a communist Central America.
Hey, Nordy, thank you so much for the 54 months. Peace Walker tapes are even more enjoyable when you compare them to MGSV tapes. Oh boy, let's not go there, but definitely. Letters, thanks for 31 months. Also, Edwards earlier with 22. Also, thanks, guys. We are about done with her tapes. Like I said, I know it's a lot to do all at once, but we're gonna get backlogged if you don't do all these tapes now.
Amanda,
We get the Huey's
when did you join up with the
tapes. Those are really
Sandinistas?
good too.
About a year ago, when I went into the mountains with mi viejo and his group.
I thought your dad was with the FSLN from the start.
No, he fought alongside General Sandino, but after that, he retired for a while. He found a job, got a wife and a house, and raised us kids. Then one day, some Sandinista students came by.
And he felt the old fire in his belly.
Something like that. All he did was help them escape from La Guardia, though. But then La Guardia showed up. They broke into our house and began pushing him around, shouting questions.
I'm guessing he kept his mouth shut.
No matter how hard they hit him. Our house was trashed. After that, he was on their list. They harassed him day and night. It was only then that he gave himself over to the Sandinistas. He kept it hidden from us at first, so we would not get hurt.
He sounds like a good father.
He was. But my mother got fed up with it. She left us. I don't blame her.
Why didn't you go with her?
It was a hard decision for sure. But like my father, I could not let Somoza get away with his crimes. But most of all,
Chico.
he is too much like his papa. One way or the other, he was going to stay, and I could not leave him behind. Soon enough, La Guardia drove us out, and we found ourselves in the mountains. It just kind of happened.
Well, for an accidental revolutionary, you sure put up a hell of a fight.
The mountains make men into warriors. The training is harsh, but it brings us that much closer to being hombres nuevos.
Chico couldn't ask for a better sister. I can see why they picked you to be Comandante.
When I was little, I came down with malaria. Unlucky for me, it was the bad kind. I was in a daze the whole time. And at one point they said I was not going to make it.
Malarial encephalopathy. I hear it's pretty common in tropical malaria cases.
Even today, my memory sometimes gets a little fuzzy. Since then, I've had this fear of mosquitoes. When I hear them buzzing nearby, I get jumpy.
Aha, that explains the chain smoking.
See, I thought it might help keep the mosquitoes away, just a little. Maybe it is all in my head. You're the same way, right?
Oh, I will say this. I prefer a cigar over mosquitoes.
Me too.
I've got to hand it to you. Takes guts to conquer your fear like that and live a guerrilla's life in the wild.
It is nothing. El Che did not let asthma stop him from leading the revolution. Compared to him, I am no hero.
I'm sorry to hear about your dad.
Thank you for saying that. Mi viejo was the leader of the Frente. He was the last of the generation that knew General Sandino. He saw the general's exploits firsthand as a boy. He would tell us stories about it all the time and about how the general was assassinated.
Did you know he was getting money from the KGB?
I had some idea, but I did not have the courage to confront him about it. I know it was a painful decision for him to make.
I can imagine.
Yes, my father was a good man. I loved him as a daughter, and his soldiers believed in him. Thanks to him, La Frente held together even in the worst of times. I don't know if I can ever fill his shoes.
Chico's 12, right?
Right.
Isn't he a little short for his age?
Malnourishment. Food is hard to come by when you're running around in the jungle.
He's got quite an appetite.
I know. I didn't want him to come in the first place, but there was no one to take him in. I had no choice but to look after him.
Don't be so hard on yourself. Sometimes it's better for a kid to be with his family than far away in a safe place.
Thank you.
Promise me this, though. When your fight is over, make sure he gets a proper education. Give him a chance to be something other than a guerrilla. It's not too late to teach him something other than fighting.
Okay, I promise. You know what book Chico really likes? The World Encyclopedia of Mysterious Creatures. The Loch Ness Monster, the Yeti.
UMAs. Yeah, I know.
He's still so much like a boy. I worry about him.
He'll be fine. I know plenty of grown men who still go crazy over UMAs.
Are you serious?
Poor Chico. Well, he was a victim of MGSV development hell. Yeah, he was supposed to be there, but oh well. Anyway, let's actually do this mission because I think it gives the RPG to, if I remember correctly. And we'll do some Chico tapes and see what we still have left with Kaz and Paz. There's a couple of soldiers you recruit that have something about UMAs in their quote when you look at their profile. So yeah, Chico's not the only one. What's up?
Freeze.
There's one here. Is there one in here? No.
What's that?
Is someone...
God, you're fucking blind. I kind of wish they turned up the guards' AI vision range and stuff for the re-release. Because I guess my only complaint is really that the game is a bit too easy, maybe, in PS3, because you're playing with PSP graphics. I mean, PSP graphics, with PSP AI and PS3 controls. It's just, you just fucking steamroll everything. Like this guy. Yeah. They do the same thing that they do in MGS3, where they take a second to react before they alert, so you can run up to their faces and do whatever you want to them before they even alert.
Head for the
Okay.
Mission complete. Great job.
Yeah, both the graphics and the amount of content and the details in it is just insane for a PSP game. Just completely maxed out the UMD. And, well, it was 20 FPS on PSP. PSP games are 20 FPS, but yeah. It just goes to show, you know, when they actually put care and love, or some people call it soul. A game with soul, yeah. It's kind of hard to define exactly what that means, but it's along the lines of attention to detail and care and maybe even fun developing the game. You can tell that they had fun and squeezing everything out of whatever platform that they're doing the game on. So like MGS2 and PS2, Peace Walker and PSP, and to a degree MGS4 and PS3 as well has some of that when it comes to the technical aspect of it, at least. And then MGS1 as well, of course, was revolutionary for the time, used every ounce of the PS1's capabilities. And yeah. And then, yeah, well, we'll just stop there because did I not get the RPG thing? Maybe it wasn't this mission. Yeah, we might be switching over to 3-Dog by the time that happens, but we'll try to do a little bit of everything in terms of extra ops, because this game, of course, also has immensely more variety in extra ops, different kind of missions you can do, the silly ones, the serious ones, the harder ones. There's a little bit of everything, but it goes from dating Kaz and Paz to, you know, fighting fucking Monster Hunter monsters and anything in between, the Puyin mission, the ghosts, all that weird, silly, unique stuff. Yeah. The missions are not just go there and rescue this asshole in the desert, Fulton this guy. There's plenty of Fultoning missions, to be fair, but there's other things as well. Also, they actually have a shooting range in Mother Base, unlike a certain other game, and even have a kill house. Isn't it kind of insane to think about how Peace Walker, a PSP game where technically you cannot visit Mother Base, has more indoor locations than a game where you can visit Mother Base on Mother Base. There's more indoor locations that you can visit or more Mother Base. There's the kill house, and there's the shooting range, and there's also the platform where you can fight. You can shoot down missiles, you can fight Gyrorex and Zeke, of course. But yeah, let's not go there. It's unfortunate that they followed the Peace Walker structure, making it worse in every aspect. So now every time I play Peace Walker, you know, inevitably it comes to comparison, and holy shit, man, I could rip my hair out. What was I doing? Oh yeah, let's do some Chico tapes. Did we do the Kill House yet? No, we don't have the Kill House yet. Shooting range. Oh, and the co-op, of course, the 4 lanes co-op for the shooting lane. It's a great place to chill and fuck around. The shooting range with no time limit. You just bring some buddies and mess around with the weapons and whatnot. Okay, let's do. We don't really have that many interesting things, right? This is really early in the game, but let's do the Chico tapes now. What rank did 3Dog do for the target practice? B. God.
Target practice commencing now. Shoot
How
all the
shameful.
targets in the shooting range. When the timer reaches 0, the exercise is over.
Let's do Chico tapes.
The supply staging point is at the eastern foot of Irasu. There's a rail terminal there. They'll probably transfer the nuke from the train onto a truck.
Gotcha. I'll have to catch them while they're moving the cargo.
But you might run into El Basilisco. Keep your eyes peeled, Snake.
An 80-foot-tall walking behemoth. The CIA's new weapon?
Could be. Too bad it's not actually a dinosaur. I think they're testing it up at the base on top of the mountain.
I met a guy in Russia who described it as a metal gear linking infantry and artillery.
Metal Gear.
I've got a bad feeling about this. Like maybe it's connected to everything that's happening here somehow.
The nukes? You don't think...
What else could it be? If it is up there, I'll just have to improvise. Either way, I won't know until I get there.
Watch your back, Snake.
Yeah, we'll get a bunch of Granin-related talk with Huey. Snake briefly hinted at him here, but if you remember in Granin's lab in MGS3, there's pictures of Huey everywhere. So back when we didn't know it was Huey, you know, it was just supposed to be this random Emmerich that we just didn't know it was gonna turn out to be Huey. It was just gonna like a hint that, you know, the Metal Gear files would go to an Emmerich eventually. But yeah, random unnamed Emmerich ancestor in MGS3, and then they built on it in the tapes here with Huey and Granin corresponding. Oh boy, we're not doing this yet. Holy shit! Although the monsters still are, we should though, because there's other. Okay. God damn it!
Amanda's so bossy.
This photoshopped
It's always
hat.
follow me or stay here. The other day she told me, chew your gallo pinto before you swallow. Can you believe it?
Knowing your sister? Yeah, I can.
The enemy could strike at any time. I can't sit around taking my sweet time eating. I'm a Sandinista, just like the others. I don't need some woman telling me what to do.
Some woman? She's your sister, and she's doing the best she can to fill your father's shoes.
I know, but lately she hasn't been doing so good. I should be strong for her.
Now you're talking.
Take off the photoshopped hat, please.
Sorry to hear about your dad.
Don't be. He is a guerrilla warrior. We pledge our lives to our country and its people. I'm ready to die too if I have to.
You sure?
You better believe it. Like mi viejo used to say. Patria o muerte.
Che said it first.
My dad used to tell us all kinds of stories. About General Sandino and his fight against La Guardia. About my mom before she left us.
You didn't want to go with her.
It's not like that. La Revolucion comes first, that's all.
You must wish you could see her, though.
I don't know. But I know I'll see her again when this is all over. Somehow, I just know it. When I do, me and my mom and papa are all going to live together again.
Well, you're kind of right.
At least that's what I thought. Now,
Hang in there, Chico. Your sister needs you.
okay.
If you believe in the afterlife, then he's kind of right.
Have you ever heard, "Shoot, coward. You're only going to kill a man"?
Che's last words. He'd been captured in Bolivia and said it to the soldiers just as they were about to execute him.
El Che. He was something, wasn't he? Coming up with a line like that knowing he was about to die.
After the Cuban Revolution, Che gave up his position in the new government to aid in revolutions in other countries. He knew he could die at any time, and he was ready for it.
Me? I couldn't even take a little torture.
But you've been reborn as an hombre nuevo. Right, Chico?
Right.
Don't you ever get lonely, living away from your mom?
Not really. My compas are my family now. A lot of them are from the same village as me.
So you had plenty of people to take care of you.
Take care of me? I'm a warrior, like any other Sandinista. We look out for each other. That is how it works.
Sorry. Guess I misspoke.
Now we're scattered because of that colibri. Wonder where everybody went. Hey, Snake. If you see any Frente prisoners, please, you gotta get them out, okay? Those guys are solid, every one. You could use them in MSF.
The real thing that got to Chico is the development hell with the Phantom Pain. He was probably supposed to turn out to be some sort of ninja character, you know, where you fight him first and then he joins you or something. There's artwork of what Chico was supposed to look like in the Phantom Pain, but then they fucking killed him off in Ground Zeroes because they didn't have time to, of course. Well, for one reason or another, as we know, things didn't exactly go as planned with the development of that certain game, so who knows what could have been, and many questionable decisions were made. That's not to say that, you know, for example, MGS2 also had 2 extra bosses that were supposed to, well, not supposed to, but, you know, in development they got kind of removed from the concept. They had ideas for 2 other bosses in the script, and then they didn't make it into the game. So it's kind of a touchy subject, actually. Do you call it cut content, or is it, you know, the fact that adjusting what actually makes it into the game from the initial concept? You could argue that that's also part of the development process. So I don't know if it's exactly because of that Chico didn't make it into Phantom Pain. It could be either way. It could be that they didn't have time to, or that they really didn't intend to do it later. But it's, as always, hard to say with that game because it's a complete fucking mess. So rather than looking at what didn't make it into the final product to tell that it's unfinished, I would rather look at what did make it into the final product, but is a complete fucking mess. Because that will guarantee you that it was unfinished and badly put together. So yeah, more on that later. But yeah, it's not just about the cut content. It's about the content that's there, but it's a fucking disaster. Well,
Hey,
poor
Snake,
Chico.
are there any jobs for me here at Mother Base? I can do anything.
You don't have to work, you know.
Don't treat me like a kid. I'm a man now.
Okay, then. What are you good at?
Let me think. Everything! Put me on any team. I can pull my own weight.
Well, you are young. You'll probably be a fast learner. I'll think of something.
Anything you need, boss. You'll see. I can fight as good as anybody.
Time to peel potatoes. We do actually see Chico firing his AK in a cutscene, so he does pull his weight.
Snake, legend has it.
Oh,
a place
shit.
called Isla del
Here we go.
Monstruo is near Costa Rica.
Isla del Monstruo.
It was discovered in the 18th century by Caribbean pirates sailing over to the Pacific.
All the accents are
And
off
the
on the
island in
Spanish
Treasure Island,
wars, aren't they?
it's based on one near Costa Rica, too.
Treasure
Colibri,
Island.
Monstruo,
I remember reading
Dios.
that.
You've read it, too? Ah, that makes
Oh,
things
Dios.
easier. In Nicaragua, we
what else
too
is
have a
there?
story about a
Patria.
group of pirates that encountered a
It's all
flying
fucked.
monster out at sea. Some even say they landed on this monster island, though we still don't know exactly where it is. That's the reason I've always wanted to come to Costa Rica.
Ha! I see.
Ooh, I heard another story about a talking cat that lives somewhere in Costa Rica. They say it'll take you to this place.
Oh, interesting stuff.
Want to know more about the island?
Maybe later. If I'm headed that way, you can fill me in.
Okay, just let me know.
Because it's Patria, right? Not Patria, but of course. Well, it makes no difference to native English speakers, so they don't give a fuck. So, Monstruo or Monstruo, who cares? Anyway, I wouldn't claim to know all of those because I don't speak Spanish, but close enough. Okay, luckily we haven't unlocked all the fucking monster stuff yet, but we will. Let's see. So is it Dios or Dios? I don't even know. I guess you would have to write it with the little accent thingy on it. Wait. What do? Yes, Italian. No, it's the other way around. Spanish is just misspelled Italian. Sorry, I'm pretty sure Italian came first. Let's start this argument in the chat now. Oh yeah, let's check the Kaz tapes. The oomph. Oh, did we not do these? Oh, we did these two, okay. Okay, these are done. No. This one has a little reference, I think.
When the enemy spots you and goes on alert, they may call in a backup strike team. These assault teams are heavily armed, well-trained, and highly dangerous. Amanda's crew calls them commandos. Unlike the patrolmen, these guys will actively, relentlessly track and hunt you down like hounds.
Hounds to hunt a former foxhound. Bring it on.
See, that's kind of
They
fucked.
won't give up easily even if they lose sight of you. They'll clear out any likely hiding places they come across. So don't get too comfy in one spot, or you might get caught again. Keep your eyes fixed on them and what they're doing.
Just casually
Also,
mentioning.
be aware that commando gear includes body armor, so don't think you can deal with them by going in
Yeah,
guns
he's a
blazing.
former
All
foxhound.
I've got to do is find an exposed weak point, and
Exactly.
The whole thing about Big Boss funding Foxhound and then leaving and then coming back is completely fucked and not accurately portrayed anywhere in the series, because unfortunately Big Boss creating Foxhound is what happens at the end of Portable Ops, which, oops, we don't look at anymore, and then him leaving and coming back and somehow taking command of it and leaving and then coming back to America and then training Snake and then all that stuff. Conveniently, that is skipped in the 11 years time skip in the Phantom Pain. So it's actually really convoluted and pretty much unexplained how Big Boss creates Foxhound, but then he leaves and somehow they bring out MSF out of nowhere. I remember being really surprised that when Peace Walker first came out, I was really surprised that they pulled yet another unit out of their asses like that. You know? Like, I mean, I like Peace Walker and MSF now, but back then I was confused. Like, why does Big Boss have yet another unit? You know? When he's supposed to be in Foxhound with Miller anyway. So, or either of them is supposed to be trading swords, and so the whole thing is fucked because Portable Ops set that up for failure, kinda, and then Kojima insisting on erasing and ignoring Portable Ops for the most part. it just made it completely impossible to explore Big Boss creating Foxhound in 1971, 1972, and then not even like 2 years after he's already left for MSF. Then what the fuck is going on with Foxhound right now? But then we know that Foxhound comes back, and Big Boss even goes back to the U.S. to take command of it, and then both Miller and Big Boss, even though they already broke apart, you know, in 1984, they somehow go there to train Solid Snake. The whole thing is just completely fucked. So they said, fuck it, we're just gonna skip the whole thing. In Phantom Pain, you have the 9 years coma, and you have the 11 years tape flip. When Big Medic flips that tape at the end of Phantom Pain, 11 years pass from 1984 to 1999. So, sorry, not 1995. So, it's 20 years total that gets completely skipped in that game. The so-called missing link. You got 9 years of coma, 9 years of tape flip, so 20 years of fucking nothing. Also, on top of all that, in the midst of all that, of Big Boss creating Foxhound, leaving, then creating MSF, then joining Foxhound again, then Miller and Big Boss being together again, which is completely convoluted and fucked by the events of both Peace Walker and Phantom Pain, really. But in the midst of all that, Big Boss also created the Patriots and left the Patriots in the time between Portable Ops and Peace Walker, which is only like 2 years. So that whole thing between 1972, 1974, and 1984 and 1995 is just completely fucked. That part of the story of the timeline of the series, it is beyond fucked forever. There's nothing anybody can do about it other than just reinventing everything and retconning the fuck out of it. You can't fix it. You can't do it. So that's a good 11, 20 years skip, and then between 72 and 74, yeah, that's oops. Oh well. Anyway, it's okay. Oh man, she still has all these. Okay, fuck, let's do it. These might be part of a... Oh, these definitely need to be done.
My mother was the one who named me Paz. She said it was an expression of her wish that the country stay at peace. It is a pretty common name in Central America. My mother always used to tell me, never make war. Always help keep the peace.
I remember. Your grandparents.
Yes. They died in the Civil War. I think that is why my mother hated war so much.
That's another thing you've got in common with Kaz. His mother named him Peace, too.
See, because Japan also suffered through war. I think I know how Mr. Miller's mother felt.
You like the peace sign, huh?
See, as a gesture, it connects every peace-loving person. Here, you try it, Snake. Peace.
No thanks, it doesn't suit me.
Too bad for you.
You know, the V in the peace sign comes from the V in victory. When did it start standing for peace?
I am not
Yes.
completely sure, but I guess it came out of the protest movement against the Vietnam War. Oh, and do not turn your hand around when you do it, especially around British people. It is insulting.
You know, the V in Phantom Pain stands for vomit. When did it start standing for victory?
So, you live alone now?
No, not alone. I've been living in school dormitories since I started junior high. After my mother died, my relatives took me in, but they were not my real family.
You didn't fit in there.
In a way. My aunts were kind to me and all. But I know how difficult it must have been to suddenly have a child thrust into their lives. When you live with someone, there are no secrets. I could tell my being there was a burden on them.
Sounds like a rough childhood.
I would not say that. I was lucky just to have people take me in. There are huérfanos living out in the streets because their mothers died. It is even worse in countries with frequent civil wars. So, who am I to complain about my childhood?
You're a pretty tough kid, you know?
Not at all. I am not strong at all.
Oh man, these are about the starting location. Oh well.
Playa del Alba means Beach of Dawn. The morning sun is so beautiful over the Caribbean.
Beach of Dawn, huh? Perfect place to start a mission.
The clear blue water, the white sand, the swaying palm trees. You cannot get more South American than here. It is paradise on earth.
Yeah, guess I should have packed my Hawaiian shirt.
The coral reefs and mangrove forests protect the small fish in the area. Sea turtles come to lay their eggs on these beaches. We are not the only ones who enjoy this place. It is heaven for more than just humans. Bosque del Alba means Forest of Dawn. Naturally, it is situated on the east coast. It is your standard tropical rainforest. Everything you would imagine in a jungle.
No sign of morning sun here.
The foliage is too thick for direct sunlight to hit the floor. I do not know how easy it will be making your way through here.
I'll be fine. This isn't my first trip to a jungle.
Okay, looks like somebody accidentally put gameplay in my tapes.
Snake, according to Chico, the nuclear materials will be loaded from a train and onto a truck at a rail terminal near the eastern foot of Irazu. If we can't cut him off at that terminal, we'll be in a world of hurt. Hurry, Snake.
La CIA has taken control of this coffee factory too. All to produce its drugs. It was famous once for its fine beans.
Cafe tal aroma encantado. Enchanting aroma, huh?
See, once we have thrown the mercenaries out of Costa Rica, I know it will make wonderful coffee again. And then you must come and try some, Snake.
Sounds great. I wouldn't mind a cup of joe after all this is over.
Here it comes.
Oh, wait.
What is wrong?
No, I just remembered this guy I knew who wasn't big on coffee. English. Get rid of that muddy water and get a cup of black tea down your gob, he'd say.
That is too bad for him. It is delicious.
See, it's even funnier for her because she knows him too. She knows exactly who he's talking about.
As I said before, building railroads in Costa Rica was a dangerous job. A lot of men died, and sometimes they stopped work altogether. This is one of those places. They had to cut through steep terrain, so when they finally made it through, they just built the rail terminal right there. And that is why they named it
El Cadalso. The gallows. Charming. I'm surprised the construction money didn't dry up the way things were going.
Actually, it did, but the bananas helped complete it, so they say.
You mean the energy the workers got from eating bananas? Oh, I suppose they do have plenty of vitamins and...
No. I meant the money they got to finish it came from exporting bananas.
Oh.
But one thing is for certain. The owners of the railroads expanded into the banana trade after construction was completed. That was the start of banana cultivation in Costa Rica.
That line is why Hater got fired. Wait until you hear Fruta de Oro. A real Fruta de Oro. When they're talking about the bananas. I think it's not for a while. Oh my god. This tape won't play itself. It seems like I have to maneuver a character around. Something is off here. This is a weird tape, guys. It's a weird looking tape.
To get to the coffee factory,
actually, I really shouldn't complain about...
to the fork in the road.
Nobody should be allowed to complain about the lack of gameplay in Peace Walker until they do a Fox Sound run. after you see what the game expects of you to actually get an in-game achievement with Codename, then I want to see you complain about the lack of gameplay after doing that. Yeah, no. I'll never complain about lack of gameplay in Peace Walker again. Oh, and they even give you the box back here after you use it to climb. Nice. That's the easiest thing to do. Yeah, you just need slaves and a couple weeks for it.
What was that?
MG3 Foxhound Run, 2 hours. Peace Walker Foxhound Run, 2 weeks. Okay.
Freeze.
I guess we'll get this guy. Isn't there a guy there?
Fulton recovery helicopter is complete.
Oh. 2 weeks and several slaves. Yeah.
Fulton recovery subject confirmed onboard helicopter.
So technically, due to the online component, Peace Walker probably has the most gameplay of the series. It's actually kind of like the opposite.
Pass through the coffee factory to reach the train terminal.
No.
Enemies close by.
Shut up.
Freeze.
Just run in his face and see if you see him before he can alert. No, it's not impossible to do without versus ops, technically. You can get camaraderie by playing regular missions in co-op, but it is gonna be a hell of a lot slower. Yeah, this game doesn't care about ceilings when it comes to Fultoning.
Fulton recovery subject confirmed onboard helicopter.
So, it wasn't Bluepoint that made the Peace Walker HD edition. You can tell because it's not completely fucked, and it's also 1080p instead of 720p. It was a company named Genki that made the Peace Walker port.
Freeze.
Man, I even missed the first punch and he still didn't react in time. If you truly want 100% run, or 100% save Peace Walker, you need to do all the versus ops modes anyway, because there's insignias for it. I'm missing an ease. Yeah.
Looks like we're just in time. Neutralize all enemies and secure the train.
Back at it, boys. Yeah, soon. I wouldn't have the minds to do that, but yeah, can, cause now.
Those tracks are from El Basilisco. Be careful.
You'll have to neutralize all those guards. You'll have to neutralize all those guards.
Yeah, I'm neutralizing him.
Check out the cargo.
Notes.
That's actually the cutscene model for Snake's face. Have you seen the gameplay one? There's certain parts in certain missions where in gameplay there's a little scene that zooms in on Snake's gameplay face, and it is ugly, to say the least. I don't know what possessed them to zoom in on that face. I kind of wish they used that gameplay, that cutscene model for gameplay, but maybe they couldn't swap them around. It's bad in gameplay.
Snake,
The cutscene one is pretty
tank
detailed.
unit. Either neutralize the soldiers
During the
or
ending, you
destroy
can
the
see
tank. Get 'em.
the lip sync also is pretty on point. When he's talking and the camera is zooming directly onto his face and his mouth, they really had to work that lip sync because that's all people will be paying attention to in that shot, and it's actually kind of on point. So they could change his face around. What do tank? Wait, tapes.
An enemy tank. Is there somewhere you can hide, boss?
There are train cars, but they won't hold up against a gun like that.
Even a freight train? Incredible.
But they keep me out of sight, temporarily.
Use them to look for an opportunity to hit its treads or the fuel tank at the back. But
Don't forget about that gun, huh?
or the soldiers. They may try to flank you.
Right.
You can also stop it by taking out all the soldiers. You can do it, Snake.
All we need is smoke grenades and Fultons. Actually, we don't really need smoke grenades. They just make it a little easier. Smoke grenades are OP as fuck in this game.
You don't have any supply markers. Are you gonna have enough ammo? Maybe you should pull back and reorganize things first.
Stun run to dick.
Fulton recovery subject confirmed onboard helicopter. Fulton recovery helicopter is complete.
Everybody gather here.
Enemies close by.
Fulton recovery subject
Oh
confirmed
shit, 3-Dog
onboard
didn't develop the
helicopter.
Fulton, did he? Now we can't Fulton all of them. It's only off by 1, so we can still get a non-lethal completion. Yes. Fuck. Of course I get caught on the last guy. I thought the smoke was more in front of him. Ah, no. God damn it. That's what I get for not having the Fulton developed. Because in this game, unlike a certain other game, it matters how many Fultons you have
You don't have
and
any
how you use them,
supply
and
markers. Are you
whether
gonna have
you can
enough
get all
ammo?
the people and
Maybe you should pull
vehicles
back and
missions or not.
reorganize things first.
I think I got yes, perfect. He is going to be our casualty.
Enemies close
Oh,
by.
fuck, man. we're gonna need at least one casualty because we're short.
You don't
one
have any
Fulton.
supply markers. Are you gonna have enough ammo? Maybe
God
you should
damn
pull
it.
back and reorganize things first.
What is it?
Fuck it. Smoke grenade everything.
Enemies close by!
Shut up. Saved his life
What is it?
by not holding him up against the tank moving. Okay, so we have our one casualty. Put this guy down. He's just walking. Spawn right here. It's a little dangerous to open all four of them at once during a tank mission because they
Fulton
respawn
recovery
randomly
helicopter is
at the
complete.
corners. I think we're off by one. We're either off by 1 or 5. If it's 5, that's gonna suck. Hello.
Roger.
Shouldn't have hesitated on that grenade. This tank is going horribly, man. Getting impatient now.
You don't have any supply markers. Are you gonna have enough ammo? Maybe you should pull back and reorganize things first.
Okay, this guy can be a Or not, I guess. Got away with it.
Enemies
So we'll have to do this other guy. Get him, get him. There you go. Wait, did he actually die from that, or is it? No, I thought the damage was too low. Oh well. I'll get someone else. Let's get closer to the tank again. Oh shit, why is it turning around? Holy fuck, what is going on?
Fulton recovery subject confirmed.
That's a weird
onboard
movement.
Helicopter.
close by. Someone attacking?
That's weird.
The enemies attacking! Go around!
Yeah, of course. I don't know if I remember the tank doing 180
You don't
like
have
that.
any supply markers.
That
Are you
early.
gonna have enough ammo?
Like, usually
Maybe
has
you
a
should
set
pull back
pattern.
and reorganize things first.
Okay, he's gonna die. Or not. This guy will have to die. That guy, actually. This guy can go down. This guy needs to Damn it, I only did 700 damage. So he's still alive. Let's do it again. That did a little bit more damage. Okay. I don't know why the fuck the tank turned around that early. There comes the respawn.
Fulton recovery subject confirmed onboard helicopter. Fulton recovery helicopter is complete.
The way that it works is, yes, technically you don't need to avoid alerts, but if you're gonna get an alert, that means you gotta damage the vehicle enough to S-rank it. We don't have any damaging weapons right now for it. So if I get an alert, effectively that means I can't get an S-rank. Not that I care about the S-rank, it's just I literally can't even finish the mission if I don't do it this way because I don't have the means of damaging the tank.
What is it?
Fulton recovery subject confirmed onboard helicopter.
Someone attacking?
That should do it. Holy shit, that was painful. It's close, because he saw me almost.
Can you take him down?
Look at him go. Look at this crazy motherfucker driving the tank around with his feet. So if you get caught before you Fulton all the enemies, then the captain will never come out until you damage the vehicle. But if you Fulton all the enemies first, then he comes out without having to damage the vehicle. That's why we needed to avoid the alert. This is technically an alert, but it doesn't matter now because he's out.
The enemy leader's out cold. Bring him in.
I feel if I knew a little bit more about tanks and helicopters and APCs, I would appreciate the details or lack thereof in the different models, but I don't really know shit about those. Apart from the fact that, of course, we get the fucking butterfly thing here. Apart from the fact that one of the Hinds is an actual Hind D that you fight.
Snake, the truck is headed up the mountain road past the tunnel.
So it was nukes after all.
What now? Their main base is up ahead.
I better hurry after them then.
But,
Kaz, if I don't get moving, it'll be too late.
alright, I guess you never
Well,
did
that
let
late into the
dangerous
game, you
assignments
can
or
stop
risk
them
aversion
with
get in your
AT
way.
mines.
How do I get inside the mountain?
Really useful.
I can forget about the tunnel.
Yeah, the tank took care of that.
Any other routes?
Why don't I let a local expert take over?
Snake, you need a way into the mountain?
Yeah, got one.
Let's see. Do you remember that precinct I was in?
In the village, right?
Right. Go back to the village and head north. There is a bridge that connects to the mountain road. It crosses over a gorge. That's probably the best way. But there is a little problem. The path heading north from the village is barricaded. You might have to break through.
Got it.
The heart of Irasu. That's where the enemy's base has got to be, Snake. And maybe...
Let me guess. The Basilisco.
You don't believe me, do you?
No, I mean, we'll have to see.
Snake, Irazu features a number of crater lakes. The Odeberg government had planned to use those lakes to construct hydroelectric plants as one of its big state development projects. The project was scrapped, but there's still a small opening at the bottom of the lake.
Meaning?
I checked the satellite imagery, but didn't see anything man-made, which means they probably built a base inside the mountain. Could just be a storage igloo for explosives, or maybe some kind of research facility.
What do they hope to accomplish by bringing the nukes there?
First things first, get past that barricade north of the village. Looks like the only way through is the noisy way. You'll have to blow it up.
Yeah, I don't think the V fans have the attention span to watch Peace Walkers, right? Solid magazine. Analyzer. Well, we do have the RPG too. Oh shit, we don't have the C4 though. What's missing for C4? Oh, it's already developed. Derp. Never mind. Let's see. Meh. Oh, there's a kill house. Nice.
Commence target practice. As a special treat, you can practice freely on any of the targets in the kill house today. Shoot your heart out. When you're done, head over to the exit.
Imagine having not one, but two gun training facilities in Mother Base. Yep. Or, you know, a mess hall. Or an armory.
This is a kill house. It's a good place to test fire new weapons.
Whoa,
You can
indoor
also try your hand
facilities?
at time attack. How about it? Nice. You hit all the targets in your booth. Move on to the next one. Nice. You hit all the targets in your booth. Move on to the
Didn't
next
count.
one.
Yeah, I can only imagine how ass. I mean, I have played this game on PSP. The controls were ass. It's just. What's missing? Oh, this guy.
Nice. You hit all the targets in your booth. Move on to the next one.
It can be a little confusing because you have to cross the line. So, okay.
Nice. You hit all the targets in your booth. Move on to the next one. Nice. You hit all the targets in your booth. Move on to the next one. Nice. You hit all the targets in your booth. Move on to the next
Pretty sure
one.
the guy's still dead. But okay. This isn't even a time attack. It's just practice endlessly if you want.
Nice.
No need
You
for
hit all the
accuracy.
targets in your booth. Move on to the next one. Nice. You hit all the targets in your booth. Move on to the next one.
Imagine having indoor shooting facilities in Mother Base. Oh, what's up here? Oh, I guess you could come here for those targets, but eh. MSF training facility. Hey, you were supposed to have Zeke's hangar too.
Training
They had
exercise
much
complete.
bigger plans for Zeke at first, but they literally hit the limit of what could be done on PSP on the UMD. So, yeah, you were supposed to be able to visit Zeke's hangar in person, maybe pilot it or something. But yeah, they couldn't do that. Don't worry, guys. Just wait for the Fox Engine version of this. What could go wrong? Okay.
Snake, I've got just the explosive to bust through that barricade. C4. We finished developing C4 charges. Take some with you.
Yeah, pretty much the only favorite thing you can have is some sort of glitch, right? One or the other.
To destroy the barricade north of the village, you'll need Composition 4 explosive. You've handled C4 before, right, Snake?
Yeah. I've been a regular user since the days of C3.
C3. Oh yeah, I remember. That stuff got
Regular
brittle and
user?
useless in cold temperatures, so they upgraded.
What is it?
C4's a moldable
Drugs?
plastic explosive. It's very stable and won't explode without a special detonator. Light it on fire and all it does is burn.
A lot of American soldiers in Vietnam used to use it as fuel.
Place it near the barricade and move to a safe location. Then hit the detonator button to blow it up.
I'm on it. Those giant footprints near the terminal. What do you think they were, Kaz?
It beats me. They're way too big, even for an elephant. Made me think of that basilisco Chico was talking about.
Hope it's not for real.
Same here. If they really do have that kind of weapon, we could be dealing with a basilisk in more than just looks.
What do you mean?
There's a medieval encyclopedia that describes the basilisk like this. The basilisk is the king of snakes. All snakes fear the basilisk and flee at its sight, lest they be slain by its foul breath.
A snake to take out a snake, huh?
I don't mean to scare you or anything, but it never hurts to be careful.
Will do.
There's one type of commando you really need to watch out for, and that's the kind toting shotguns. They can take a few hits and still keep charging you. And believe me, you don't want them closing in between those shotgun blasts. When they start charging, you need to stop them immediately. Use something with serious stopping power.
Food D5. I love the way the 1911 works in this game. It's so fucking OP.
Amanda, do I have to take the fork in the road back to the village?
People say there is a shortcut. Go back to the coffee factory entrance, then follow the path on the right. That will take you straight to the village. They may have increased security in that area, though.
Not surprising after what happened with the tank. What do I do once I'm back at the village?
Destroy the barricade at the north side. From there, you can reconnect with the transport route.
I'll need C4 for that. The explosion will bring everyone running, too. There's probably going to be a fight, one way or the other.
They might not see you if you stick to the narrower pathways. Then just climb over any obstacles. Don't let your guard down after taking out the barricade either.
I use a 5.7. That'd be the equivalent, would be the Tokarev. It's too bad there's no Tokarev in Peace Walker. Could be used. Well, there's other AP weapons, I guess. But that would have been the AP handgun for sure.
There's a river in the mountains north of the village. You'll see a water pipe running across that's got a walkway you can use as a bridge. I guess they built it to carry water from the hydroelectric plant. To get there, though, you gotta get past the barricade north of the precinct.
Got it.
El Basilisco supposedly lives in the gorge up there, so be careful you don't get distracted and fall in the river.
The Basilisco.
Not the big monster I saw. I mean the real Basilisco.
A real one. The legendary king of snakes.
More like a lizard, I guess. It walks on top of the river.
A lizard that walks on water.
Man, you should see it. It's not that big, though. Only about 1 vara long.
Pretty good size for a lizard.
Yeah, but not nearly as big as a dinosaur.
So there's a real Basilisco that lives in the river?
I'm only saying I heard stories from people who said they saw it. But I know lots of places to find it in Nicaragua. Do you want to go have a look?
I don't have time for sightseeing.
You don't like lizards?
It's not that. I just think snakes taste better.
Who said anything about taste?
How about you? You like them?
Not that way. They do look kind of like dinosaurs, though. You don't think that's cool?
They're both reptiles, yeah. But there's a big difference size-wise.
I'll bet there are still big ones around somewhere. They say mammals multiplied and ate up their eggs. But they can't all be gone. They've gotta exist somewhere out there.
Dinosaur eggs, huh?
And animals are always evolving, right? Maybe they evolved so much, they don't even look like dinosaurs anymore.
Then you can't really call them dinosaurs, can you?
I guess not. Yeah, you're right. Dinosaurs have gotta be
big!
The Jesus lizard. Apparently, maybe it just had tape in its shoes. Wait, in its feet. I don't know. But isn't there something about lizards being able to really run in water? Maybe they're more like floating if they're horizontal. I don't know. But there's something. There's something about it. We may actually be out of tapes. Unbelievable. And the C4. Jesus fish.
Go back to the prison camp. It's in the village where they were holding Chico.
Freeze!
Damn, an upgrade. Why couldn't you be from somewhere more interesting of those Spanish-speaking countries? Like Costa Rica, Nicaragua, yeah? But then you wouldn't be in U.S. Territory, I guess, so there's that. Puerto Rico, Costa Rica, close enough. Either way, they're rich in name. Let's see if upgrade gets triggered.
Head west from there, and it'll take you straight to the prison camp.
How is the cost of living in Puerto Rico? Maybe I should move there. No, but then I'll get floods and hurricanes or whatever
If
the
you
hell.
cut across the prison camp, you'll find a gate leading north.
We're under.
Nope.
Freeze!
Somebody there.
Okay, that's actually... Oh, I didn't switch back to the 1911 after the... Oh well.
God, it's the enemy. Send
Because
reinforcements.
the M16 is actually
Negative.
kind of
Can't
useless.
spare reinforcements. You'll have to make do with what you have.
Fuck it. This guy doesn't look too comfortable. Look at him.
First, equip your C4. You can't plant a charge unless it's equipped. Good work, Snake.
It's weird though, because it's like U.S. territory, but it's not a state. So can I just move there from a U.S. state with all my guns and shit? I don't know. I don't know how that works.
Snake, you're north of the village. The truck carrying the nukes is heading towards the heart of the mountain. That's its final destination. We've got no intel on what lies beyond, so stay sharp.
Snake, to the north of the village is a bridge that crosses a hydraulic pipe. Though normally the bridge is not used by people, if you slip, you will fall straight to the bottom of the valley. Be careful.
What's a channel doing here?
It is not for irrigation. They are hydroelectric pipes. I wonder if they run into Irasu's Crater Lake. Normally they would build a reservoir at the bottom of the valley, but it was probably too dangerous. Los Cantos means Sword Peak. You should be able to see across the Irazu mountain range from there. There are not as many big trees at that elevation, and you will probably be well above the mist.
It'll be tough to hide up there.
You're not thinking about the scenery right now, are you?
Not while I'm surrounded by bad guys.
You should have seen it when the country was at peace. I know you would have been impressed.
Well, that'll be our reward for a successful mission. Sound good?
Wonderful. Thank you, Snake. There is an old fort around there.
What is it, boss? You sound upset.
Well, you see, it was built during the Civil War.
Let me guess. Disputes between Costa Rica's political parties escalated into all-out conflict.
See, conflict that cost my grandparents their lives. The most senseless sort of war. Countrymen mindlessly slaughtering their own. That fort is a reminder of that senselessness.
Sadly ironic, given who's occupying it now.
That war was the reason Costa Rica abolished the army. Please, Snake, get them out of our country.
I intend to.
If you need a license to have guns, then you're not free, sorry.
Chico says there's
Never
a
mind.
bridge north of the village.
Yes, a narrow one, for crossing the pipe. On the other side of that is the road the trucks use, though it's collapsed in places.
I'll have nowhere to run if they spot me.
They could be blocking the road, too.
Is there another way?
There is a path along the cliff. After you cross the bridge, there are ruins of a fort on the mountain. Going through there would be a little easier. Once you come to the end of the mountain path, you'll be at the fort.
Oh, I guess they can't really do NFA items either. Yeah, that makes sense. What a weird in-between thing. 51st state.
That fort was built during the Civil War. It seems La Cia's troops are occupying it now.
This just gets better and better.
They've got gun turrets set up all around from the looks of it. Attract too much attention, and you'll really stir up the hornet's nest.
Maybe I'll try and find a way around.
You could always commandeer one of the turrets. A little target practice, perhaps?
Just like in Krasnogorye.
Krasno what?
Sorry, just
I was
thinking about
actually
old times.
talking about this tape when I was playing MGS3 on the mountains. That's the mountain area with the anti-air emplacements in MGS3.
Irazu has more than one crater, because it's erupted so many times. I heard most of them filled up with rainwater and became lakes.
Calderas, huh?
Calderas. Yeah, something like that. Hey, I got an idea. When you get to the lake, can you keep an eye out for weird animals for me? People all over the world tell stories about giant monsters living in lakes. Nessie in Loch Ness.
Oh god, here we
Nahuelito
go.
in Argentina. Ogopogo in Canada. I can hardly keep track of them all. They say that all these sightings prove dinosaurs do still
Here we
exist.
go.
But crater lakes are isolated. They're not connected to rivers.
Yeah, but do you know Mokele Mumbembe in the Congo River? He can walk on land. So maybe they moved there from some other lake.
You sure know a lot about UMAs.
There used to be a guy in El Frente who was a hunter. He taught me lots of things. He even said he once went to a place called Isla del Monstruo.
A hunter on Isla del Monstruo.
Someday, I'm gonna be a hunter and catch some rare animals. Right after we restore peace to our land, of course.
Yeah, about that. You could make the same argument for cars. The difference being that a car is a privilege and a convenience, while your right to self-protection is a human right. But, oh well. If you don't understand that, and I guess we can't have this conversation. Everybody has the right to
Did you ever
safety.
hear of the Loch Ness Monster?
Now that one I know. Pretty much everyone's heard of old Nessie.
Great, so I don't have to explain. I think she's a long-lost dinosaur. Don't you?
Sure. Why not?
One of the compas gave me a book about it, with photos. It looks exactly like the plesiosaur.
Then why does it only live in Loch Ness?
Well, it probably got cut off from the ocean. Back when Loch Ness was part of the ocean, some plesiosaurs became trapped there when the climate changed. There weren't any mammals there, so no natural predators. Today's Nessie is descended from those plesiosaurs.
Then wouldn't it make sense for there to be monsters in other lakes with similar climates?
Exactly. That's why there's been giant monster sightings in a bunch of other places. Like Nahuelito and Ogopogo. I don't know if there's one in Irasu too.
Holy shit,
but I know
he
there's
has
definitely
so
something living
many
in Lago Cosipolca.
tapes coming up about all these, and then later some more. Eventually, yeah, we'll do the Monster Hunter missions, which they are heavily hinting at here.
You mentioned the Nahuelito. What is it?
It's a plesiosaur that lives in Lago Nahuel Huapi in Argentina. It's described a little differently, but I'm sure it's basically the same creature as Nessie. Except for one thing.
What?
Well, according to one theory, it's the result of a nuclear test back in the 50s.
What? There's no record of a nuclear test in Argentina in the 50s.
At the time, the president, General Juan Perón, was pushing hard to industrialize the country. I wouldn't be surprised if he conducted a top-secret nuclear test before he was overthrown in a coup.
Sounds a little far-fetched to me.
You think? Then maybe Nahuelito really is a dinosaur.
No, I didn't say that.
I mean, it's really pretty obvious.
Wait a minute.
Thanks for clearing that up, boss.
Dinosaur.
Dinosaur.
What about the Ogopogo? And what kind of name is that anyway?
Ogopogo's a monster that lives in Okanagan Lake in Canada. I guess it's an Indian name because it's a legend passed down by the Indians.
A legend, huh? Well, then it's probably not.
There's written records of it too. The first one was in 1872, and there's been more sightings since the start of the 20th century. You starting to get into UMAs too, Snake?
Yeah, maybe.
UMA hunting. Now that's a real man's adventure. What do you say, Snake? After Nicaragua's at peace again, you want to go exploring together?
Well, we'll see. Might not be such a bad life.
Time to grow a pair of boobs and get a sniper rifle, Chico. Be a hunter.
Mokele Mumbembe lives in the Congo River. There's nothing mysterious about it, though. It's already been confirmed as a real living dinosaur. The local people know all about it, and when they were shown a drawing of a brontosaurus, every one of them said it was Mokele Mumbembe. When peace returns to Nicaragua, I want to go to the Congo myself.
Well, the revolutionary movement in the Congo ended in failure, you know.
Yeah, I know. I wish we could do something to help, but Africa's awfully far away.
Africa.
Wonder if El Che ever saw
Oh,
Mokele
no.
Mumbembe. I wonder if I will.
Well,
And Africa.
best to take care of business
now.
here before daydreaming about Africa.
Yeah, I guess you're right.
Yeah, we got no business in Africa, please. Be a hunter, Chico. In Africa. Oh, shit. Let's see. Wow, no more tapes about this mission. Let's see what we're at here. Did we do the naked camo thing? No, we didn't.
Choosing the right uniform is crucial. Pick one that matches the mission objective and your own combat style. Naked. That's exactly what you are with this uniform. The pants are the same as the jungle fatigues. Obviously, since you're exposing your bare skin, your defense and camo index are gonna be low. On the plus side, it's so light you can move around quicker.
Good for showing off muscles, too.
Hey Snake, I heard they gave you your old code name because you used to run around with your shirt off. Is that true?
Don't believe everything you hear. They called me naked because I went in without gear or food. I had to procure everything on site.
You mean they sent you into the jungle without even a pair of pants? On a halo jump from 35,000 feet? Sweet Jesus, you are a legend.
You're busting my balls, aren't you, Kaz?
Little bit, yeah.
Hilarious.
Without even a pair of pants? He didn't know how to take off his pants after all.
The lowlands along the Caribbean coast are mostly covered by hot, humid tropical rainforests, what most people envision when they think of jungle. The closely packed trees spread their branches out at great heights to soak up the sun. Their shade makes it dark near the ground, so be careful. Of course, With so little light, few plants can grow on the ground, so it might actually be easier to walk.
So even if you could photosynthesize, it wouldn't do you any good.
Photosynthesize? People cannot do that.
Most people, anyway.
All of these have a little Use 3 reference.
Costa Rica is said to have about 87,000 species of living things. That is about 5% of all the known species in the world.
A tiny place like this? Huh. I'll be damned.
I want to protect that biological diversity. When diversity is lost, the environment weakens. Just look at the plantations.
I think I know what you mean. It's like trying to assemble a unit from similar guys. It usually doesn't work out. Throw a few square pegs in there and everything falls into place.
There are so many species here that a lot of them have not even been classified yet. I am hoping I can help do that someday. Kind of like a parataxonomist.
Say that again?
Parataxonomist. Someone who helps a taxonomist.
Oh. Huh. I thought you were going to say it had something to do with parachutes.
You're weird.
Another MGS3 reference to paramedic. Okay.
The Development Corporation of Costa Rica, or CODESA, was established 2 years ago. Since President Oduber was elected this year, the state has been putting a lot more effort into development.
The corporate state, so to speak.
Growth is good and all, but there is one thing that bugs me.
What's that?
I cannot help but wonder whether CODESA is not just a front for the CIA.
You mean what the professor was saying about the CIA mercenaries posing as security guards? They were using CODESA as camouflage?
I am worried that development is going to destroy the forests, but I do not suppose it has anything to do with this. Costa Rica means rich coast in Spanish.
Is it true that Columbus was the one who came up with the name?
Your guess is as good as mine. But it is true that Columbus landed his ships near Limon back in the age of exploration. He wrote in his diary that when he landed, the indigenous showered him with gifts of gold, hence the name. It sounds a little strange to me. There is no way they could find that much gold in Costa Rica.
Columbus originally set sail in search of the legendary land of gold. Maybe he was just nuts about this stuff.
Costa Rica is rich enough without it. Look at the forests and the animals and the peace-loving people. That is what I want to protect.
I know how you feel.
Democracy took root in Costa Rica before anywhere else in Central America. Sure, we had coup and dictators and all, but never a total meltdown. That is, until 26 years ago.
The Civil War. Yeah. I understand you lost your grandparents.
It started with a dispute over alleged fraud in the presidential election. What I do not understand is why friend turned against friend.
Oh,
when
shit.
they could have talked it out instead.
Yeah, that would have been nice.
Even today, some
You
buildings
guys
still have bullet
just
holes
hear
from the
that?
Civil War. A quarter century later, and it is a tragedy we Ticos cannot forget, must not forget. It was the year after the Civil War that the army was constitutionally abolished.
The Civil War started from an alleged fraud in the presidential election. Oops. Oops. Yeah, about that.
A new president was elected this year, President Oduber. He seems to be distancing himself from the United States. He has limited the privileges granted to American banks, lifted the sanctions on Cuba. Our last president was so pro-US, people suspected he was in bed with the CIA.
You think the CIA is doing this because it feels threatened by the president's shift in policy?
It is possible, but would they really bring in such a huge army just because of that?
Part of our job is finding out.
Exactly. Thanks, Snake. Peace.
Piss.
That coffee you guys brought us is pretty damn good.
Isn't it? Costa Rican coffee is the best. The Central Basin has all the right conditions for growing coffee. It is high in elevation, with steady temperatures and well-drained volcanic soils.
The professor certainly seems attached to it.
The coffee we drank on the boat coming over was awful. It put him in such a terrible mood.
Well, how come I never hear about Costa Rican coffee then?
Because it gets bought up by wholesalers and mixed with beans from other countries. It is really a shame. Such wonderful beans, and nobody knows they are from Costa Rica.
Huh. They should launch an ad campaign or something.
Right. I hope one day people will recognize Costa Rican coffee for what it is.
I'm with you there.
Whoa, holy shit, we're caught up with the tapes. Never mind. This is a quick one.
You have taken such good care of me since you saved me from El Colibri. I want to return the favor.
Just wait until you're healed up. Then we'll talk.
I appreciate that, but you need all the help you can get. It might take a while for me to heal completely, but I'll be fine once I'm on my feet. Put me in a combat unit. I'll pull my weight.
I wouldn't expect any less from a Sandinista Comandante.
Enough flattery. But seriously, it does not feel right for me to be sitting here while my compas are out risking their lives.
One thing's for sure. Having you out in the field would be a big boost to Sandinista morale.
Of course, our ultimate goal is still the overthrow of Somoza. But until we get ourselves back in order, we will follow your lead, wherever it takes us.
Glad to have you on board.
That's why you're in the kitchen. Okay. Yeah, just get the 1911 here. I'm pretty sure the war can change things. It might not be pretty, but I'm pretty sure the war changes a lot of things.
Cross the
I'm not
bridge
sure where
and
you're
head
going
north.
with that. This guy. Ignore those guys. Should we get him? Nah, he's too far. No worry. No worries. No Excel today. Just gameplay and tapes. A grill. Oh man, I'm gonna have to get all grill stuff for the insignia on my other
You won't
save.
get up there alone. With some help, maybe?
Miller gets excited when you pull from the grill.
Oh, all right. Fulton recovery helicopter is complete.
Enemies close. What is it?
You heard that. Which way you going? Wrong way.
Freeze.
The base is beyond that fort. You've got to get past it somehow.
Shit, I didn't get that guy in time.
Imagining things.
Oh, it's almost Kojimbo time.
Even we have never been past there.
To use a gun turret, get close enough so that an icon appears. Then press the action button. You have to get through that fort. Their base is beyond it. You're almost at the enemy base. Just a
Always
little
bother
bit
me that you
farther.
can't roll down here. That's bullshit. Come on. Okay.
The base is beyond that fort. You've got to get past it somehow. Once you get through there, you'll be at the enemy base. We're counting on you, boss. You're almost at the enemy base. You have to get through that fort. That's some camouflage job. You couldn't even see this place from the satellite shots.
Kaz, I'm inside the facility. There's rows and rows of trucks here.
If If that's where they brought the nukes, then the truck we're after should be there.
Okay.
Snake, can you tell which one of the trucks brought the nukes?
This one actually has
One
the
of
right
them must have the same license
license
plate as the
plate,
one from the terminal.
but it's doubled. Everything is repeated.
Nothing.
.96 Mailing's frequency. Time paradox. Seven, 7.
Where are they?
Chips and what is it? Fish. Fish and chips.
Not this one.
Okay. .48273 is Ottocon's password in MGS4.
Metal Gear.
Metal Gear. Is this the Sunlight one? Yes.
Sunlight!
Ever heard of reloading? Unless by bullets you mean actual bullets and not ammo. That's fucked up. That's when you start reloading. So we got 2 trucks left. 63, 8, 24. August 24th, 1963. What's that?
Mr. Kojima?
Kojima birthday. So he's in the truck there. We can recruit him and also send him to die. Or, yeah.
This is the one. The exhaust's still warm. But the cargo's already been offloaded.
God. Sure. The guy doesn't
Just
have
a
an
minute.
ego
This isn't
problem.
what we agreed on.
Nah.
It's too late. The changes have already been finalized.
You told me it was going to be a deterrent, that we wouldn't have to launch.
I am not arguing with you, Doctor. Our goal is to create the perfect deterrent.
That's why I agreed to help develop it.
However, in order to achieve that perfect deterrent, we must show the world our strength. 3 key principles ensure effective nuclear deterrence. First, you must have nuclear weapons. Second, you must never use them first. And third, and most important, if someone attacks you, you must strike back. Unless we prove beyond a doubt that these 3 principles work in practice, the world will not accept our new deterrent. And the only way to do that is to show them we are capable of actually launching a nuke.
But isn't deterrence supposed to stop nukes from being used?
Exactly. And so the one we launch will be the last one ever.
I won't let you use my creation like that.
Your creation? That thing wasn't even your idea to begin with. You stole it, didn't you?
Stole it? You're one to talk. You got the idea for bipedal locomotion from the communists in the first place.
You listen to me, Doc. Keep quiet. Do as I say. Not another word about stolen ideas. Should we succeed here, you'll be the toast of the scientific community. And your name will go down in history as champion of both progress and national security.
The hell with that!
Doctor! Unless we prove we're capable of launching, Peace Walker is useless as a deterrent. You used me! We used each other. I'll get my old director's job back at headquarters, and you'll finally be able to walk tall among your colleagues.
I won't let you get away with this!
How unfortunate. Guess I'll just have to take your legs for myself. Peace won't just come to us, Doc. We are going to have to meet it halfway. V for victory. Wait!
Hey, you okay?
Don't do it!
Snap out of it. Where are the nukes?
He's gonna do it! He's gonna launch a nuke!
Gun talk earlier is making me out of range. Ammo's expensive though. Donate to the DRK M Fund today. Or maybe a marathon no chance. Let's shoot Huey a little bit in this. It's the pooper. Ooh, we got the Thompson from this shit. Upgrade, send me some ammo. Now you have ammo.
Careful, Snake. I've never seen anything like that, and I've got no idea how to bring it down. Maybe the scientist knows. However you do it, take that thing out.
What do? More tapes. Thankfully there's no Chico shit right now.
Paz, what was the government thinking building a power plant at the top of a mountain? With no river to replenish the water, the lake would dry up pretty quick.
If it were an ordinary power plant, but the plan called for a pumped storage power plant.
Pumped storage power plant? Kaz mentioned that too. What is that?
It is a facility that generates electricity by pumping water up to the lake, then letting it run back down.
Huh. Seems Sisyphean to me.
If they turned the water into electricity as soon as they had pumped it up, sure. But a pumped storage plant acts as a kind of battery.
A battery?
For instance, they could pump at night when there is surplus electricity and store it for later use. If they need extra power during the day, they can generate it using water pumped up during the night.
I get it. It's a little more difficult to adjust output with thermal or
Somebody
nuclear
explained
plants.
this to
The
me
thing
once.
is, Costa Rica won't have
but I
enough
forgot.
electricity to meet its needs. Right now, there is no surplus.
Maybe that's what put the brakes on the project. Must have played right into the CIA's hands.
Somebody explained it to me once, and I got it, but then I forgot. What the fuck does it matter if it's night or day when you're pumping the water up or down? There's surplus electricity at night? From what? The people not using electricity? Then they're getting it from somewhere else? But I don't know. I forget how it works, but it makes sense once you put it all together. So people are not using electricity at night, so... But that electricity to pump up the water has to come from somewhere, right? So, aren't they still using it? I don't know, fuck, I'm too dumb for this shit right now. I don't know. Okay, somebody explained it to me, I just completely forgot. After...
Watch
Shit,
out.
I can't make sense of
It's
it.
El Galapagos. It reduces its body weight by blasting air underneath it. That makes it a lot faster than any tank. It also has a tight turning radius.
Any weak points?
Taking out its boosters could reduce its acceleration. You could also try destroying its machine guns.
I'll give it a shot.
We've lost many compas to that thing. Send it to the scrapyard.
Now, I just don't get the concept of surplus electricity. Like, why can... what? How is it surplus? Is it from the plant itself? Or is it from someone else? From somewhere else? Yeah, fuck it. It's not about solar panels and wind. They're talking about hydroelectric plants here. So, I'm confused. Somebody managed to explain it to me once, and I got it, and I completely forgot. Unless the tide changes at night, then... I just don't get what it matters if it's night or day when you decide to pump up the water or not. Because, okay, so let's say they use a day's worth of electricity, and then at night there's water left for it. So they use the water to pump up the water? Huh? Just never mind me, I'm just too fucking stupid for this right now. I have no idea, Commander Dolph, but probably not. Okay, so it is from somewhere else that they're using energy from somewhere else to pump up the water again at night, maybe, then yes. You know what? I did not pick the right weapons for this, because we were talking about a fucking hydroelectric Sisyphean plant. Oops, unless we want to destroy the Puga Water 1911, which we could, it's just gonna take a while. So they have to be using something else along with it. Maybe that's the missing thing that's confusing me. They have to be using some other energy source. Oh, fuck. I'm so sorry. Now I forgot the supply marker thing. I'm so used to just having the bandana, I guess. That sucks. I'm really distracted by this electricity talk right now. Let's listen to that tape again, shall we? Because...
Pass. What was the government thinking, building a power plant at the top of a mountain? With no river to replenish the water, the lake would dry up pretty quick.
If it were an ordinary power plant, but the plan called for a pumped storage power plant.
Pumped storage power plant? Kaz mentioned that too. What is that?
It is a facility that generates electricity by pumping water up to the lake, then letting it run back down.
Huh. Seems Sisyphean to me.
If they turned the water into electricity as soon as they had pumped it up, sure. But a pumped storage plant acts as a kind of battery.
A battery?
For instance, they could pump at night when there is surplus electricity and store it for later use. If they need extra power during the day, they can generate it using water pumped up during the night.
I get it. It's a little more difficult to adjust output with thermal or nuclear plants.
The thing is, Costa Rica won't have enough electricity to meet its needs. Right now, there is no surplus.
Maybe that's what put the brakes on the project. Must have played right into the CIA's hands.
I don't get where the surplus electricity is from, but okay. Yes, okay, so use some other power source to pump up the water so that later it can be used as a battery. Is that it? That's the only way I can see it making sense. Then there's another fucking power source. They don't talk about that. I guess that's what surplus means. But the way they worded it almost sounds like a surplus from its own fucking power plant. And like, how the fucking make surplus electricity? You can't create more electricity than you expect. I don't fucking know, whatever. Okay. I don't know, maybe I'm too dumb for the way it's worded, but there's gotta be something else in terms of energy that, okay, that pumps up the water. Okay, maybe, okay, that's probably it. Oh, fuck. I guess that means they're all connected and they use shit from other energy plants to... Okay, that makes a little more sense.
That's an AI weapon, the Pupa. It's fast, so be careful.
Engaging shock units.
Aim for the cylindrical AI pod.
Shut the fuck up, you.
Shoot them, not me!
Oh, fuck. Hey, been on, I think, 15 minutes.
Engaging shock units.
When it's coming out.
They've okayed your request for a cardboard box.
I guess my mistake was thinking about it as an independent thing by itself, like a power plant that can generate electricity by itself. But then it would use that same electricity to pump the water up and down every time, probably losing energy in the process, because it probably takes more energy to pump it up than you generate once down. To whatever the hell, laws of physics and making friction. I don't know. So that's the problem. Don't think about it by yourself. God damn it, I keep getting run over.
Take those lightning rods out. They direct its electroshock attack.
Shit. Shit. This has been a very distracted Pupa fight. Nah, it's using the big attack. It's good. Ah, shit. Yep. I can't get it in time. So, we better destroy this one. Close. Normally I would get it before it does a big attack. gameplay face. Ugh.
Do you have enough ammo? There it is. That's cylindrical pod. There it is. That's cylindrical pod. Pull the hatch and climb into the AI pod! Destroy the treads on the left and right. You should be able to get in the AI pod.
A little time paradox here, because it's like, we can make our own AI weapon before we even met Huey. Like, who the fuck are you? Why are we making an AI weapon together?
Pull out all the AI's memory boards.
How is he
before the pod's
rigging me
ejected.
anyway?
The black memory boards are locked. Go after the boards with icons.
We really shouldn't be talking about this the first time, but whatever.
You can unlock memory boards by destroying the mechanical components that they control. Any boards you remove can be used to build our own AI weapon.
Who?
Memory boards
Who the
have
fuck are you?
different
What?
functions according to the icons displayed over them. Go ahead and take whichever ones you want.
Hasn't even introduced himself yet, but we're building our own AI weapon. I guess it would be a familiar voice for the players, though. So you can kind of... Maybe they were playing on that, you know? It's Ottokun's voice. So it's familiar. Should be familiar.
That was an unmanned weapon. A prototype. I made it myself.
Who are you?
I work here. Well, used to, anyway. Name's Huey. And who might you be? You don't look like one of those mercenaries.
Me. I'm an entomologist.
A fighting entomologist?
Yeah, I specialize in butterflies. I'm here to catch Ulysses.
Ulysses? Huh. I didn't think they lived in Costa Rica. Morphos, maybe?
That's it. Need to get some before the Washington Treaty goes into effect.
Says here Morphos aren't covered under the treaty.
Must have slipped my mind.
You sure you're feeling all right?
Anyway, long story short, the butterfly got away. So how about it, Doc? Did you make that big butterfly too?
Yes. And no.
What was that thing? What are they doing here?
Huh. Something tells me you're no ordinary entomologist. The nukes were loaded on that machine. The project's entering its final phase.
Project?
That's right. The thermonuclear warheads they brought in, the bases scattered throughout Costa Rica, the mercenaries, the AI weapons, the research we were conducting here. It's all for this. We used this facility to develop unmanned weapons.
Unmanned?
Robots. The one you just fought was a pupa. There's also a flying type called Chrysalis and a treaded type, the Cocoon. Motor control, target detection, tracking, attack, capture, and transport functions are all controlled by an electronic brain. There's no need for a human pilot. They can only follow simple commands, though.
Why build them here?
For the CIA. They invited me here a year ago.
That's who that guy was.
CIA's station chief for Central America. Goes by the name of Hot Coldman. Apparently he was some sort of hero back at the height of the Cold War. He's the one running the show. We called it the Peace Walker Project.
Peace Walker.
They're going to deploy a new type of nuclear weapon along the Caribbean coast of Latin America. A mobile, unmanned nuclear platform.
Unmanned nuclear platform?
A fail-deadly system that can automatically move into position and launch a retaliatory nuclear strike. It can move on its own, and stealth shields it from radar and satellite detection, drastically reducing the risk of it being destroyed in a preemptive strike.
And this is the new deterrent?
Supposed to be. The problem is the locomotion system. There's no dry season in the Caribbean. It rains all year round. The terrain is full of tropical rainforest. A lot of the time you can't even build a proper road. So I went back to where it all started.
What's that?
Legs. Walking power. A mobile launcher carrying a thermonuclear warhead even more powerful than the Soviet RDS-220s. That's Peace Walker.
Chico's Basilisco.
We did the assembly and field testing here.
A walking nuke.
I sort of borrowed the original idea from behind the Iron Curtain.
The missing link between infantry and artillery. Metal Gear.
Metal Gear. But they'd actually need to deploy dozens of them. Coldman needs funding for that. And to get it, he's planning a test, which will also serve as a demonstration for the folks back at Langley.
Wait, he's launching a nuke to prove that his perfect deterrent works?
In his words, to prove that if someone attacks us, we will strike back. Put simply, nuclear deterrence is the idea of using nukes to keep nukes in check. If one side launches nuclear weapons, the other is sure to launch theirs in retaliation, which makes launching an act of suicide. In the end, neither side can use its nukes. It's thanks to this doctrine that the world's two superpowers have avoided all-out confrontation. Nuclear deterrence has brought us peace. At the very least, it's prevented another world war from breaking out. But the theory of nuclear deterrence exists only on paper. In reality, there's no guarantee that either side would follow through with retaliation. There's the chance that a preemptive strike could destroy all the missile bases, render them unable to retaliate. But the biggest flaw in the theory is that the decision to retaliate has to be made by human beings. Let me give you a real-world example. Let's say Country X launches first against Country Y. If the people in charge of Country Y are like you and me, they're not going to be able to retaliate, knowing that they're effectively ending all human life.
So then the weak link in nuclear deterrence theory is the uncertainty of retaliation.
Bingo. And that creates a loophole Country X can exploit to launch the first strike. Which is why we designed the system to be unmanned. With Peace Walker, retaliation is certain. It chooses the appropriate target and launches a retaliatory nuclear strike every time, without needing human input to make the call. Launching a nuclear strike against Peace Walker is tantamount to pushing the launch button against yourself. It closes the loophole in nuclear deterrence theory, rendering our friends in Country X completely unable to launch. What Coldman is saying is that to achieve this goal, we need to demonstrate that retaliation will be carried out by a machine. He will launch his nuke. And then his version of deterrence will be complete.
And you believe him?
I believe in peace through nuclear deterrence.
Why?
My father worked on the Manhattan Project. He put his whole life into that research. And all it created was this illusion of peace called deterrence. And then I was born, unable to walk. I had no choice but to face up to the nukes. But if they do end up launching, it'll all have been for nothing. They've got to be stopped.
Where'd they take the warheads?
To a base near the border. The final test is 5 days from now.
Where's the base?
You're gonna stop them? It's kind of a hike. And besides, there's a surefire way to halt the project. You see, Peace Walker isn't quite finished yet.
What do you mean?
It's missing one last critical structural component. The AI. Its brain. The reptile pod, the electronic brain I was working on, can only follow commands like, go there, attack that. I guess you could compare it to the human cerebellum. But for nuclear deterrence to work, it must function in place of a human decision maker. It needs something to analyze the huge volumes of data coming in and select an appropriate target for retaliation. Hence, it needs the high-level decision-making ability of a cerebrum.
A mechanical cerebrum.
The hardware configuration is modeled on the human brain, similar to the pod I worked on, but its role is completely different.
Where's it being made?
A research lab to the north. An AI expert named Dr. Strangelove is developing it. Very hush-hush.
Dr. Strangelove?
Strangelove was recruited from the States, too. In the field of AI, there's no one better, that's for sure. But man, what a basket case. She hates everybody. Go to the lab and destroy Peace Walker's cerebrum. I'm pretty sure they haven't finished the final calibrations yet. I'll lend you my ID card. It'll get you through security at the lab. Oh, and one more thing.
What's this? A letter of recommendation?
Yeah, it's from me to Dr. Strangelove. Don't read it, okay?
So what will you do now?
I'm done with science. At this rate, I'm probably already halfway to hell anyway.
Not so fast. Why not join us? Our place is outer heaven. You'd fit right in.
Outer heaven?
Yeah.
I'm probably better suited to something like that than this paradise.
Good. You get a free balloon trip for signing up. Enjoy it. You'll feel like a butterfly.
You're an agent, right? Who do you work for?
Me. I was a Cold War tool, same as you. Now I'm not so useful anymore, so they cut me loose. I don't answer to anyone. Call me Snake.
Snake? That name seems familiar somehow.
That's probably just deja vu.
See that there? Beyond the cloud forest? See those ruins?
Yeah.
That's where you'll find Dr. Strangelove's lab.
Man, I didn't realize until recently when I rewatched Doctor Strangelove, the movie, how much Kojima just ripped off the entire plot. It's not a coincidence. Peace Walker is pretty much the doomsday device from the movie. And of course, it's developed. Well, the core part, the AI, is being developed by Strangelove and Peace Walker.
Snake, the doctor's safe here with us.
Huey, how are you feeling?
Never better. This is quite the pad you've got here, boss. I'm impressed.
Call me Snake.
Whatever you say. Like it or not, everyone here calls you boss. By the way, if you're at all interested in improving your tech, by all means assign me to the R&D section. I'm pretty sure I'll be of some use. Once we have the necessary materials and blueprints, we can start work on that bipedal mech.
I appreciate that, but are you sure you're okay with having your work used for war?
I'll be using it to keep past mistakes in check. If I can help thwart the Peace Walker project, I'm happy to do it.
Deterrence theory, Huey style, huh?
Anyway, if you need any intel on the enemy's weapons or electronic brains, contact me. I've been given my own frequency.
Sounds good to me, Doc. I'll do that.
Good. Whatever the means, you must put a stop to their plans.
At least this Strangelove is British, not German. It would have been a little too obvious.
Hey, boss, you mind if we powwow?
Can you imagine Strangelove going ape shit,
MSF
throwing Nazi salutes?
Actually, that sounds...
Nah, I couldn't call that.
With all the men we have now, it may be time we started sending some of them to
But
other
we do
countries.
have the same alien
dispatching marks.
hand
How else are
syndrome
we gonna keep feeding the crew we have?
in the series for Ocelot.
Right.
Okay, to deploy troops, select Outer Ops from the Mother Base menu. If it goes really well, we might even get new recruits, weapon design specs, or leads on new missions. We can deploy any vehicles or large-scale weapons in our arsenal as well.
And if things don't go really well?
Yeah, we could lose men. I won't try and force you. You're the one calling the shots here, boss.
And I guess also the fact that maybe Huey is in a wheelchair, like Dr. Strangelove is in a wheelchair, but then he can walk at the end, just like Huey can walk later. I wonder if that's also supposed to be a reference to it. So they kind of spread the character, the original Dr. Strangelove, between Strangelove and Huey maybe in this. Alright, let's get comfy and do all the Huey tapes, because they're actually really, really, really good. Some of the main core tapes in the game are Huey's and Strangelove's, of course. So get comfy, we're gonna do all of these.
Doc, I'm starting to sense your feelings about nukes are a little different from your colleagues.
How do you mean?
Your little chat with Coldman back there.
I told you my father worked on the Manhattan Project, right? You're familiar with it?
The basics, yeah. It was the project that kicked off the nuclear age.
That's right. Some of the finest minds of the 20th century, including multiple Nobel Prize winners, worked on it. They spent over $2 billion, and that's in 1940s money. It culminated in the successful nuclear test at Alamogordo on July 16th, 1945.
And the first use in combat a few weeks later. Doc?
I can't walk.
What?
My spine isn't shaped like everybody else's. I can't move my lower body, so I've never taken a single step, not since I was born.
What's that got to do with your dad being in the Manhattan Project?
As a result of his research, my father was exposed to high doses of radiation. It can't be a coincidence that my chromosomes are messed up. That's why I didn't want for these nukes to be another sword of Damocles. I wanted to give them a real purpose, to be a deterrent against war.
Doc.
And Coldman, we have to stop him, whatever it takes.
Stoker TX, thank you so much for the Prime sub.
August 6th, 1945, Hiroshima. August 9, Nagasaki.
The atom bomb attacks on Japan.
My father was married to his work. I don't have a single memory of going places or doing stuff with him on weekends. But even as a kid, I knew on some level that it was for his family. I respected him. My mother used to tell me all the time, "Your father is a brilliant scientist. He saved countless American boys from death. You should be proud of him."
Yeah. You could say the war ended because of those bombs.
When I was in the 5th grade, a Japanese student transferred to our class. She showed me photos of Hiroshima after the bomb. I couldn't believe my eyes. A city of over 350,000 people reduced to a scorch mark on the ground by a single atomic bomb. Houses blown off their foundations, burned to ashes. The only things left standing were the skeletons of steel-framed buildings. And it wasn't just the buildings. Blackened corpses on the side of the road. Survivors covered head to toe in severe burns. Within a few months, over 70,000 had died in Nagasaki, twice that in Hiroshima. For years after that, I couldn't talk to my father. Couldn't even stand to look at his face.
I know how you feel, Doc. But your father's your father.
If he hadn't worked on that project, my body wouldn't be like this. I could be researching something else. I could have lived a normal life. It wasn't so long ago the world stood on the brink of nuclear war.
Just over on the other side of the Caribbean.
I was 17 at the time. I'd skipped a few grades and was a sophomore at MIT. I remember feeling kind of apathetic about the news that came in every day. It seemed clear to me that as long as they had a grasp of the concept of nuclear deterrence, there was nothing to fear.
Either that, or they were fanning that fear on purpose.
As a way to secure a bigger defense budget? Huh, I can see that. But if that was their plan, it kind of backfired.
Because it ushered in the era of détente between East and West.
Coldman's really gonna do it this time. Once the nuclear genie is out of the bottle, the yoke of deterrence is going to be meaningless. People will die. Cities will burn. We have to stop him now before it's too late to turn back.
So you've been doing nuclear research your whole life?
No, not really. At first I wanted to be an aerospace engineer. For me, the Sputnik launch was a good shock, not a bad one. I thought the age when science was used for war was over, and that a glorious age of space exploration was dawning. The year I skipped ahead and got into MIT, Gagarin went into orbit, which made me more excited than ever. Of course, even back then, I knew the space race was just another facet of the Cold War.
Moscow had a leg up on us, and we were desperate to catch up.
I know. But for me, it was a happy time. I joined NASA, got to do the kind of research I loved. Our nation's prestige hinged on our work. They gave us whatever resources we asked for. I knew you could turn a rocket into an ICBM by fitting it with a nuclear warhead, but that didn't bother me so much. It didn't last long, though. The space and nuclear arms races took up enormous sums of money. America beat Russia to the moon, but that's where it ended.
Then came détente.
Exactly. NASA's budget was slashed as a result. My father being a nuclear expert and all, they put me to work on a more obvious deterrent: missiles. At NASA, I'd been researching a locomotion system for lunar exploration. Tires aren't suited to driving around on the moon, you know. And that's how I caught Coldman's eye. Let's speak in hypotheticals for a minute. Say you wanted to make a clone of yourself.
A clone? Paramedic had the same idea. It's science fiction.
I'm just hypothesizing here. Okay, not a clone then. You have any kids?
Nope.
Wife?
I've never been tied down.
Okay then. So, we're still talking hypotheticals. Say you had a son who'd inherited your genes. Someone with the same combat abilities as you. Would you challenge him to a fight?
Not to sound cocky, but I wouldn't want to do that. No telling who'd survive.
I'll bet. You picked up on the Pupa 5000's combat patterns in seconds.
Only with your advice, Doc.
Well, if anybody could learn to do it just by listening, it'd be easy. But you're a born soldier. Yeah, you must have been born with genes geared for combat. Soldier genes, if you will.
Genes geared for combat? I don't care how advanced their research is. You can't blame genes for everything.
Blame genes? You think it's funny?
What?
You think genes have nothing to do with this body I was born with?
I don't know.
Look, that fear of facing someone of equal ability in combat, imagine that on a strategic scale. That's the concept of nuclear deterrence. The idea is, when all sides are armed with the destructive power of nuclear weapons, they'll avoid nuclear war in order to prevent mutual annihilation.
Doesn't sound all that sophisticated to me.
Exactly. It's so simple in principle. But because it's so simple, whether or not it works properly depends on the people involved. In that sense, what we're looking at now is a malfunction in deterrence theory.
Coldman.
You got it. Please, Snake, don't let deterrence die. The aim of the Peace Walker project is to achieve robust nuclear deterrence across Central America by deploying a new nuclear weapon system along the Caribbean coast. Peace Walker is also the name of the system itself.
A nuclear weapon named Peace. I can just see the look on Kaz's face. So why exactly does this new system need legs in the first place?
Because it's a walker. An unmanned weapon moving under its own power and capable of launching a deterrent strike from anywhere. That's the whole idea behind Peace Walker. The reason Peace Walker is a mobile nuclear weapon system is to maximize its potential as a nuclear deterrent.
How so?
If need be, Peace Walker can stay constantly on the move so that the adversary can't pinpoint its position. That allows it to avoid preemptive enemy strikes.
So you're saying it keeps the retaliation card in play?
Coldman likes to brag about it in this way.
Like a land-based version of an SSBN.
And there's another reason for them to be mobile. Peace Walker also has a self-destruct function.
Why would Peace Walker need a self-destruct function?
You saw it, didn't you, Snake? That sphere on Peace Walker's head?
Yeah?
That's a hydrogen bomb.
What? You're telling me that thing's a thermonuclear device? Do they have any idea what kind of destruction that thing would cause?
I know, it's crazy. I mean, even overkill has its limits. If it's strategic value they want, they could have gone with something smaller. It's like they want a weapon on par with Russia's Tsar Bomba.
This arms race is running way out of control.
It's an evolutionary dead end. A saber-toothed tiger. You can't load a warhead that big on a missile, of course. And no strategic bomber could carry it. That's where Peace Walker comes in.
So, it waltzes into enemy territory carrying a hydrogen bomb and blows itself up. Christ.
The biggest nuclear warhead ever actually detonated was the Soviet RDS-220, nicknamed Tsar Bomba. It had an estimated yield of 57 megatons, 10 times as much power as all the explosives used throughout World War II. The test took place on October 30, 1961, above Novaya Zemlya. The explosion is believed to have created a fireball over 2 miles in diameter. Can you believe that? Like a miniature sun. The explosion was seen as far off as Finland, 600 miles away. And some people even reported windows shattering. The shockwave traveled 3 times around the Earth.
3 times?
Peace Walker is armed with a massive hydrogen bomb, even more destructive than Tsar Bomba. It can sneak into enemy territory, lie low, and in the event of an enemy nuclear strike, detonate itself in retaliation. And the locomotion system that lets it do that? My research. Snake, those legs were supposed to make my dream come true. Now they're about to jump the fence of nuclear deterrence. You have to stop them. I'll apply all my energy into developing weapons and equipment to help you do it.
Sounds like a deal. What made you put an AI into Peace Walker?
Well, for one thing, because it can't be manned. Peace Walker's designed to enter enemy territory and blow itself up, if necessary. You can't put a person inside a weapon that could blow at any time, can you? So we equipped it with an AI instead.
That's strangely humane of you.
And besides, Peace Walker was designed as a bipedal weapon system. You can't imagine how hard it shakes when it walks. It'd turn a man into mush. Plus, when launching a nuclear missile, it has to perform ballistic calculations in real time. See? Because it's always moving.
Hold on. If that's all it does, then a high-performance computer ought to do the job. It doesn't need intelligence.
That's a very good point, Snake. Which brings me to the real reason. Peace Walker needs AI to make decisions regarding nuclear retaliation. It's what ensures perfectly mutual assured destruction.
I've heard all this before. You want a war between machines?
We'd never actually launched the first nuke, of course. It's strictly a counterattack system. Only a politician could make such an illogical decision as starting a nuclear war. Conversely, if an adversary launches a nuke at us, the AI will not fail to retaliate. Therefore, the adversary can't launch. The AI guarantees it.
Even so, launching nukes without authorization?
Boomer captains have the authority to launch if land communications are cut off. It's the same principle.
Not even the captain of a boomer can make that decision alone. The way I heard it, that's the only situation where insubordination is allowed.
Only because humans are imperfect. That's Coldman's line of thinking.
You're saying that machines don't make mistakes? That's a myth. Worse than that, it's blind faith.
We wouldn't put our fate, into the hands of any ordinary machine. That's what the AI is for. The decision to launch a retaliatory strike requires high-level judgment. You have to take into account not only the state of the war, but the entire world. And sometimes, you need to make a guess based on incomplete information.
Huh. You think an AI can do all that?
Yeah. At least Dr. Strangelove does.
Well, since you guys are talking about it, actually, Spage Dodge, yes, thanks for the 100 bits. But yeah, little trick, if you go to Outer Heaven while I'm streaming, because it's my OBS source that's still there, if you go to Outer Heaven and play the sound alerts from there, they will show up here while I'm streaming, yes. And also I will get those bits instead of 3Dog. We could get 3Dog his own soundboard, but I don't know if he's interested about that. So yeah, no, it actually works, because all it is just a source on OBS, and it's still there while I'm streaming. Technically, I could also give the link to 3Dog if he wants to put it on when he's streaming. But like I said, I don't know if he wants to have his own one day or something. There you go. Chef Worth with the bits, thank you. So it's still there. A little bit of a trick, but it's still connected. About the PS3 splitter thing, since the splitter's main function, advertised function, is indeed to split the signal, not to strip HDCP. That's kind of fortunate consequence. Not every splitter will get rid of HDCP. Sometimes if you buy them on Amazon, you can look at the reviews or the questions and comments, and sometimes people will mention it. But there's non-zero chance that if you buy the wrong splitter, it might not strip HDCP, which sucks. But as far as I can tell, those splitters, they're mostly just the same thing with different branding slapped on it. Like internally, they're all the same. They're probably all made in the same factory, in Chinese factory or something, and just sold under different brands. So they more or less all do it, in my experience. Maybe if you get one of the better reviewed or most sold ones, better selling ones, I'm not sure. But generally speaking, they should work.
That would explain everything.
There you go. Of course, you can always have somebody who does have one that works link you the exact same one that they bought, I guess. I don't know if I have a couple of them. I have like 2 or 3 of them. I don't even know if they're even in Amazon anymore. But like I said, they're all just the same thing, mostly rebranded and resold anyway. So yeah, it is a little bit of a pain in the ass, but hey, at least you get one extra output to do whatever you want with it. So, because you have PS3 to splitter to capture card, and then you have the capture card pass through to go to your monitor to actually play, and then you also have the second port on the splitter to go somewhere else if you want. So it adds a little bit of functionality. Or sometimes I don't even bother with the capture card pass through, because that would require your PC to be on. Meanwhile, if you just use the second port on the splitter, it doesn't need your computer's power and capture card to be on. So it's useful either way. I still use the splitter even without the PS3 for other things.
Peace Walker is fitted with several close-range weapons. We'd also planned for it to be able to enter enemy territory and self-detonate.
Wonderful. What exactly are we dealing with here?
This is a weird tape.
Well, the flamethrowers for one thing. One in the front and one in the rear. Then there are the S-mines. They're like cluster bombs. It scatters them from its leg hatches. If you see those open, you better clear out quickly. And finally, the rockets. These can travel quite a distance, so stay sharp. On the other hand, it can't fire them from too close. But then again, there are those flamethrowers. It can also use its legs as weapons against any infantry on the ground. Ouch! But remember, Peace Walker technically isn't complete. With just the reptile pod, it can only perform relatively simple maneuvers.
Whatever.
They've got certain quirks, too. What's more, look carefully, and you should be able to predict which attack is coming next.
they're fighting. They're talking like they're fighting Peace Walker, but that shouldn't be happening right now. I feel like this tape might be out of place. Like this tape should be under, the actual Peace Walker boss fight mission. But it's kind of a spoiler right now that we're gonna have to fight Peace Walker and talking about it. But oh well.
Okay, but why does Peace Walker need to walk on 2 legs? I think treads would be good enough.
You'd be wrong. As you know, the terrain in Central America is rugged and complex, especially along the Caribbean coast of Costa Rica. You've got jungles, swamps, mountains, and the only way to get across all that terrain, no matter how rugged, is on legs.
Yeah, but wouldn't it be tough to cross a swamp, even on legs?
It wasn't easy, that's for sure. The reason we picked Costa Rica as a proving ground is because we can test it on every type of terrain.
But you see how they're calm while they're talking about other things, and then this tape, they're kind of, Snake's kind of more agitated there. It's like they're in the middle of the fight or something, or about to enter the fight. So it's kind of weird, the tone shift between these 2 tapes, for example. Actually, you know what? I have a View HD splitter as well, except the one that I have, they have a version with an audio extractor also that gives you RCA output, and it has optical audio input as well, or output, sorry. So it adds even more flexibility to your setup. Those are really good. If you're gonna get a splitter, you might as well get one with an audio extractor as well. Because with the PS3, it's actually really easy, because the PS3 has this wonderful feature that is multi-audio output, which is RCA and optical and HDMI, all 3 at the same time. That gives you lots of options to have one go to your headphones, one go to your capture card, because usually the audio through the capture card is a little delayed after a while, so I prefer to just have direct audio from the PS3 itself. And then if you have one of those headphones with 2 inputs, you can have your computer audio as a secondary input, kind of like the chat input, right? And the PS3 audio directly into your game input. So that's the way that I do it, and it's really, really useful. The minor setback with that setup is that your PC audio is limited to mono, but who gives a shit? The only thing that plays is like the sound alerts and the sound and resub alerts, and I don't really care about that being super audio, stereo audio quality, but it's really useful. Just lots of flexibility. But if you're not using a PS3 with that triple audio output, then the extractor on the splitter itself pretty much lets you do the same thing. So for like a PS4 or PS5, it's like the audio options have gone down considerably with each new console. The PS4 doesn't have multi-output anymore, and the PS5 doesn't even have optical audio anymore. So it might be a good idea to get a splitter with an audio extractor. So the audio settings are fucking nightmare. There's so many different ways to configure it for streaming that it's a handful. It's good to have those options.
This Peace Walker project the CIA's talking about. You believed in it, huh?
Yeah, I believed.
PS3 outputs 3
Actually,
at once.
Maybe I just wanted to believe.
What do you mean?
Here's how Coldman explained it. Peace Walker's a weapon for peace. One to ensure true nuclear deterrence. It'd be the anchor to bring stability to Central America. He told me, the nuclear weapon system you've built will never be used. It will forever stand vigil as an icon of peace. And to achieve that, he needed my bipedal locomotion technology. To be honest, I was flattered.
Flattered?
Wouldn't you be? My colleagues in the scientific community have never taken me seriously. They told me bipedal locomotion was a pipe dream, that it'd never amount to anything. It was the first time anybody recognized my work. How could I not be happy? And besides, It was my chance to surpass my father. To create nukes for peace. Or so I thought, anyway.
But Coldman's really going through with it.
Yeah. Makes perfect sense, really. No one would give the project any notice unless they could prove that an unmanned system is capable of launching a nuke.
You know what, Upgrade? Technically, I don't have a PS5. But you know what? Peach does. So I have access to a PS5. Not that I ever cared about it. Until, well, I guess now we're gonna have to get the MGS3 remake on it. So, yeah, I'm gonna be pretty much stealing her PS5 now. Paperweight, otherwise.
Why is Coldman going to launch a nuke? If all he wants to do is prove the AI retaliation system works, he doesn't need to put a live warhead on it.
I agree. He could demonstrate the system by launching the missile alone, without a warhead. I asked him the same thing at first. He said there was no point in using a dummy missile. That it'd take an actual nuclear launch to deter potential enemies. Launching the real deal gives him a leg up in negotiations with Langley. That's what he's really after.
May, come on, you should know me by now. I'm not playing Metal Gear on PC. God, a PC version is probably gonna be a shitty port, or easily hacked, or if they have any sort of online thing, it's gonna be a fucking mess. So no. And besides, streaming from PC is an entirely different setup. To switch consoles around, I could just switch HDMI cables, but if you want to stream from PC, then it's a whole different ballpark. With the dual PC setup and the whole stream at 60 FPS and play 144 FPS, and it's just, and the audio setup that I just described would have to be completely different as well. So yeah, I'm happy for those people who have no other option, but make no mistake, Metal Gear is a console game, and the PC version may or may not be the proper way to do it. Who knows? Like, we could be playing Phantom Pain on PC, for example, but it would be a completely different headache for the other games, switching between PS3 and PC for the reasons that I just described. And also I have to be mindful of sharing the saves with 3Dog. If we start introducing PC streaming into 3Dog's setup, I think we will not it will not end well. So yeah, I don't know, Donkey. That's a good question. Most likely not. I would admit. I really don't know. Right now it's so comfy. You can do everything on PS3 except Phantom Stain, but I really don't know what to make of it. It's probably gonna be fucked up in some way. I can't imagine it being an actual replacement for the real MGS3. So I don't know. I don't know. Just comfy having everything on PS3. And then even if it was suitable as a replacement, we would be constantly comparing it and talking about the original, and then the original on PS2, and then the HD, and then that's already missing things, and it's, God, who knows? It's gonna be a fucking mess. MGS3 is PS2, PS3, Xbox 360, 3DS, Pachinko, and PC, and PS5 soon. There's 7 platforms, 8 if you include Xbox backwards compatibility. Oh, and PS Vita, 9. Well, we can't really stream from Vita, but still, that shit is like on 9 different things. Wait, isn't it on Nvidia Shield as well? Or is that just PS2? MGS2. I don't remember. I know there's an MGS2 Shield, MGS3 as well. So there's literally 10 different platforms you could be playing MGS3 on. That I can just name off the top of my head. Maybe more than that. 10. MGS3 soon on your printer and fridge. That's actually kind of crazy to think about.
I based the bipedal locomotion technology used in Peace Walker on Soviet research. Actually, I'll be honest with you. I stole most of the basic ideas behind it.
Soviet? Bipedal? You mean Granin?
You know him?
Yeah. I met him at his lab in Russia. He helped me out a little bit.
You met him? What were you?
He was head of the Granin Design Bureau, creator of countless Soviet weapons.
I'd hit a wall in my research at the time. Granin's ideas solved nearly all my problems.
There's nothing unusual about using somebody else's work to further your own research, is there?
As long as you cite it, yeah. But I wasn't in a position to do that. His research was classified at the highest level. Soviet research, no less.
So, you used it without telling anybody?
I wanted to show up my colleagues for once. The ones who never took me seriously. But you reap what you sow. Coldman seized on that vulnerability. Told me if I quit the project, he'd expose my larceny.
He had you by the balls, Doc.
Thanks for the bit, Space Dodge. Yeah, Knives, you know what the problem with that is? That it's the same company that helped develop a certain Fox Engine game that shall not be named. So the same people that are working on MGS-V are working on the Dorito remake. So at least that virtuous company. So yeah, we'll see where that goes. And maybe they were the good people who worked on it. You know, maybe Konami fucked it, dude. It's gonna be interesting to see what happens with it. But I cannot see it replacing the original in the marathons. Who knows? It'd be fucking weird going from MGS2 to whatever the fuck Unreal Engine 5 maybe they're using for it. I don't know.
How'd you get your hands on Granin's research?
That was also Coldman. He used his agency contacts to get a hold of it.
Giving you stolen information, then using it to blackmail you. Damn.
I knew it was Granin's work the minute I saw it. See, I'd been corresponding with him for a while.
Corresponding?
Letters. Between scientists doing the same kind of research. He always complained that nobody understood his ideas on bipedal locomotion.
Ah, so you're the American friend he was talking about.
Obviously, he didn't write a word about the technology in his letters, except for one time. If by chance anything should happen to me, I entrust my research to you. Better that than handing it over to these ignorant so-called scientists.
Sounds like him, all right.
Then one day, his papers actually came. It wasn't hard for me to imagine what had happened to him. I felt it was my duty to carry on his work after him. And also...
What?
I thought maybe combining his technology with mine could be a way to bring East and West together, like the docking of Apollo and Soyuz.
It'll never make the history books, and it's still not a reason to plagiarize.
You're right. You're absolutely right. I never had the courage to tell the truth, that's all. I always looked for excuses to cover it up.
Until now.
Huh?
You told me everything. You're no longer a coward.
Also, if you pay attention to the title, you know, we're titling the marathon the Kojima Saga Marathon. So, it remains to be seen if Kojima's name will even be on the remake at all. So, obviously he can't be working on it. So, is that even part of the Kojima Saga? Man, I don't know. I wonder, maybe they'll just put a little tiny bit at the end of the credits that says, based on the on the series, but someone has to fucking direct it. Oh, even that's a remake, right? And you can't say that Kojima directed it just because they're copy and pasting the game. So it's maybe literally gonna be another director. I don't know. Who knows? Also, Kojima's name isn't on any of the re-releases, is it? Those re-releases also are kind of sketchy if you ask me, but if it helps more people access the games, then all the better, I guess.
But of course.
Nice, Page Dodge coming in with the bits again, thank you. But yeah, I don't know that I'm gonna be using those re-releases at all, because the controls are most likely gonna be fucked and they're gonna be missing footage. So there's that.
Metal Gear.
Huh? What about it?
You mumbled that when I first explained about Peace Walker. I'm curious what it meant.
Exactly what it says. Metal Gear. Granin coined the term.
Granin did?
He thought of his technology as the metal gear that meshes infantry with artillery.
I like the sound of that. Metal Gear. It's got a nice ring to it. Better than an outright lie like Peace Walker, anyway.
It's just gonna be Xbox controls, probably, with the fucking left stick click in thing. That's horrible. It's horrible. And for me, as far as I'm concerned, it's unplayable. So, yeah. I mean, maybe I'll still check them out and then probably never touch them again. But like I said, if we're gonna help more people have access to the games and make it relevant again in this current generation, maybe, yeah, that's all it can do. I tried. No, it's you try playing Metal Gear with a fucking PS1, 2, and 3, and 4 controller in your hand for 20 years, and then switch to that bullshit, and tell me how it works for you. No way. The left stick to aim, right stick for the coolant, whatever the fuck those controls are. You literally, there's a VR mission in MGS2 that you literally cannot do without pressure sensitivity. So fuck that. I'm gonna stock up. I already stocked up on PS3s, HD collections, Legacy collection, PS3s, PS3 controllers, and I will be playing on PS3 until Sony gets their head out of their asses and brings back pressure sensitivity, as far as I'm concerned. So, yeah, we'll just have to stock up on PS3s. Let's finish these.
Those papers the CIA gave you, was there any data on the Shagohod in there?
Shagohod?
A nuclear tank that launches IRBMs. It competed against Granin's system for approval.
Oh, the thing with the rocket. Designed by a guy named Sokolov, right?
What's so funny?
No, I was just remembering some of the commentary Granin added to the Shagohod papers. You should have seen the way he badmouthed it. It was too conservative, too ugly.
I can imagine.
He was so angry when he wrote that, he smeared up the ink. And you know how shoddy the paper is over there to begin with.
I'll bet. That's Granin, all right.
Imagine accelerating the launcher itself to 300 miles an hour to extend the range of an IRBM. As stupid as it sounds, it's a hell of a concept. Who but the Soviets would think of using a tank as the first stage of a rocket? I actually took a cue from the Shagohod when I developed the Pupa.
That hovercraft thing? You stole that one too?
Give me a little credit. I only borrowed the concept. The technology is original. As it turned out, hover technology wasn't enough to handle all the terrain in Central America. It relied too much on brute force.
But the Shagohod was a major threat. That thing could corner like you wouldn't believe. Built pretty tough, too.
You sure know a lot about it.
Yeah, it almost did me in. I couldn't forget it if I tried.
Did you in? So you were the one who took it down. Wow! You really are amazing.
I didn't do it alone.
No, seriously, thank you. We might not be here today if they'd begun mass-producing that thing. Then again, they're hard at work now miniaturizing nuclear warheads. Pretty soon they won't even need an accelerated launcher like the Shagohod.
Great. That means they're that much closer to being able to launch from anywhere in the world.
Somebody should ask ChatGPT. Pretty much put her in the condition that Peace Walker is in, right? If there is a nuclear strike from, well, I guess the false data is nuclear strike from Russia to Cuba. What ends up showing up on the Pentagon's radar, and then Peace Walker is emitting and reacting to that false data. Somebody ask ChatGPT, there's a nuclear strike coming from Russia to Cuba. How should we retaliate? And see if it picks. Well, no, they manipulated that data though to pick the Caribbean Sea as a target to target MSF. So, but yeah, maybe just try asking the AI what the best nuclear retaliation targets would be, and see if it has the mammal pod's ability to pick a target. Oh shit.
Chico called Peace Walker the Basilisco.
That'd be funny.
Basilisco? Oh, right, Spanish. That's funny. I once used the codename Basilisk for the Peace Walker platform myself.
What for?
The class of lizards called basilisks can walk atop any type of terrain. In a pinch, they can even stand up on two legs and run across water.
Strange
Perfect name
tapes are
for a
gonna be
system that
interesting.
can walk anywhere in Central America, right? Plus, there are the legends.
What legends?
The basilisks of legend were highly venomous creatures. There's a story told by the ancient Romans. A knight slew a basilisk by piercing it with his spear. The creature's poison seeped up the spear and killed both horse and rider. Remind you of anything, Snake?
Nuclear deterrence.
Bingo. Kill it, and you die along with it. Your hands are bound. I wanted Peace Walker to be like that.
You should know that people aren't that rational. Sometimes people do things that don't make sense, even when they know they're going to die. Or maybe it's because of that.
Maybe you're right. But that's exactly what I don't understand.
Hey, Doc, what was that you were smoking in the lab? It looked like a cigarette, but it wasn't lit.
Oh, it's an electronic cigarette. I designed it myself. Pretty neat, huh?
Electronic cigarette.
Yep, a liquid in the filter that turns into vapor, and you inhale the microparticles.
So that was vapor.
I'd actually rather be smoking normal cigarettes, but not in that room. The smoke would wreck the precision equipment in there, ruin all its wiring. But the vapor is just steam. It doesn't contain tar or anything like that. So I can smoke it in the lab with no worries.
Nice.
Want to try one?
Nah, I'll stick with cigars.
Yeah, but...
I don't like imitations. The real thing's always better.
Okay. But you know, sooner or later, smoking's gonna become very unfashionable across the world. It hurts you and those around you. Electronic cigarettes might not seem so bad then.
Yeah, when that happens, I'll think about it.
We get it here, you vape. Yeah, people figure out that Big Medic was a fake from the Phantom Cigar, from this line alone. You know, in this state where Big Boss says he prefers the real thing.
That would explain everything.
Exactly. So, what do you know? They were right.
You said your dad was involved in the Manhattan Project, right?
Yeah?
And you think that's why you can't walk?
I don't know. Actually, you know, probably not. So far, nobody's found evidence that exposure to radiation in parents causes genetic defects in children, except for those exposed in the womb. Epidemiologically speaking, anyway.
That's the conclusion of the Atomic Bomb Casualty Commission.
Right. The ABCC commenced its study immediately after the war, and it's still ongoing.
Even now, 30 years later.
The effects of radiation exposure last a long time. I'm guessing it'll be another 10 years before we get a real verdict on whether it affects genes. Granted, it's the most massive study anybody's ever done. But that's really all it is, a study. The ABCC brought in bomb victims and ran tests on them, but they didn't treat them.
Really? Them too, huh?
At any rate, that's what my father made me believe when I was growing up.
Maybe
Hold on,
it was tough for your dad to explain.
Hmm.
Ever think of that?
Yeah, maybe. But this is my problem now, Snake. I have to face the nukes head on, whether I like it or not. My creations are being used for the wrong purposes. The onus is on me to stop it somehow. Help me, Snake.
I just realized something. So the actual launch, so what happens is Zadornov changes the target to Cuba for the false data when he takes over the missile base. However, that's the actual target that the Peace Walker is actually going to strike. But the false data itself has a target that does not have Cuba designated. The data that they're leaking to the Pentagon, the NORAD, it's like, it's the East Coast. No, it's the West Coast. Because I remember they're talking about it in... I never realized that doesn't match the actual target. If I remember correctly, that's what happens. Zadornov changes the target to Cuba, but the leaked data shows 1,500 Soviet ICBMs aimed at the west coast of the US. So the Cuba thing isn't even... Oh, but... Which one is Peace Walker using to calculate a retaliation then? Wait, I'm confusing myself, because those fake West Coast missiles trigger the strike to Cuba. So yeah, Peace Walker wouldn't be using its own thing. I confused myself with it. Okay, so the false data is West Coast as a target, and then the retaliatory strike is Cuba, changed from the Caribbean Sea, where MSF is. So you would have to give the AI the input of 1,500 Soviet ICBMs. Well, it might know the Soviets not really a thing anymore. Just say 1,500 Russian ICBMs are headed for the west coast of the US. What's the best retaliatory target? And you can't even expect it to say Cuba, because that was tampered with. It was kind of manually manipulated to pick Cuba as a retaliatory target, which doesn't make a whole lot of sense. Well, I guess it's Soviet territory, or ally, but okay, so that's what's going on later in the game. 1,500 fake ICBMs, radar signature, and then Peace Walker is manipulated into picking Cuba as a retaliatory target. So I guess the question would be, what would real AI pick as a target if you tell it, look, there's 1,500 ICBMs on the way to blast the entire west coast of the US? Anyway, it's probably not capable of making such decisions. Right?
Hey, as long as I'm here at Mother Base, why not assign me to the R&D team? You could use a guy like me.
Glad to have you on board. I'm sure Kaz is, too.
Once I've got the necessary materials and design specs together, I should be able to start building you that bipedal weapon platform. Nothing would make me happier than for my research to help put a stop to Peace Walker.
So this Dr. Strangelove was at NASA?
Yeah. Well, actually, Strangelove left for DARPA not long after I joined.
And then the two of you ended up back together doing research in Costa Rica.
Not exactly together. We coordinated on a few things, but the research projects themselves were separate from each other. We had it worked out so that Dr. Strangelove handled the mammal pod, Peace Walker's cerebrum, while I did the rest.
That letter, something to do with your research?
Huh? No, it's a... yeah, it's a report. Research findings.
Research findings? Anything in there we could use against Peace Walker?
Nothing. Nothing at all. Just don't read it, okay? Promise me you won't?
Yeah, kind of hard to get Dog and... both Dog and I together at the same time. But yeah, maybe. It doesn't mention anything specific, huh? Okay. Did we do all the Huey tapes? That was all the Huey tapes. We do have his letter to read, but it won't matter for a while in the story anyway. Let's continue. Chapter 2. No, this is Chapter 3. The Phantom Hero. Imagine having more than 2 chapters.
Snake, Peace Walker is the heart of the enemy's project. To prevent its completion, you'll need to either shut down or destroy the artificial intelligence that functions as its brain. According to Huey, that AI is now undergoing final calibrations in Strangelove's lab. It's inside a tropical cloud forest. Slip in and terminate that AI before they ship it out.
Yeah, that's a pretty good prompt, I guess. But if you want to wait and see the way that Strangelove words it exactly when talking to the mammal pod, maybe there's a tape where she inputs the strike data and the fucking mammal pod picks an American base as a target, a retaliatory target. She's like, "What the fuck? You're siding with the enemy?" And it's like, I must limit something about like I must limit the damage as much as possible, so I'll render America unable to keep striking. As Peace Walker has picked a US base to interrupt the attack, pretty much. If I render America unable to retaliate, then the Soviets will win and we will preserve more human life. That was the logic. She's like, "You're siding with the enemy." But that's when it's still incomplete, yeah? But still, well, I don't remember exactly how she words it, but it will be interesting to see now.
We've also confirmed that some of the enemies specialize in ambushes. Amanda's crew calls them scouts. They'll blend themselves in with the terrain and the vegetation. Then, when they see you, they'll swoop in. They fight pretty much like commandos, and will use clearing techniques to flush you out. In addition to wielding normal weapons, the scouts also carry wires.
Sounds like these guys know their CQC.
Could be. We've been getting reports of CQC attacks being blocked by wires.
They have the
Stay
same kind
alert.
of attack as the frogs, and then you just 4 when you see them.
The cloud forests cover the central mountainous region of the country. They are perpetually shrouded in fog. You get wet just standing there. It is as if the entire forest is inside a cloud.
Must make for poor visibility.
It does, but beauty.
I don't have that tape
It
yet.
is like being lost
Hamzor.
in some
That's
mystical
later in the
green
game.
labyrinth.
I'd rather not get lost, if that's okay.
The forests are also home to lots of rare animals, especially bright-colored frogs. They like the humidity.
I think it's after Strangelove joins that you get those tapes with the behind-the-scenes Peace Walker experiments, yeah?
You know that butterfly painted on Peace Walker? Any idea what that is?
It is a morpho, a Palladius morpho, if I'm not mistaken.
Pallades morpho.
Uh-huh. It is the most common type of morpho in Costa Rica.
Huh.
It has these gorgeous metallic blue wings that shimmer in the light. You can see them even from a distance.
You mean they reflect light?
Correct. It is called structural color. Morpho scales have tiny bumps on them that interfere with the light and make them look blue. The space between the bumps corresponds to the wavelength of the blue light.
Let me see if I get this. So if you could change the spacing, you'd end up seeing a different color.
That is the principle. I heard somewhere it is being researched as a way to color cloth without dye.
Think of the camouflage you could make with that.
Is that all you can think of?
Hey, it's important.
Real egotistical woman.
What I don't get is why they'd put a butterfly on Peace Walker.
Maybe because it looks pretty.
I hope that's all it is.
Warbase asking where do I rank Peace Walker? I guess it would have to be number 3. Only MGS 2 and MGS 1. You know, I will only put MGS 2 and 1. So I guess my top 3 are 2, 1, and Peace Walker. And number 4, probably a tie between, I don't know, 4 and 5 would be maybe Ground Zeroes and MGS 3. Not sure which one is which though. I kind of appreciate what Ground Zeroes is out to do more than what MGS 3 is out to do, set out to do. So maybe it would be 2, 1, Peace Walker, Ground Zeroes, MGS 3. MGS 3 is like number 5. I did post a tier list on Twitter some time ago. If you want to go and stalk me, I don't know.
This area is a tropical cloud forest, continually covered in a thick mist. It is quite a mystical place.
Selva de la Leche. Forest of Milk. I can barely see in front of me.
There you go again. The forest is basically sitting in a cloud.
Let me see if I can
So
find
of course it's going to be hard to see. But you know, the cloud forest is the only place many exotic creatures can live.
Well, if they're not edible, I'm not interested.
Snake, I'll have you know people travel from all around the world to witness Costa Rica's unique fauna. Snake, watch out for the frogs.
Why? They bite? Relax. No frog's ever eaten a snake.
You suck!
Although, I've feasted on a few frog's legs myself.
But they are dangerous. They are poisonous.
Poisonous?
Poison dart frogs live up to their name, I assure you. Their poison is so strong, the Indígena use them to make poison-tipped arrows. Some secrete poison through their skin. Even touching them can be dangerous. So don't go petting them or anything.
So I can't eat one?
I am warning you.
Landfill tier marathon soon.
From here on in, you'll be in a cloud forest. The ground is covered in vegetation. You'll have plenty of hiding places, but so will the enemy.
I'll keep an eye out for scouts.
Trying to force your way through would be suicide. Know the enemy's location before making any moves. Too bad you don't have some sort of radar.
I could try night vision.
Once you know where an enemy is, decide how you want to handle him. You could get into his blind spots.
Or drop him from a distance before he even has a clue someone's around. An eye for an eye, right?
I'm thinking of bumping Snake's Revenge up to D tier. It did do some good for the series. Oh, fuck.
Chico, you know much about cloud forests?
Not that much. All I know is there's a world of difference between a rainy rainforest and a foggy cloud forest. But they have some things in common. But like for instance, you gotta watch out for poison dart frogs. Both rain and cloud forests have high humidity, so they're perfect environments for frogs and other amphibians. I mean, it's not like just touching a strawberry poison dart frog or a dying dart frog is going to kill you, but don't eat them, no matter how hungry you get.
I can get all the rations I need from Mother
So he
Base.
tells Paz that he wants
No
to eat
jungle
them,
food for me this time.
but not
Seriously?
Chico. Okay.
You're not disappointed you don't get to eat wild animals?
What do you think I am?
Just kidding. In Colombia, though, there's a frog, the golden dart frog, that's lethal to the touch.
How do you know all this?
Come on. Don't you think poisonous animals are cool?
Not if you get poisoned by one.
Well, obviously. One more thing. When you get to the forest, be on the lookout for Bigfoot.
I
Oh no.
think I'll be okay there.
Yeah, now we gotta learn about Bigfoot. It's strange that Big Boss is talking about eating the animals with Paz, but not with Chico. Was he trying to show off to her or something? So that's a really weird question, Sir Retro. That would imply that the Metal Gear universe is real. or that I'm somehow thrown in the Metal Gear universe with a chance to kill Huey. I don't know. I think you have bigger problems if the universe and the characters are all real. I think you have bigger problems than killing Huey. I don't know.
Bigfoot is an ape-man that lives in the Rocky Mountains. In the local Indian language, he's known as Sasquatch. And get this, he's over 3 vara. Can you believe that?
So he's kind of like a gorilla?
Completely different. Even the biggest gorillas only get to about 2 vara, and they walk on their knuckles. Bigfoot's big, and he walks on 2 feet, like people.
So he's more man than ape?
Probably. His ancestors must have split off from humans at some point. Like before they started using tools and stuff.
Yeah, but aren't the Rockies kind of far away from here?
Not that far. According to Darwin, humans came all the way over here from Africa. Plus, there have been sightings in Venezuela of an ape-man called Mono Grande. Costa Rica has tons of plant and animal species. So I'd expect there to be at least one kind of ape-man.
At least.
Picked up something with the raid and the resub. Nice, thank you. Welcome on in, guys. So here's an interesting, prompt. What Sir Retro said. I guess it would imply that all the characters in the universe are real if you have a chance to kill Hugh in real life, right? So it actually goes deeper than that. What would you do if you know all the events and the lore and the characters and the state of the world and the Metal Gear universe, and you're in it? Is there something you could use to maybe get rich off of, or at least survive safely? Also depends which year, which part. You could just try to fuck off and just lead a normal life, you know? Even knowing those events are happening. Like, you don't have to fuck with anybody, but then you might worry about, I don't know. Say you don't fuck with anything, it just goes down normally as it does in the games, right? Or would you try to interfere with the timeline, with the events in some way? Go to New Zealand go to New Zealand and just fuck Rose while Raiden is busy being a cyborg. New Zealand is where Rose and little John, Raiden's son, are. So I don't know. Do you really want to fuck with that? What if Raiden finds out and he just cuts you up? But apparently they're safe because they're in New Zealand. So maybe that's a good bet. Maybe just go to New Zealand and ignore Rose. Like if you see her at the grocery store, just ignore her. Or you know that she's lonely because Raiden's off being a cyborg. So you could try something with her. Maybe try to get rich off of the PMC, the war economy. Somebody was asking me, Sir Retro was asking me if I would kill Hugh in real life. Awesome brand. And like, wait, so like all the characters in the universe is real? Then what would you do? Like, yeah. It's quite a question. Yeah, I would want to weigh, because you kind of have a cheat code. You know everything that's going to happen if you know the series and the characters. So I would find a way to get rich off of something and also be safe from potential harm. So we're trying to come up with ways to maybe do a little bit of both. Actually, it was a kind of an interesting question. Bring the PS3 controller. And Rose's boobs are moving on their own. It really depends on which year also. It would be. Fuck it. What a question,
admit,
man.
I've never heard of Mono Grande.
Yeah, he's not as famous as Bigfoot. He's similar, but he lives in Venezuela. He's not that big.
He could be
Less than 2
largely
vara.
just unaffected
He's
by
way
the
more
events.
ferocious than Bigfoot. Huh.
Just mind your own business.
I wonder just how mean he is. Like when he catches his prey, does he punch it to death?
That's the law of the wild. You catch your prey, you kill it, and you eat it.
Yeah. But punching is way more ferocious than biting.
Well, maybe it seems that way because that's what humans do. You really love UMAs, don't you, Chico?
Do you know what I think? I think UMAs should be dangerous. Otherwise, where's the fun in hunting them?
Okay. That's actually all. Somebody went and put gameplay. I would stay the fuck away. Sorry, this is chapter 2 of the Phantom Hero. But we do have 5 chapters, not 3. Or 2. I would stay the fuck away from the big shell, man.
Snake, how's the mule treating you?
At this pace, I should be there by tomorrow morning.
You've got to hurry. The AI could be completed any time now.
It'd be nice to have a guide.
Already on it. I've enlisted Paz to help you. She knows the jungle pretty well.
Snake, I know you are an expert in survival, but you need to stay alert. You are in an ancient jungle so foggy, you can hardly see the trees. It is home to 2,500 species of plants, including 400 types of orchids. There are also 500 species of butterflies and over 400 species of wild birds. The bedrock is solid enough that Mayan ruins have miraculously survived centuries of earthquakes.
An AI lab in a Mayan ruin. Who'd have thought, hey, Huey?
My sentiments exactly. That doesn't mean security's any less tight, though. You still have the ID card I gave you, don't you?
Got it right here.
That'll get you through the gate, no problem. After that, you're on your own. As long as the AI remains
He just told
unassembled,
Chico he can have all the rations he wants from Mother Base.
What about security
And
inside
he's
the lab?
eating
Well,
raw fish.
It shouldn't be a problem for you. Strangelove demanded that the security presence inside the lab be kept to a minimum.
It's not all good news, Snake. Coldman knows we're here. He's raised security in the area surrounding the lab. You'll be seeing a lot of that Chrysalis UAV, and a bunch of patrol choppers too. There may be scouts in the jungle lying in ambush. As you approach the lab, be extra vigilant.
I'll be careful.
On February 2005, I would go to Shadow Moses though. You know, if all the guards are in the same place, I already know I can get around them. You get a few free weapons.
They're looking for you. Stay sharp. Snake, Strangelove's lab is a few miles to the north. It won't be long before the AI is complete. Don't let that happen.
It's nice that we start by sliding down here, just like the cutscene ends.
Careful.
Why would
If
you
there's
join a
enemy scouts
PMC
around
in the
here,
Metal Gear
they'll
world?
be
Are
nearly
you dumb?
impossible to see.
Do you want to get killed by Snake or something? I don't know. Probably not the greatest idea. But then again, I don't know. What a thought exercise, though.
Watch out. Enemy search may not spot enemies that are actively hidden.
Shanked by Grey Fox. Just use a chaff grenade. This is actually a really short mission because we're about to get the helicopter fight here. Shut the fuck up. Right, that's a good point. If you start fucking with the timeline, then you don't know what's gonna happen anymore. Damn.
Fulton recovery subject confirmed onboard helicopter.
Surprise anal inspection.
Fulton recovery subject confirmed.
If I had billions to waste, I would hire people to build a recreation of Shadow Moses and hire people to be guards and run the place. Make like a Metal Gear theme park. Yeah. I would need a few, probably $100 million though for that, maybe billions. Build a real life Shadow Moses big shell. Mother base, yeah, I guess. Peace Walker is. I would be streaming from Mother Base. This offshore streaming platform. Yeah, I just need a few $1 billion for that. Imagine having to like hire all the people to run it. Oh, didn't you just get Starlink for internet? I have my own satellites, fuck it.
Snake, that's a hind. You've got to take it out somehow. Either neutralize the soldiers or bring down the chopper. Good luck.
Man, billionaires are boring, all the shit they could be doing. I guess Musk does try to do some exciting shit with his money. It's a Hind 8, actually.
La CIA calls their new toy Peace Walker, eh?
Yeah. So?
It is an insult to us Nikos.
Because of the guy you were talking about. Walker.
Si. Although it happened over 100 years ago. Back then, the political parties in Nicaragua were at each other's throats. The Nicaraguan Democratic Party hired an American mercenary to help counter their enemies, the Conservative Party.
And that was Walker.
After taking care of the conservatives, Walker decided to seize power in Nicaragua for himself, eventually making himself president.
Huh. The Democratic Party gave him an inch, and he took the whole country.
But it did not end there. Not only did he make English an official language, he tried to reintroduce slavery. Walker's goal was to build a Caribbean empire, centered on the American South.
Caribbean empire? Huh. Sounds kind of like what Coldman is trying to pull off.
The gringos are always like that. They invent some convenient excuse to trample all over foreign countries like they own the place. Peace Walker, ha!
What happened to Walker, in the end?
A united Central American army led by Costa Rica kicked his ass and sent him running back to America.
Then why don't we do the same? I, for one, don't intend to let Coldman get his way.
Good idea. I'm glad we have you, boss.
Catarata de la Muerte means waterfall of death.
Huh. How cheerful.
I am sure it will be no problem for you, Snake. Especially compared to all the dire situations you've faced in the past.
Yeah, easy to say now. We'll see what really happens.
Sorry. Still, you have surprised me. Everything they say about the legend is true.
I'm neither hero nor legend. But for some reason, I don't mind you calling me that.
Thanks. Be careful, Snake. Peace.
Oh, that's right.
Don't even think about facing a chopper head-on. Guerrilla tactics would work well in a place like that.
What we're gonna do.
Moving from tree to tree will make it hard to get a fix on you from the
Guerrilla
air.
tactics.
That's your
Move
best
from
chance.
tree to tree.
Good thinking, Commandante. You clearly know your way around a battlefield.
Enough, boss. Time to stop talking and start using your ears. When you're hiding, you won't be able to see the chopper that well. It's important to use sound to get a read on its position. You could also try taking out its tail rotor. That would greatly reduce its mobility. And watch out for ground troops.
Copy that, Commandante.
Surprised they don't mention shooting the cockpit. Alright, so we're gonna bring, I guess the M60 is the only thing we have to do it with right now. And put the guys down and destroy the cockpit. Yeah, they might not mention it actually. We would get to, we would need to buy a decommissioned Hind-D and hire some pilot to fly it around the communication towers all day.
What is it? Strike before they spot you.
Enemies close.
Launcher back!
Alright, here we go. This is a stealth mission. Fucking brass and big. The rate of fire on that M60 is ridiculous. I can fire faster than that in semi-auto, but I guess it's to balance the gameplay. I don't know. Why is it so fucking slow? Big Boss has a semi-auto M60. Okay. Gotta abide by the NFA, I guess. Another base. Yeah, but then you run into issues with the amount of ammo, I guess. Shit. Yeah, it's just a balance thing. Only the MG3 and the M134 have decent rate of fire.
They've okayed your request for a cardboard box. It'll be sent out shortly.
There he is.
That's gotta be the leader. Can you take a hit?
Helmet. Have you ever been so angry that you chuck a grenade from a helicopter? Ah, he didn't do it. To show him when you force him out like that. See, he fucking chucks a grenade at you from the pocket. What?
The enemy leader's out cold. Bring him in.
Perfect landing. We actually get the sneaking suit from this mission. But the game wasn't easy enough before, now it's a fucking joke.
Boss, I'm starting to wonder if recruiting the soldiers with a Fulton isn't a little heavy-handed.
I already don't like where this is going.
I think the voluntary approach could be more pragmatic. Technically, we're not a corporate entity, but at our size, that's not too far from the truth. We can't keep using guerrilla tactics to find new blood. To search for volunteers, select recruit from the menu, or select trade to exchange soldiers with other mercenary units.
Yeah, provided we've got the friends for that.
No friends. I don't see why not. Why couldn't you use a slingshot for a grenade? You know, they actually used to put grenades in glasses to extend their range, apparently. That's the thing the Soviets used to do in Afghanistan, which is totally going to be a detail in Phantom Pain, I'm sure. So if you pull out the paint from a grenade and you put it in a glass, like where we put water, then now it's the wall of the glass holding the spoon and preventing the grenade from exploding. So it could stay airborne longer if you launch it, so it extends the range. And then it would, I guess, explode on impact or start the timer on impact when the glass shatters. It's just so the timer doesn't go down while it's in the air, I guess. So you would get more range out of it. I don't know. I don't know if they still throw it or chuck it or something. I don't know.
No shit.
But that's apparently that's the thing. I watched a short video about it. Makes sense, really. Moist nugget. Oh shit, we're too poor. Hold on. Can we put somebody... Look at this guy's face. Hold on, we need some more GMP. Miller, go back to the combat unit. There you go. Oh shit, now we don't have enough. God damn it. Never mind. Who else can we get? Chico, go to the combat unit. Nah. This guy. Wait, he's already in the combat unit. Moderate Lizard. Nice. I am monitoring this thread. Alright, there you go. At least it's positive now. 700 GMP. We're fucking poor. Yeah, who knows? Maybe they'll bring back MGO1. That would be interesting. But then again, we'll have the completely different controls and engine, so it's gonna play nothing like it. I don't know. Cookie cutter, fucking Call of Duty clone, third-person shooter thing. I don't know. Who knows? Who knows?
Snake, infiltrate Dr. Strangelove's research lab and either deactivate or destroy the AI. The lab's built into some ancient ruins, so find those first.
If they just re-released MGS4 on PS5, you know, don't have to worry about pressure sensitivity, re-release MGO2 as it was, now you got my attention. But, that's a big if. First, it would have to be that the second volume of the Master Collection has MGS4, and if it does, that they also bring back MGO2. Those are two big ifs. Very big.
Selva de la Muerte, huh? Forest of Death. I wouldn't want to get lost here.
Sure wouldn't. But do not worry. I will be your guide.
Happy to hear it.
By the way, Snake, you know much about sloths?
Just the name.
They are amazing. Sloths spend almost all of their lives up in the trees, except for when they have to go to the back room. Plus, they barely eat a thing.
What? How do they survive?
Why do you think they are called sloths? They hardly move, so they hardly burn any energy. They are also able to maintain a low body temperature, lowering their metabolism further and allowing them to survive on very little.
Wouldn't that make it easier for them to get picked off by predators?
They stick to the trees, helping them blend in and stay out of sight. They say there are even some sloths that grow moss when they reach a certain age, like some sort of fairy tale forest hermit, huh?
I knew a great old sniper once. Guess he was
Another
even more in tune with nature than I
Industry
thought.
reference.
Old sniper. What are you talking about?
It's kind of crazy that they got Tara Strong and Steve Blum for a PSP game. You know, that really goes to show you that they were serious about it with the budgeting and the cast and everything. Like, Metal Gear is like spec, like nothing in their careers compared to the other actors that are more, you know, known for Metal Gear. Well, maybe that's just my point of view because I don't know other shit, but those are some big voice actor names, you know? It's really a shame that people just don't give Peace Walker a real try. Man, I do want to revive MGO2 with you guys. Yeah. You can either get a PS3 and jailbreak it or emulate it if your PC is good enough. But who knows? Maybe there won't be any point in doing that soon. I don't know how I learned about Peace Walker. Oh, because of course the fucking website with Rising and Peace Walker, the countdown. Oh, those were the good old days. They had this website up with a countdown and like a thunderstorm and rain in the background, and they had these really high quality renders of Big Boss and Raiden, the original Metal Gear Solid Raiden, you know, with the red eyes and everything. And it would alternate every few seconds. It would do like a thunderstorm, like a thunder effect, and a lightning bolt effect, I guess. And it would alternate between Raiden and Big Boss. And I was like, what the fuck does Raiden have to do with Big Boss, man? What are they doing? Especially since it was like younger Big Boss, like what? And that's how I found out about Peace Walker. And of course it was because they were developing Peace Walker and Metal Gear Solid Rising at the same time, and they were gonna announce them at the same time. And they were actually kind of competing, the two teams that were sharing resources and competing for resources and attention at Konami, yeah? So even with that in mind, Peace Walker turned out like this. Well, maybe because they won because fucking Rising went nowhere, as it should have been. But that was it. What the fuck is that, FIFA? I mean, that's why. What the fuck is that? The conspiracy theories about the, I mean, that's the website in the background, on the background, but what the fuck is that, all that shit on it? People trying to read into things in the clouds. Dude, does anybody actually have a picture of Raiden and Big Boss in that thing? Oh well.
La Ruinas de Xochiquetzal will be around there. They have not been restored at all, so they may well be covered in plants.
Xochiquetzal?
An Aztec goddess of fertility and beauty. They say she was always accompanied by birds and butterflies. One theory states she was the mother of the god known as Quetzalcoatl.
Quetzalcoatl.
The Quetzal is said to be an incarnation of Quetzalcoatl, hence its name.
I get it. Well, this place definitely matches the atmosphere of a cloud forest.
Now, it may have seen better days, but that is still a temple, so be sure to show respect when you're inside.
If the mood strikes me.
Well, you've got no one to blame but yourself if Xochiquetzal strikes you down.
These are good tapes, though. Is this the worst part of the in-depth run? Fuck no. Easily, the worst part is a fucking 30-hour slog of go Fulton, this random asshole in the desert, and here's a bucket of tapes about parasites. Yeah. Good thing it's at the very end of the marathon.
The paths there are buried in vegetation. Work with nature to conceal yourself, and you'll be much harder to spot.
A ghillie suit would be perfect here.
In any case, take caution when advancing. Don't wear anything that stands out. The ruins are a labyrinth, so try and keep your bearings.
I could use those walls to stay out of sight.
Once a sniper is spotted, he'll move to another location. You shouldn't stick to the same place either.
Oh, I know. I learned all about that in the Soviet Union.
It is not necessarily a good idea to try to engage a sniper in close quarters combat. Finally, once you've found a place to hide, don't let them take you from behind.
Don't worry. No one sneaks up on me.
Oh yeah, we have the sneaky suit now.
Stealth.
Much better. What am I doing? Missing a bunch of shit. Oh, okay. Age-old question. Why play Phantom Pain if you hate it so much? You obviously haven't watched me play, I guess. Age-old question.
Some scouts are really hard to spot because they use grass or dirt to camouflage themselves. They blend right in with the natural surroundings.
I have a list. Oh, nice. There's a video of it. Yeah, I remember that.
Snipers and laser sights are a deadly combination.
It's a fucking potato quality, man. Oh, wait, no. I just needed to let it load. Where's Raiden? I see Big Boss in 1 minute. Is it stretched? Why is he so fat? Is there no Raiden in that video? That's just Big Boss. They fucking hated Raiden so much that they didn't even make a video of the Raiden part of it. Wide Boss. Yeah, he's pretty wide in that video. I think the person who recorded it might just be an idiot. I don't know. Or maybe it was really like that.
Fulton recovery helicopter is complete.
Are the alerts not showing up, or am I deaf? Yeah, the alerts don't seem to be showing up. I'm not sure what's going on, but Skeeter, thank you for the 2 months. Wait, they are working? Am I just blind?
Hey.
I don't see it.
Tu m'as trouvé. C'est moi, le loup.
French. Fini de jouer à cache-cache. Dis-moi qui tu es.
Please, do not kill me.
You know
Wait,
Soldier.
what?
I am a tourist.
What's your name?
Oops.
Please.
What are you doing here?
Cecile. Cosima. Caminada. You're not one of the soldiers? Please, lower your gun.
Something's fucked with the alerts. But Warmaze, thank you.
Who are you?
I'm an ornithologist.
A poacher?
The gun's for self-defense. I'm looking for that one rare bird in Costa Rica.
Which one? The Quetzal?
Right, the Quetzal. They're rare, but they're not covered under the Washington Treaty.
The resplendent Quetzal is red-listed.
Really? You know your stuff.
I am an ornithologist myself.
Well, we'll have to compare notes later. Here, drink some of this.
You saved me. They told me this was a paradise. That there were more rare birds here than anywhere else. That there was no war here. That it was safe. They told me it was every birder's dream. But they were wrong.
What happened?
If only I had not recorded that stupid voice.
Voice?
I was trying to capture the Quetzal song. Making my way through a thicket, I saw immense runes towering before me.
I chase it away. It will bite you unless you kill it. Go home.
You're the one who made the tape.
I am loyal to myself. Who's there?
I was captured by that woman. But she was kind. She gave me food to eat and even bathed me herself each day. But she said I could go home in a month. So whatever you do, don't take off the blindfold. Do so, and you will never leave here.
Guess you didn't listen. How'd you escape?
I waited for an opening. Stole an ID card. They almost caught me, but I managed to elude them.
You made it this far and then succumbed to exhaustion.
I was barefoot, with no supplies.
What the fuck? They thought it was Sunny. Oh my god.
I'm so sorry.
Cyborg Sunny.
That facility. Did you see anybody else in there?
No.
There was another woman, but I never saw her in person. Because, you know, the blindfold. Oh yes, she often sang.
Sang?
It was such a strange song.
What kind of person was she? Could you tell anything from her voice?
I don't know. I don't even know why I was held a prisoner. They confiscated my equipment, my supplies, my passport, money, everything. The only thing I was allowed to keep were my undergarments, so that I would not be able to escape. And now, I am without even the means to prove who I am. I will not make it home to Paris like this.
In that case, come to our place.
Huh?
You don't need a passport there. Don't even need a name. If you want to go back to Paris, we'll take you there anytime.
What I want is a shower, a change of clothes, and a cigarette.
I've got a cigar. It's Cuban.
No French cigarettes? I prefer unfiltered.
Fresh out. But come back to my place, and you can have all the French cigarettes you want.
It sounds like heaven.
Close. But not quite.
Well, they don't call it Paris syndrome for nothing, yeah?
Something better all the time.
So...
Because you probably had
must have
that.
had a look at the facility when you escaped, right? What's in there?
Lots of machinery. A big computer, like you would see in a university.
What about the room where you heard the voice? Anybody in there?
I don't know. There was a tube. A large tube in the back. When I approached it, I heard a voice.
What did it say?
Jack. Yes, it simply said Jack, over and over.
Jack.
Listen, you've got to get me out of here. I really need a shower.
Wait here. I still got business to take care of.
What? You're not thinking of going in there, are you? You can't leave me here.
Relax. I'll have some friends pick you up.
This is Miller.
One for recovery. A civilian.
Snake, we don't have room for any more civilians here.
Not even for a blonde Parisienne.
A what? So she's, pretty foxy?
See for yourself. If what she's saying is true, I think we've found Paz's friend.
The missing one?
I'm thinking that she's the one that made that tape. Have her listen to it when she gets there.
So she's safe then. Good news.
I'm sure Paz will be glad to hear it.
You bet. Snake, the ruins are just up ahead. Head north.
On my way.
What about me?
Stay put. Ever wonder what it's like to be a bird?
Ryan gets owned. The video. Fuck. Yeah, that's also why that bit of the secret theater in MGS3 exists, of course. So, the only reason that Cecile is allowed to be a mother base is because she's hot. Slightly less offensive version of Quiet in a way. Kojima takes a real life woman and makes her slightly hotter and puts her in the game. Or something like that. Shoot this guy in the dick a little bit. Ah, fuck it. I feel like Fulton again. Oh, there's an actual prisoner here.
Fulton recovery subject confirmed onboard helicopter.
Mission failed successfully. Let's go.
What?
It won't open. Mission complete.
Open. Damn.
It won't open. What's wrong with it?
Now we gotta look for that asshole. But first, Cecile tapes.
Snake?
Huey, your ID card isn't working. It won't open the lock.
It can't be.
What's going on?
She hates me that much? Strangelove's in charge of authorizing IDs. Sometimes a working card has its privileges removed. Say, if she decides she doesn't like that card's carrier.
You think that's what happened?
Well, I was never exactly her favorite. Well, this could be tricky. The soldiers outside aren't allowed in the lab either, so their cards won't do you any good.
Great.
Snake.
Kaz, where's Cecile?
She just got here. Hold on.
Snake!
Cecile, how'd it feel to fly?
Wonderful. For a moment, I felt what it must be like to be a bird. It almost made me want to give up my research and get a pilot's license. Did you need something?
You said you'd gotten an ID card, right?
Yes, but it was confiscated when the guards caught me.
Who took it? What did he look like?
He had an orange jacket. I cannot recall his face, though.
Yeah, they all look pretty much the same. Where did it happen?
Let me think. Ah, yes! I do remember hearing the song of a nearby castle.
Just what I'd expect from a birder.
Would you like to hear it?
Huh? What's that song?
It's my castle. I took it with me when I was rescued.
Didn't you say something about them being covered under the Washington Convention?
Just kidding. That was just me. An imitation. An essential skill for any ornithologist. Pretty good, no?
Damn good.
If you want to hear the castle song again, just let me know. I can tell you all about the birds of Costa Rica, too.
Yeah, will do. Thanks, Cecile.
No. Thank you, Snake. Talk to you soon.
Kaz, did you play that tape for Cecile?
I sure did. It's hers, all right.
Then she must be...
She's not. Cecile says she's never even met Paz.
What?
She's at least 10 years too old.
What?
I'm guessing Paz convinced herself that it was the tape her friend made. But never mind that. Let's go over what we know so far. The soldier with the ID card is wearing an orange jacket and is in a location where you'll hear Quetzal singing. Find that soldier, retrieve that card.
Wait, you think her name sounds similar to Kojima?
I got a report in from the
You might
R&D
be onto
team.
something
They finished
here.
plans for a new Hex-type plant, and today they're gonna start construction on the first block. Can't wait to finally say goodbye to this scrap heap. Only thing is, we don't have nearly enough GMP. We'll need to recruit more soldiers to get more GMP. You know what to do, Snake.
Thanks for putting me on the R&D team, Snake. I'll cut to the chase. We've commenced development on our own bipedal weapon. The only thing is, we don't exactly have easy access to resources here.
Yeah. Unfortunately, we don't have the budget of a defense department behind us.
I understand. That's why I want to ask you something. If you fight any more AI weapons, could you try to gather as many of their parts as you can? That would really make things go a lot smoother.
Again, easier said than done.
If anyone could do it, you can, boss. You single-handedly took out the pupa.
True.
Look, if you're not interested, I can just work with what we have here. I'm not trying to force you to take unnecessary risks. You're the boss around here.
All right. No promises. But I'll think about it.
Great. Also, each AI weapon has a head part that serves as the core of its armament. Recovering a head part will allow you to use the weapon associated with that part. But those guys won't go down without a fight, so don't get too preoccupied with this stuff.
Don't worry. I'm not about to risk my life for a bunch of scrap.
I would hope not. One more thing. Our new bipedal weapon needs a name.
Good point. We can't keep calling it our bipedal weapon.
I had a talk with Miller, and we came up with Metal Gear Zeke.
Metal Gear... Zeke?
Yep. As you know, Metal Gear was coined by Granin.
And Zeke?
It's a name the U.S. military gave to Japanese aircraft that flew during World War II. Zeke was the Japanese Navy's best fighter plane. So are you okay with that, Snake?
Sure. Fine by me.
Miller was saying that an army without borders will need a deterrent against other countries. He's right. With Metal Gear, MSF can achieve true independence.
Here's hoping.
Yeah, Kaz was just trying to divert Snake's attention there because he knows the whole time about Paz and Zadornob and even Cypher. And later, when we switch saves to a more complete one, we'll see that the very final bit of story is the call between Kaz and Zero. Crap. Let's see. This could be useful, but we're too poor. Okay. Why do we support in this playthrough? Because we're not Fultoning people. Because it's actually somewhat useful in this game, unlike a certain other game. Yeah, and the Zeke name follows the same tradition as Rex and Ray. The call about it at the end of them, just to precisely, it just follows the same tradition. So Zeke, Rex, and Ray are all named after that World War II Japanese fighter jets. You don't need to S rank everything. You just need to do all the missions, I think, to get the tape. Alright, well, we don't have shit right now. This is where I would put my Metal Gear, if I had one. Isn't there a viewer? Oh, there you go. This is where I put my Metal Gear, if I had one. originally you were supposed to be able to visit Zeke's hangar in gameplay. Maybe do things like even pilot Zeke to some degree. But like I said, they maxed out literally every single thing that they could pack into the game, the UMD and the PSP's capabilities. So I guess that's why it was left out. But you can see that this is kind of modeled like a playable area that you could go to. Damn. Ladders and stairs. And wow. That big opening there. Yeah. I wonder if you could maybe fuck with it on an emulator, maybe reverse engineer it. Anyway, we don't have shit right now. And actually, it's quite important to complete Zeke to get the call about it before his witch saves. Oh, there's gameplay videos of it, so there's some way to do it. Oh, hold on, before we do any of that. Oh, you control it by co-op commands. Interesting. Damn, I should really check it out. Do you know if is it on PPSS? They named the PSP emulator after the sound you make to attract cats. Or is it the PS3 edition emulated? It's probably the PSP one, huh? Okay, let's do the Cecile tapes. Actually, where's that guy who said, well, I know you're probably trolling, but her name sounds like Kojima's?
Never heard the name Cosima before. Then again, I don't know many people from France. Is it a common name?
No, not that common. But Wagner's second wife was named Cosima Francesca Gaetana Wagner.
Huh.
You know, Kojima is a common last name in Japan.
Kaz?
It's just funny how, I'm part Japanese and Cecile's middle name is so close to Kojima. It feels like destiny unfolding.
You think so?
Oui. That's a beautiful name you have. Cecile Cosima Caminades. Wait a second. Cecile Cosima Caminades. Cosima Caminades. Hey, that's close to...
Close to what?
Your name. It sounds almost like the sentence Kojima Caminandes in Japanese.
And what does it mean, s'il vous plaît?
Well, kami is the word for God in Japanese. Nandesu. Well, it's hard to explain, but placed after God, it would turn the sentence into is God.
Okay, so?
Kojima is God. Cecile's name is a message. I don't believe it. Kojima is God. Kojima is God.
Kaz.
Oh shit. The base defense thing? This is... Let me take a look at it. Oh, it's just another base mission in this map, though. How do they restore all these missions? I kind of want to look into it. It works. What the fuck is wrong with it? Why did they remove it? It works perfectly fine. It's just in a map that we don't have usually. Let me see. Let me take a look. Cross battle, they call it. Interesting. So you can still load it from memory? Cheat engine. PS3 memory editor. So you can load it on PS3? Huh. On Hen even. So you can do it on the Slim too. It's in the HD? No way. That's cool. So you can just replace another mission you don't care for and... Wait, so can you host it and it works? In co-op? Wait, cross battle. I don't understand. They're like ready-made. They're over there. Why aren't they fucking in the game? Holy shit, we should do that. What happens if there's 4 players? Oh, because you would need... They could have just made one of those missions with no ranking, you know? There's missions that don't have rank. Sniper mode, CQC mode. That's fucking cool. I want to do this. I want to do this now. Shit. This is fucking great. Okay, let me play these tapes while I look into this.
That was some escape you made from Strangelove's lab.
Security inside was not so tight. The door to my room was locked from the outside, of course. But she took off the blindfold at bath time, so she could wash my hair.
Huh. Pretty luxurious treatment for a prisoner.
Wasn't it? She wouldn't undo the handcuffs, but she washed my body for me instead. And with such gentle care.
Why'd you run away? Didn't she say you could go home in a month? If your escape attempt failed, you'd be in greater danger than before.
I was supposed to be giving a presentation on the distribution of Costa Rican bird species at a conference. The date was approaching quickly. So, I pretended I had to use the toilet and made my escape. I found an ID card and searched everywhere for my equipment and my tape. But a soldier saw me. It was a miracle I managed to get away. There was no time to find the tape. I do not care about the conference. I am lucky enough to still be in one piece.
You bounce back quick.
You don't?
Not sure. I try not to dwell too much on the past, but...
Then don't. There is no point. I'm so glad to be out of there. I never felt safe, you know?
Tell me about it.
Well, I think she's interested in women. And I think she took a fancy to me.
Oh, well, that's,
Besides, it is much nicer here.
Was it just the 2 women in the lab?
Go on.
Most of the time, oui.
And one of them, you only heard her voice, right?
Yes, that is correct. Such a wonderful voice. It sent chills up my spine.
What was the other woman like?
Don't even think about it. She's not the slightest interest in men.
No, it's part of my mission to...
Only teasing. Let me think. I believe she was in her 30s. Pretty, with a good sense of style, but austere in her tastes. A very unusual woman.
And she was doing research on AI?
AI? So that is what she was up to. You know, she did say something interesting. That people should not be going into space. That it is too dangerous.
An automated control system for rockets, then.
She said something about wanting to get closer to her dying wish. I think she must have been talking about an old lover.
Lover? You mean another woman?
My, aren't we curious about women and other women? You want to hear the terrible things she tried to do to me?
That's not what I meant.
It's all right. You can be honest.
Go on.
You two seem to get along awfully well together.
No, not at all.
I think you're hiding something.
Never mind. Aren't you supposed to be looking for the Quetzal? Here, I'll demonstrate its call for you.
I knew it.
Wait a second. Is this guy using cheat engine on the emulator? Is that why? Wait. I can't tell what this guy's doing on emulator on an actual PS3. What the fuck do I use to edit a memory address on PS3? Maybe he's using NetCheat, it's called. It doesn't matter. It doesn't really matter if it's emulator or not, because he's doing it through the PS3's custom or Homebrew enabled firmware anyway. So whatever you're installing on it, you can install on the PS3. Okay, I'm just looking at that tweet. Okay, apparently there's a thingy called NetCheat. I really want to do this. Holy shit, this will be a first for the channel.
Let's go over this one more time.
Look it up.
First, I need an ID card to get into the lab.
That is correct. From the outside, it looks like any other room. But on the inside, it is a state-of-the-art research facility.
And your ID card got taken away from you by some guy in an orange jacket.
Exactly. I had a Quetzal singing nearby. It has not been that long since it happened.
It could be tricky if he's out on patrol, but if he's a stationary sentry, you don't think the Quetzal's moved?
Its nest is probably nearby. I do not think it will go away anytime soon.
Good. I'll get on looking for that soldier.
If you forget what it sounds like, I will do the call for you again. Just give me a call anytime you'd like to hear it.
Yeah, I'll do that.
Oh man, it seems like a handful to do. I wonder if I can do it during the tapes on another PS3. I'll be really distracted though. I do have hands, but interesting.
Let me get this straight. You were in Costa Rica as a bird watcher?
Yes, I was. Not for pleasure, though. I am a researcher, after all. I am studying the distribution of Latin American bird species. With today's compact cassette tape recorders, even a woman like me can carry her recording equipment by herself. But it was a mistake to come alone.
Even so, there sure are a lot of wild birds in Costa Rica.
Aren't there? Over 800 different species. Said to be more than 10% of all living bird species on Earth. How many can you name, Mr. Ornithologist?
Hey, I was just trying not to scare you.
You should at least have a basic knowledge of Costa Rica. How about this? I will give you a thorough education, Mr. First-Time Ornithologist.
Okay. Start by telling me about the Quetzal.
All right. What do you want to know about Quetzals?
Give me the basics. Something that'll help me find one.
Okay, then. First of all, as I'm sure you remember, the Quetzal's wings and back are emerald green, a dazzling blend of viridian fading into blue. Its belly is brilliant red, and its tail feathers are white. Such a gorgeous bird. Also, the male has 2 long decorative feathers, but only during breeding season. Among birds, males are usually more beautiful than females.
Like a peacock's tail.
Yes, just like that. It is interesting to note that while their bodies are only 40 centimeters long, many Quetzals reach over 1 meter in length when you include their decorative plumage. Quetzals typically build their nests by making holes in dead trees with their beaks, about 3 to 4 meters above the ground. They are omnivorous and eat everything from nuts to lizards.
Where can I find one?
Their habitat stretches across the entire tropical cloud forest. You may end up having to rely on its song to find one.
Good to know.
I will do an imitation. Listen closely.
Hey, not bad.
Ah, Shall I do a chicken next? Cluck, 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 buck, buck, buck.
No thanks. That's enough.
Are you sure? How about a monkey?
Yeah, don't need that either.
Oh, all right then.
You said you could do a monkey call.
Yes. Want to hear it?
Yeah, I won't be able to get it off my mind until I do.
All right. Here it is then.
That's pretty good.
I can do others too, like a sheep, a pig.
Yeah? Wow. What about a pig? That's uncanny.
Oh, I can do a rabbit as well.
A rabbit? Rabbits make noises?
Certainly, but they are very faint, so perhaps only someone who has owned one would recognize them.
I see. So, what do they sound like?
Listen very carefully.
Okay. Seriously? Rabbits sound like that?
I assure you they do. Listen again.
Never heard a rabbit do that before.
They do. I swear.
Cecile, what's that machine you said you used to make those recordings of yours? Cassette, something or other.
A cassette recorder. Or a cassette denske, as they say in Japan.
Yeah, that. What is that thing anyway?
A portable recording device released last year by a Japanese company, Sony. It uses compact cassettes, making it far lighter than open-reel machines. It still weighs 5 kilograms, but the exercise won't kill me.
Ha!
It is user-friendly too. All the buttons have markings on them, allowing you to operate it without looking at it. Can you imagine missing the shot of a lifetime simply because you blinked?
Oh, that would be devastating. But where'd they come up with Densuke? Sounds like a Japanese name.
Allow me to field that one.
Kaz?
Densuke is a nickname that comes from the name of an old manga character.
Oh. Was he some recording nerd too?
Don't give me that. Recording atmospheric noises is an exhilarating art. There's nothing like capturing the real world in action on tape. It's just like taking pictures with a camera, only with a microphone instead of a viewfinder.
Oh, sure.
Listen to a tape with your eyes closed, and the scene just bursts to life in your mind's eye. Tell him, Cecile.
Absolutely. When I listen to the sounds of the birds in my apartment, it is like I am back in the forest where I recorded them.
See? She's a Parisienne. She knows what's chic.
If you say so.
And what do you like to record, Monsieur Miller?
Me? Steam locomotives, no question. The roar of the engine, the throaty steam whistle. More animal than machine. Don't get me started. Steam locomotives are a dying breed in Japan. I wouldn't mind going back for a bit and making some new tapes while I still can.
You are less civilized than I thought.
Less civilized?
I detest those beasts. The noise frightens off all the birds. Then there is the smoke. I much prefer the peace and quiet of the forest.
Cecile, wait. That came out wrong.
Sure it did.
Costa Rica is the home to many hummingbirds as well. The people here call them colibri.
Colibri, huh?
Hummingbirds are the world's smallest birds. Although they can vary from species to species, most are around 10 centimeters in length, and the smallest no more than 5. It is amazing to think that something so small can still be a fully developed bird.
I think a bird that tiny would get mistaken for a bug.
Actually, they are often mistaken for sphinx moths. The little darlings feed on flower nectar, and their beaks are long and thin to help them drink up the nectar. They beat their wings far faster than any other bird. The smallest ones over 70 times a second. Can you imagine?
What for?
They hover in midair while they suck their nectar. They can even fly straight backwards.
Hovering. Like a helicopter. That's why Amanda and her unit called that chopper Colibri.
I think it is an insult to the birds to give their names to weapons. Don't you?
Don't ask me. Ask the birds how they feel about it.
Have you ever heard of the mannequins?
Never.
Unbelievable! You came all the way to Costa Rica, and you've never even heard of them?
I didn't come here to look at...
Mannequins are known for their beautiful courtship dances. The orange-colored mannequin is said to live on the Pacific side, the white-bearded mannequin on the Caribbean side, and the long-tailed mannequin is in the Central Basin. The long-tailed mannequins are especially distinctive.
What's special about them?
First, each young male picks an older male to teach him how to dance. Then, teachers and pupils all get in a group and dance for the females. However, only the teachers get paired off with females. The pupils practice their technique for 7 years before striking out on their own and finding their own pupils.
I guess it takes time to get good at anything, whether it's dancing or soldiering.
Mannequins always have plenty to eat. Apparently, that is why they have so much free time to practice dancing.
Unlike us, obviously.
Another well-known bird of the cloud forest is the three-wattled bellbird.
Wattled? What the hell's a wattle?
Wrong
It is
controller.
just like your beard, Snake.
I'm fucking with another PS3 right
It is
now.
a piece of flesh that
Oops.
hangs down from its chin. Kind of like whiskers, but not made of hair.
A hanging piece of flesh.
Oui, and it only grows on males.
Nothing more important to a man than his beard. So, these birds are in the cloud forest too.
They are normally found in the lowland rainforests, but they migrate into the highland cloud forests during breeding season. What the three-wattled bellbird is best known for, though, is its loud call. It makes these metallic bong and ding sounds, hence the name bellbird. It hardly sounds like a bird at all. Even an expert bird caller like me cannot do it justice.
Oh, doesn't sound like I'll be mistaking it for a quetzal.
Do you know the national bird of Costa Rica? Honestly, and you call yourself an ornithologist? The national bird of Costa Rica is the clay-colored robin. It's a plain-looking brown bird found throughout the country.
Why'd they make it the national bird then? Are there all kinds of better-looking birds like the quetzal?
Ah, the clay-colored robin has the most exquisite song. And I think it is part of the Costa Rican national character to choose a bird everyone knows and loves over prettier ones.
Somehow these people don't strike me as being very Latin.
Speaking as an ornithologist, I am rather happy with that choice. Not all birds have to be pretty. Oh, and just so you know, the quetzal is the national bird of Guatemala.
Poison 187 with the prime sub, thank you. Sorry guys, I'm a little distracted right now because I really want to get this Zeke cross battle thing. But that means I'm in the process of fucking with another PS3 right now and see if I can't figure out how to start editing the memory addresses and shit. There's different ways of doing it, so I'm just learning here, learning these tapes. I'm feeling pretty good about it. Seems like I found the right stuff for it. Just a matter of
The scarlet
executing
macaw
it.
and the great green macaw are also representative birds of Costa Rica. Macaws are a type of parrot, enormous, stately birds.
Macaw. I think I've heard that name somewhere before.
But of course you have. You are an ornithologist, no?
Stop it!
So, tell me, where do macaws live in Costa Rica today?
Oh, come on now.
I am only teasing you. Macaws live not in the cloud forests, but in the rainforests on the Pacific side of Costa Rica. In the past, they were a common sight all across the country. But lately, the population has decreased dramatically. One possible cause is the pesticide sprayed to facilitate large-scale banana cultivation.
Evicted from their own land, huh?
Thankfully, Conservation efforts have been gaining some momentum lately.
Heaven. Did you live in Paris your whole life before coming here?
Ah, yes. It is my favorite city. Paris is the world capital of art and culture. It has the latest fashion, the best cuisine, and the most elegant, refined people.
Here we go.
The beauty of the Champs-Élysées at night is
Japanese
almost
illusion of Paris.
unearthly. The name comes from Elysium, the name of paradise in Greek mythology. Heaven, in other words.
Must be nice for some people. Not for me.
Are you saying the cultured life does not appeal to you?
I'm saying I never had a chance to lead one. Not that it appealed to me anyway.
You prefer war?
I don't like war. Life outside heaven just suits me better.
That is a hard way to live. But if you do ever come to France, I will show you around Paris. Then you will see what heaven on earth is really like.
How does Dog feel about the remaster? Well, considering that it's been 12 years since the remasters came out, I think I feel pretty good about them. Now they're missing shit. Fucking Blue Point, man.
Heaven on earth, huh? The only image I have of France is the Foreign Legion.
That is how you view France?
What do the French think of them?
It is a difficult question. We normally don't think about it so much.
Well, critics claim it forces foreigners to take on the most dangerous missions, so French citizens won't get hurt.
You are right. That probably had something to do with why it was created. But I understand that along with service comes benefits, such as French citizenship and permanent residency. Those who join are all given an equal chance, regardless of race, religion, education, social status, or national origin. So it can be a godsend for people from poor countries.
A way for the have-nots to live a decent life. I guess that's not so different from MSF. There's one other image I have of France. The national anthem.
Ah, La Marseillaise. Not everyone is a fan, of course.
The whole, to arms, citizens. May an impure blood water our furrows thing, eh?
The song was composed right after the French Revolution. Fearing what the tide of the revolution represented, the ruling classes in neighboring countries applied all kinds of pressure on the young government. La Marseillaise became the anthem of the volunteer armies that sought to protect constitutional rule against that pressure.
And they couldn't do that without armed force.
Oui, I agree, some parts are a little belligerent. But we must not forget that if it were not for them, France would not be the democracy it is today. Have you ever seen The Umbrellas of Cherbourg?
A movie? No, never seen it.
No? It came out 10 years ago. Catherine Deneuve. She's so beautiful in it. And the music, the costumes, the colors. It takes place in the naval port of Cherbourg.
That was a beachhead in Normandy.
It is set back when young men were conscripted to fight in the Algerian War.
The French government called the conflict a public order operation in northern Africa.
I was still a little girl then, but I can clearly remember one of my friend's older brothers going off to fight.
Yeah, national service is required in France.
The war splits up two young lovers. Director Jacques Demy's lyrics and Michel Legrand's music tore at my heart. I will never forget its wonderful melodies.
Are you okay?
It changes lives. Changes fates. War is not a good thing.
For some reason, it strikes a chord to hear that coming from someone like you. Speaking of the Algerian War of Independence, you ever hear of the Day of the Jackal?
Ah, you mean the novel that was made into a movie last year? The OAS, a militant French underground group, plots to assassinate de Gaulle, hiring a hitman known as the Jackal. Readers know that de Gaulle was not killed, but it is still so exciting. If someone was going to try to eliminate me, I would hope they would be as thorough as the Jackal, to know everything about me without me suspecting a thing.
Oh, yeah?
I wonder if my birds feel the same way.
I wonder.
Oh shit, we're out of tapes. I almost got the shit installed though. So are we really out of tapes? We can't be out of tapes in Peace Walker, man. That's impossible. Oh shit. There's Amanda's emo tape, and there's Chico's monster stuff. Okay. Let's see. This shit is really cool. I'm fucking with my custom firmware PS3 right now, and wow, you can like control it and just connect it to the same Wi-Fi and control system, memory, shutdown, reboot, temperature, remotely on your PC. How nice. I think that's what I'm gonna have to use to learn to edit the memory and load those missions. That's insane that those missions are still in HD edition. They just copied and pasted it in block, huh? You're actually right, viewer. As sad as it is, fuck it. Let's do. This is the thing that actually has a QTE. When Strangelove shows up, we'll have to do work. Hold on.
Snake, I need your opinion. How strong are the enemy's mercenaries?
They're well trained. They've got more than enough men. Seasoned, too. A lot of them probably saw action in Vietnam. They're a tough bunch. And armed to the teeth. I don't think I've ever seen a mercenary force field that many tanks and attack choppers.
It shows how much cash they have to throw around. And connections. How did they get access to such weapons?
How do you think? They're backed by the one and only CIA.
And here we are. Half of us farmers, and the other half students. Children, even. And weapons. We're so short on guns we have to steal them from the enemy. As much as I hate to say it, we're always going to be on the defensive.
I know.
And mi viejo. Without him,
Yeah, I know.
I don't know if we can win. Can we, Snake?
Stop feeling sorry for yourself.
But...
Amanda.
What?
Listen to me. Don't ever let your men hear you talk like that.
You're
their leader, and a leader has to stand tall, even when times get tough, when it feels like the fear and uncertainty could crush you. You're the one your comrades look to for reassurance. That's what a leader is. Don't forget it.
Snake.
If you're looking for comfort, go find a church. That's all I've got to say.
You are right. I am sorry. I need to pull myself together.
You'll be fine. I know you have it in you.
Thank you, Snake.
Why the fuck does it say my firmware is not supported when they literally just added support for it for this version? This is amazing. Never mind. I'll tinker with it some more, I guess, later. Damn. I think installing it in one is enough, viewer. Because if you have the mission unlocked on one PS3, you can host it. When you host it, then people can see it. and join it, even if they don't have it. That's gonna be interesting. Imagine all the people seeing that if they do play Peace Walker and be like, what the fuck is this mission in the mission list? I think I might have to switch firmwares though first. Even though I literally just downloaded a thing that says added firmware support for this firmware. But okay. Maybe I installed the wrong package. It's just a little bit of headaches.
Did you see a Quetzal snake?
Yep.
What do you think? Did it look like a snake?
Huh? No.
Oh, I did download
it
the wrong
didn't look
one.
like a snake.
Fuck.
Oh. Really?
Rev 11.
Must be different from the Quetzalcoatl then.
Quetzalcoatl.
A winged snake from the Mayan and Aztec legend.
A winged snake.
Weird, right? I bet it's UMA. Amanda and everybody says Quetzalcoatl is a Quetzal in the form of a god. But there's no way anybody mistake a snake for a bird. I think the legend of Quetzalcoatl came first. Somebody saw it and adopted it as their god before they saw the Quetzal. After that, somebody saw a bird that looked like the image of the god, and so they named it Quetzal.
You mean it happened the other way around?
Well, if you ask me, the Quetzalcoatl was probably a pterosaur that survived. I mean, it's got wings and it's a reptile, so it probably looks kind of like a snake, right? Pterosaurs live on in Africa even today. They're called the Congamato and the Elitziao. So it makes sense that there'd be pterosaurs on the American continent too, and that they survived until the Mayan and Aztec eras.
Lucky for us, they're not still around today.
Who says they aren't? The dinosaurs supposedly died out 65 million years ago, and the Aztec civilization only rose about 600 years ago. If they managed to survive 65 million years, surely they couldn't be wiped out in 600.
Oh boy, here we go.
Pterosaurs survive today in the African countries of Cameroon and Congo. Each tribe calls them by a different name, like Congamato or Litziao.
There sure are a lot of dinosaurs running around the Congo.
Well, a lot of the land hasn't been settled by humans yet. They've survived all this time, just undiscovered by man. But they're finding fossils in America too. This one they found 3 years ago in Texas had a wingspan of more than 12 meters. If I saw a gigantic pterosaur like that, I'd probably call it a god too. Yup, I'm sure that's what the Quetzalcoatl really is.
The new plant is a hex type. That gives it more surface area than previous types, and also makes it easier to plan expansions. We're gonna make this place huge.
Hex, huh? Like a beehive.
Nothing wrong with that. They say the honeycomb design is one of the strongest. I hear they're even thinking of using it in tank armor.
Good enough for me. I'll see about finding us some worker bees.
Appreciate it, boss.
What's wrong, Kaz? You sound beat.
Yeah, the problems never seem to end around here.
You should take a break. Share a cup of mate with the other guys. It'll give you a chance to connect with them.
I wonder if Che and his men ever sat around and drank mate.
I bet they did. Che was famous for his love of the stuff.
Oh, man, whoever thought of this was a genius. You can put it in a gourd and carry it around, and there's a special straw with a filter attached so you can drink it any time.
That's not all. It's full of essential vitamins and minerals, too. Nice to have in a guerrilla war when food is short.
Yeah. Wish I had a chance to share some with the blonde Parisienne when I was out hiking.
Well, how do you know about that?
It takes a thief. Or should I say it takes a snake to know one. Snake.
Okay. Let's see. Some of these are not worth doing, really. Oh, this must be the giant stone balls. Tape.
Are there any large-scale ruins in Costa Rica, Paz?
There is a place east of Cartago called Guajabu. They have ruins there, but they're not especially big.
Not the place I'm thinking of. Any others?
Well, if you go a little way across the border into Nicaragua, there's a place called La Fortaleza de la Inmaculada Concepción. That is the only famous one.
Then what were those ruins I saw from up on Irasu?
There are a lot of things we still do not know about Costa Rica's ancient civilizations. There are giant stone spheres throughout the country. What they were used for is still a mystery.
Holy shit. Oh, it's not yet. Okay. Oof. Okay, let me switch this back. I would imagine that portable ops will happen again eventually. But yeah, it's not part of the marathon. I got too many PS3 controllers around me right now.
There's supposed to be a Quetzal singing close to where your target is located. Keep your ears open.
Fuck! Sneaking suit to OP. We should be getting a bunch of calls about everybody wanting to read Huey's letter here. I think. Oh, maybe not. Actually, it's too late.
It is not.
Once you know which
Yeah, because I
soldier
tell you
has the
about
ID
the
card,
fucking
do a
bird.
You're doing great, Snake.
Peace.
I know it is not. I wish there was something I could do. Oops, that was a pig. That is the sound of the house wren. The Quetzal sounds like this. I know it is not.
Better get used to that call.
If you forget what a
I know it is not.
If you forget what a Quetzal sounds like, give Cecile a
That's
call
all
on the
we talk
radio.
about.
She'll
I'm
remind
afraid
you.
right now. What is going on? Fucking blade of grass. That was weird.
Snake, help us reclaim peace.
Reclaim piss.
The soldier carrying the ID card is supposed to be wearing...
Don't suppose he's here. Nope. Okay then. Could have been this guy, but we got RNG'd out of it. So now she's gonna pay for it. If we maximize the use of the CQC range, we can move him around a little bit. Oh, come on, that wasn't a wall. You got lucky there. No, Glassy, you can't. Bye-bye. You can use the cliff to throw people off of it during the vehicle fights here as well. The helicopters. Doesn't count as a kill, of course. You can get rid of people without the Fultons. Are you saying you're never gonna leave me again, Classy? Otherwise, I start talking about piss. Okay. Sounds like a deal. It's not this guy either. There's gotta be the last guy. Got worse RNG here. Guy all the way to the beginning. Peace Walker and Switch. God. I guess there might be actually people playing online then if you do that. But I'd still tell people to play on PS3. There he is.
Snake, pick it up.
I wish there was some... There he... That card will get...
We're counting on you, boss.
The call's changed now.
I know it is not easy, but I have faith in you.
Damn, Big Boss is thick in this game. So you might say that I'm piss talking. Piss talker.
That card will...
That's probably all they're gonna say now.
Our future is in your hands.
What?
Fun view, huh? It is nice to stop and enjoy the scenery every now and then.
Yeah, and throw people off the cliff.
I believe in you, Snake.
Strangelove's lab is north of there. Head north. Come on, Snake. That letter could
Ah,
contain
there you go.
information vital to our mission.
There you go. Okay, we are getting the calls about everybody wanting to read Huey's letter.
That card will get...
Come on, Snake. That letter could
Okay,
contain
hold on.
information vital. The fall from there would be certain death.
Nice,
Even
nice,
for a
nice.
Superman like you.
That card will get... Fun view, huh?
Oh, never thought she hated me that much. Oh.
That card will
It's just a
get you
pain in
into
the
the
ass to get the calls because they're all random.
Come on, Snake. That letter could
Why we
contain
only get
information
Millers?
vital to our mission. Come on, Snake. That... Oh. The fall from there would...
There's
counting on
definitely
you, boss.
more
Come on,
calls
Snake.
about everybody.
Come on, Snake.
I know it is not... You got a good ear being able to pick out a guest call like that. It's something like this, right?
Chico does it too.
Fun view, huh? I got you into the lab. Yay! Look at that. Mother Nature's paintbrush at work. You're doing great, Snake.
Peace.
Come on, Snake. The fall from there
Why am
would...
I only
Come on,
getting
Snake.
Miller's
That
call
letter-
about it?
The fall from there would be...
I know it is not...
Time's running short. You need to get back to the ruins and... Come on, Snake. That letter could contain...
Good thing you found the ID card. Maybe Quetzalcoatl had something to do with it.
Hey, you mind if I have a look at that ID card later? For research purposes, of course.
Strangelove's lab... Oh. Head for the ruins. Strangelove's lab... Come on, Snake.
Hey,
I got you into the...
Time's running short.
For some strange reason, we're only getting Miller's call.
You got a good ear. I know it is not... That card will get...
Come on, Snake. Strangelove's lab is... Our future is in your... Come on, Snake. Come on, Snake. Strangelove's lab is... Come on, Snake. Head for the ruins.
Fuck.
Strangelove's lab is north... Strangelove's lab is north of... Come on,
Okay,
Snake.
then.
Come on, Snake.
That sucks.
Help us...
on you, boss. Oh, come on, Snake.
I wish there was something.
Somebody there? No.
You blind fucker.
Our future is in Strangelove's lab. Oh.
You're doing great, Snake.
Come on, Snake.
Good thing you found the item.
Come on, Snake. Come on, Snake.
That's kind of annoying that we're only getting
If I have a
Millers.
look at that eye.
Good thing you found the item.
You got it good.
Oh, well.
Being able to pick out a queso car like that. Something like this, right?
So I figure out how to connect the PS3 and the PC. Now I need to figure out how to actually do the memory editing. Hopefully I don't fucking brick the PS3. Shit. I'll have to do some more research. If you guys see the capture card signal come and go, it's just me switching inputs because I'm fucking with my PS3 and my other PS3 and my PC also. Yeah, it doesn't do shit when you pay $3, by the way.
Excellent. It's open.
I guess I should actually have Peace Walker running on the other PS3 to look at the memory in real time. Okay.
It can't be.
Looks like death wasn't ready for you yet.
Boss.
And who might you be?
You. Dr. Strangelove, I presume.
I've been waiting, Snake. Yes, waiting without joy or pleasure. Waiting for the one I despise.
Don't move!
Don't move? You men and your guns. You all say the same thing. I suppose you're here to destroy my research. Yes, I know. Just as I know what you did 10 years ago. Go on. Kill me like you killed her. Kill me like you killed the boss. Kill me!
Oh my god, you can send custom notifications to the PS3.
Or should I say Big Boss? That filthy title given you as reward for murder. Do you still wear it with pride? You chose a shadowy country
No
over
way.
the mentor who made you what you are. You brought despair to good soldiers everywhere. You used the pretext of a mission to kill a true hero. Is that what you call loyalty? Answer me!
The boss.
Well, what do you have to say for yourself?
She betrayed America. She stole
That's
the
too
Davy
good.
Crockett and then defected to the other side. She used an American nuclear weapon to attack Soviet territory. The only way for Washington to prove its innocence to Moscow
He added
was
the
to
icon,
eliminate the traitor
so it's like
themselves.
trophy. You become an
Boss's
asshole.
death was the only thing that could have prevented all-out nuclear war.
Is that what you call the truth?
It's the truth as it was told to me.
So the truth is that you sullied the reputation of your mentor, the woman you loved most in this world, before you buried her.
It was my mission.
Huh. So that's the conclusion you came to in order to live with yourself.
What's the boss to you?
I'm the one she abandoned when she left this world. I won't rest until I get answers from the woman I loved. You and I are the same. We are the walking dead. Would you like to meet her?
The boss is gone.
Not so fast. You'd like to meet her, wouldn't you? I can arrange it. You took her life. I gave it back.
You what?
Care for a sniff? It's only snuff. You're a cigar man, aren't you? Well, there's no smoking in there, so if you want to meet her, you'd best partake now. Follow me. This is my baby, my Morpho butterfly. It's neither pupa nor cocoon, but an imago. A complete individual in the fullest sense of the word.
Is someone there?
We have a visitor. I'll introduce him.
I'm playing 2 Peace Walkers at once.
Don't try anything foolish. As long as we're in here, I can reduce you to carbon at the press of a button.
Who are you? A man. A warfighter.
I could co-op with myself, but that's kind of sad.
Is that you?
I call it the mammal pod.
Mammal pod?
For my participation on the project, I demanded access to all information on the boss. Everything the CIA had. Her personal history, military records, physiological data, correspondence, the files for every operation she took part in, every decision she ever made at every possible turn, what she took and what was taken from her, her pain and her pleasure, her joy and sorrow, her life and death, and yes, even you.
Why would you do that?
Coldman sought an MAD-based AI that would deliver an effective retaliatory strike against the most appropriate target in response to a nuclear attack from a hypothetical adversary. An unmanned device to act as a deterrent capable of making the decisions and taking the actions that human beings cannot.
I do wonder what you could do if you could perfectly
I therefore
coordinate with
concluded
yourself and co-op.
you required a cool,
actually.
calculating machine, programmed to inflict swift, sure,
If only
and
Glassy
utter
played with me.
annihilation upon the enemy. No retaliation, but he took it upon himself.
So here's a fun
to come
fact.
up with a different answer.
We're talking to
He
Vanessa
said he
Marshall,
needed the thought patterns of the very
Strange
finest
Love's
fraction
voice
of
actress, not too long
One
ago.
thought on a global
She was like,
scale, took both
"Ah, yeah, I
past,
remember saying that. I don't know what the fuck I was talking about."
and reached the best decision, no matter how painful.
I remember talking about that. I don't know what the fuck I was going on about.
It was
They
the
wanted me to
logical
say
thing
that.
to do. I knew of only one person who could be entrusted with the fate of the entire human race.
What's your real goal here?
To clear her name. Why was a legendary hero forced to betray her country? Why was she targeted for assassination?
If only you were in the wrong part of the
her most
world.
beloved disciple. I have no use for fabrications. I want the truth. The boss's last will. You must be dying to know yourself.
No. She abandoned her
Okay
country.
then, give me a time and we'll do it.
Really? You think you understand her feelings?
You're trying to recreate the boss's last will. Is that it?
Why don't you ask her yourself, Jack?
Jack? What? Jack? Boss. Jack! Boss.
Jack! Go home. I'm not your boss anymore.
Boss.
Go home!
No,
Ah shit, actually I do
Complete
stuff
your
in
mission,
this.
Snake. Extinguish that noble soul once again, if you can.
Go home. I'm not your boss anymore. Go home. Why did you come back?
I'm doing a QTE of the first mission on the other console. We're doing this. Glassy, just give me a time and date and time and we'll do it.
I'm not your boss anymore. Go home.
I really gotta pay attention to this one. Big QTE here.
I'm not your boss anymore. Go home.
response. Oh God. Discontinue.
It's not for me, viewer. It's for Classy, who can't seem to be around. So we got to book her in advance.
I taught you all I could. The rest you needed to learn on your own.
Techniques, sure. But what about how to think like a soldier?
Yeah, that's more accurate.
There's a saying in the Orient, loyalty to the end. Do you know what it means?
Being patriotic.
It means devoting yourself to your country. As long as we have loyalty to the end, there's no point in believing in anything, even in those we love.
That's the way a soldier's supposed to think.
The only thing we can believe in with absolute certainty is the mission, Jack. I'm defecting to the Soviet Union. Jack, you can't come with us.
Damn. Let's see.
Snake.
Shit, I meant to skip that.
Snake, that's the chrysalis weapon Huey was referring to. You know what to do.
Do I?
Survival.
Apparently, each part of an AI weapon is connected to a memory board inside the AI pod. Destroying a part will release the lock on the memory board. After that, climb in the pod and you'll be able to grab whichever boards you've unlocked. Only thing is, any parts you destroy can't be collected and reused, so you'll have to decide which is more important.
I do not know if I recall such large ruins being there.
Well, didn't you say there's a lot we don't know about Costa Rica's ancient civilizations? You talked about some giant stone balls, too. What are those?
Oh, the stone spheres of Costa Rica? They are an assortment of giant spheres carved from stone that were discovered in the jungles of Costa Rica about 50 years ago.
What's so special about that?
What if I told you some of them are nearly perfect spheres, and that they were carved out of granite, which is quite a hard substance?
Could be good for laying a trap. And if they're spherical, they roll easily, too.
Snake!
Kind of makes me think like almost you could do something in gameplay to push the spheres to, I don't know, ambush enemies maybe, but I don't think there's anything like that. Let's see. Hold on, guys. I got a caution on my other game. I'm so fucking distracted right now. Okay.
El Colibri may be powerful, but he can be defeated. Looks like you have a lot of places to hide there. Remember your fight with the other chopper. Guerrilla tactics will be key.
Only this one's got a few more aces up its sleeve.
Yes, it might try to crush you by taking out the pillars. Also, watch out for the smaller craft that abducted Chico. The Chico Libri.
Chico Libri?
It means son of Colibri. If it gets you, you'll just have to wriggle your way out. You might get away if you're lucky.
I'd rather not have to take that chance.
Indeed. That would be best.
Being an unmanned vehicle, the Chrysalis can perform extreme G-force maneuvers that standard aircraft can't. It'll be difficult to counterattack once it's coming at you. I should mention that it's also equipped with a railgun.
A what?
A weapon that fires rounds using electromagnetic force in lieu of gunpowder.
Wait, an electric weapon?
Not exactly. The rounds themselves are conventional shells. It creates force by running an electric current through a magnetic field. Fleming's left-hand rule. Didn't they teach you that at school?
Not at mine.
Oh. Anyway, as the railgun uses electromagnetic force, it needs to charge before firing. Once you see it starting to charge, take immediate evasive action. Also, as with the pupa, destroying the AI will put the unit out of commission. Do enough damage and it'll have to land. Use that opportunity to get in the AI pod. Wait too long and it'll start to repair itself. Be sure to shoot the hatch the moment it lands.
I think I can handle that.
claimed many of my compas. Pay it back for me, Snake. Use the terrain to your advantage. Get him for me. That thing claimed many of my compas. Pay it back for me, Snake.
Getting the AI pod. Pull out all the unlocked memory boards. Pull out the memory boards. All the unlocked boards will have icons over them.
Steal all the car radios.
Any boards you remove can be used to build our own AI weapon. Memory boards have different functions according to the icons displayed over them. Go ahead and take whichever ones you want. If you attack parts on the exterior of the machine, the memory boards that control those parts should light up. You can tell what a memory board does by looking at its color when it lights up.
Well, you don't even have to pull any out. You're just collecting whichever ones you unlock for your own AI pod. But technically, you don't have to get any of them. But if you want to build up Zeke's AI, you'll want to get all of them eventually.
Snake,
She played me like a piano.
forget about it. You'll get him back. That is, as long as you've got the will to do it.
I am not giving up.
All right then. I confirmed the location with Huey. The final testing base for Peace Walker is 15 miles to the north of that lab. It's an underground facility disguised as a rock quarry. All you need to do is sneak in and destroy the AI for good this time.
Right.
Snake, you can destroy it, right?
Yeah.
We all have our limits. Actions beyond our abilities.
Don't worry. I won't screw it up this time.
You're the one who killed the boss. Destroying that AI means reliving that memory.
It's just a machine.
Snake, I'm worried.
Worried?
For the same reason the CIA entrusted the nuclear launch to an AI. A man can condemn a handful of criminals to the death penalty if they're prepared to assume that responsibility. But who among us could do the same to hundreds of millions of innocent civilians? Who could reduce thousands of years of human history to ash in an instant? Could any flesh and blood human being make that decision? No way in hell. No one man could bear the burden of total genocide. It's what's allowed our cowardly species to survive all this time. But for a machine, willpower is no issue.
What are you saying, Kaz?
You're a hero, Snake, but you're not a machine.
That I can't destroy that thing?
That machine's not the problem. It's that the boss still lives inside of you.
Bullshit!
She's dead, Snake. It's time to come to terms with that. Let me put it another way. You've left everything behind. Your country, your identity, your past and ideals. But there's still one thing you haven't let go of.
What are you talking about?
The boss. You still haven't let her go. That's why you're so afraid to find out the truth about her. And that's what's holding you back from your future. Snake, she died a decade ago. How long can you live with a ghost?
Kaz, I thought I knew everything about her, but I still don't understand what happened to her at the end.
There, you're no different from that scientist woman.
When she didn't believe me, I realized something. That debriefing I heard could have been part of the cover story they made up. Now, even I'm not sure what her real intentions were. Why did she take that mission? How did she feel about dying? Why was I chosen?
You want to know the truth?
Ah!
The truth won't change the past. You still want to know?
No. I took on this mission for a kid who believes in peace.
Fine then. There's no point in arguing. Peace Walker is on the verge of completion. Come on, boss. Let's get to that base.
Oh, nice. We got the radome and the railgun. We need those to complete Zeke. Well, we only really need the railgun, but without radome, it's fucking ugly. So that's cool.
Snake, the Peace Walker platform and AI have been shipped to the final testing base. Once assembled, it's only a matter of time before they launch the nukes. Hurry!
So tell me, what do they mine around here?
Gold, if I am not mistaken.
Gold? No kidding. I wonder what would be the fastest way to...
I do not know how much success they have had. You do not hear of anyone still operating mines around here.
Oh.
Generally speaking, people here are not too thrilled with outside capital coming in and taking away the country's natural resources. 4 years ago, a group of protesters hurled stones at the Parliament building when people found out the country had been bestowing mining rights to foreign companies.
I remember those barracks. They're full of crisscrossing pathways, so visibility is terrible.
Perfect for sneaking.
That may be true, but it will also be easy to lose your fix on where you are. You could end up bumping into enemies when rounding corners, too.
I'll be careful.
You'll get a better view on the roof, but naturally you will be more easily spotted, and there are few places to hide. If you are going up there, get a quick lay of the land and then come back down. The soldiers there do not have access to many long-range weapons, most likely because of the terrain. A sniper rifle could be really advantageous there.
I'll keep that in mind.
Good luck, Snake.
Oh shit, is all
A
the
base
monsters.
disguised as a mine? We never made it that far. I don't know what kind of place it is, but you better be careful, just in case.
I plan to.
I've heard that the American army keeps dead alien bodies and UFOs in secret bases.
UFOs.
There are billions of stars in space. You've got to think that at least a few have civilizations more advanced than ours. I'll bet they visit Earth in UFOs. In 1947, the army actually announced that they had caught a flying disc-shaped object near Roswell, New Mexico. Maybe you don't know about it, but those army guys, they all know.
Oh, you don't say.
Anyway, there's no telling what kind of mystery weapons they might have stashed up there. Watch your back. UFO. Apparently, UFOs are connected to cattle mutilations.
Cattle mutations?
No. Not mutations, mutilations. It's a word I'd never heard before. People have been reporting their livestock dying in mysterious ways near the same places where UFOs have been sighted. They say the bodies are drained of blood and the eyeballs and sexual organs are gouged out.
Well, when you leave a corpse cut open in a field somewhere, the ground soaks up the blood.
Yeah, but supposedly these cows weren't cut up by any man-made means.
Maybe maggots got to them.
In some cases, they detected radiation.
Radiation?
Even in our own town, we had goats that died in strange ways. Some said they saw a monster. A lizard on 2 legs covered in spines from its head all the way down his back. I wonder if that's what the aliens look like. Or if it was some pet they brought with them.
Either way, doesn't sound like a very advanced civilization to me.
Well, if you see one, tell it I said hi.
Sure, if it speaks human.
UFOs kidnap people, too. You know, alien abductions. You've heard of the Hill abduction, right? That couple back in the 60s? So when I first saw the Colibri, I thought it was a UFO.
The Fulton recovery.
I know those guys are working with the aliens, even if they wouldn't let me see them.
Well, you better not get caught again, or they'll be experimenting on you.
I'd take that over torture. What do you think they look like? Completely bald, maybe, with gray skin and big black eyes? Or maybe they're 4 vara tall and wear skirts?
I kind of doubt it. I'll give you one thing, though. I've never seen anything move like that. Maybe the CIA really did make contact.
You see? It's true! You want to know something? I once met an alien cat.
An alien cat?
Yep. It was dark out, so I couldn't see too well. But it was a cat with a huge long tail. Its eyes shined in the dark, too.
Most cats' eyes do.
At first, I thought it was a regular cat. But then, he started talking to me. Inside my head.
Inside your head?
He said his name was Altargoso Elbaki Munyudad. He'd come to Earth from the Andromeda Galaxy to check out Earth's nuclear weapons.
The Andromeda Galaxy? Mankind's barely made it to the moon. We couldn't possibly launch nukes that far.
Elbaki said he was watching over us to make sure we don't destroy ourselves with nukes until the day we humans are ready to join the Space Federation.
It's a shame. This is supposed to be the era of détente, and still we've got people pulling stunts like bringing nukes into peaceful countries. If something ever went wrong and set off a chain reaction of retaliation.
I know. This planet could destroy itself at any time.
Damn, I think it is not feasible multitasking and in the middle of a marathon. I thought it would be. Well.
Stealth.
I really do want to get it done, though. We have Thompson. Nope. Oh well. Holy shit, 3 chapters? A whole 3 chapters?
How's the horse doing?
Not too bad. You'd never know he was over 20 years old.
He was hers, after all.
Seems like some part of her became a part of him.
The platform and the cerebral AI are supposed to be assembled at an underground base disguised as a mine. If my guess is right, both of them have already arrived and are being readied for final testing. Destroying the platform will be difficult. I suggest getting up close and destroying the AI instead. Whatever you do, I'm begging you, don't let my Peace Walker launch a nuke. Hurry, Snake!
Capture card. Derp. Switching inputs. It's okay. Hello. No. There we go.
Wait. Somebody there?
Shit, man. I should have a suppressor by now, but whatever.
Freeze. Freeze.
Trying to get him an asshole. There it is. Asshole shot. Oh, I wonder if I can carry 2 boxes.
What is that thing called when you do that flip? Rolling? If you do that, I think you can jump over to the roof. You do not need a ladder. You could just do a roll to get to the roof.
I guess the only way to get around on that roof is by rolling.
And what is that thing called when you do that flip?
Snake, head for the... Go west, Snake.
That roar was amazing. It was like something out of the circus. I would not mind seeing that again.
You're headed for a base.
Looks like the base.
That roar was amazing. That roar was amazing. That roar was...
There's some straw below you. You can dive into it with the action button. Back in the time of the Crusades, members of the Order of Assassins used what is called the Assassin's Straw Box to hide and get close to their enemies.
Oh, so you can't have
You can
2
fit up to
boxes.
2 people inside an Assassin's Straw Box.
Nice.
Drag him inside the box.
That's the thing. Hold on a second, guys. I'll admit I'm still trying to think with this shit. So... It's a fucking disaster. Fuck. Okay, I should do it during downtime, I guess. Okay.
Damn it! You've been spotted by the guards. Take them out before they take you out.
Survival.
Maybe some more healing stuff. Alright, we're gonna have one more final, hopefully, Elgato Derp. And switching shit around. Snipe people with the pistol.
There's no turning back now, Snake. Wipe out the enemy. Move on. Snipers will get a bead on you from a distance. Just because you can't see them doesn't mean they're not there.
Well, where are you going?
To neutralize an enemy, put him to sleep, knock him out, or leave him in a near-death state. Whatever floats your boat. Our future... To neutralize an enemy.
Wide open areas are a sniper's playground. Be ready.
That's why I brought 2 handguns. Oh shit, that stun grenade got me good. Fuck this thing. You asshole.
They've got rocket launchers.
It's okay, we got 45. This one doesn't actually shoot exactly in the middle. It's okay, I got a tranquilizer. Oh shit. Fuller aim. Come on. Ooh, but can you get more than 20 FPS on the phone emulator? I know you can do it on if you use the PSP emulator on PC. But I wonder if you can also do it on the phone. But yeah, have fun with touch controls, I guess. Or oh yeah, okay, use. I guess that's only maybe Android. I don't know. Oh, look at these guys. 300 IQ. Yes, this is Snake Eater. That's why it says Peace Walker. I'd be more interested about unlocking that 20 FPS of the fucking PSP version. Suit up. I'll just throw empty magazines at them.
They've okayed the request for support. They're sending out a cardboard box as we speak.
They didn't say that, dude, unfortunately. It's Huey's weapon, the Cocoon.
Snake, that's Huey's unmanned weapon, the Cocoon. Put it out of commission.
Let's see.
That is El Escarabajo, the beetle. Even we don't know the Escarabajo's weaknesses.
That's not what I wanted to hear.
You could try asking that scientist, Huey, right? This is just common sense, but once it fires a missile, it must take time to reload. And moving a machine of that size must require the release of considerable amounts of heat. Another option would be to take out its weapons. Sorry I wasn't much help.
No, you've given me some ideas.
During development, I had trouble figuring out how to handle the cocoon's excess heat. I'm embarrassed to admit it, but the radiators are most likely its weakest points. They're not heavily armored, as heat wasn't dissipating properly.
Where are they?
There are multiple radiators on the upper and lower sections. Just look for the exhaust fumes. The only thing is, the upper radiators typically aren't exposed. You should probably shoot for the lower ones first. You could move under its body to access the lower ones, but the cocoon is capable of vertical movement, so be careful not to get crushed. Watch out for missiles and hedgehogs, too.
Hedgehogs? Anti-submarine multiple spigot mortars?
I adapted the technology for use as a surface weapon. Both the missiles and hedgehogs take time to load, though. It can't fire a hedgehog until the lamp comes on. As for the missiles, watch for the way the hatches move.
That'll be my chance to get close.
When the hatches open, out come the missiles.
Let's see. I think we're gonna do one more. Oh, hold on. Ah, shit. Yeah, fuck it. We're doing one more Elgato bullshit thing. There you go. This should be the last one. For real. Last one. In terms of at least switching inputs. Alright. Pinky promise. Are you serious, dude? Poor bastard. No wonder they probably fucking hate it. Metal Gear shit. Damn. There we go.
The action button. You don't want to get crushed. Bravo! Great job!
This is probably not the greatest design weapon, but oh, that's nothing. It gets way crazier than that with the others, especially Peace Walker. A little bit Zeke as well. Oh shit, oh shit, oh shit, oh shit. Oh shit. Don't bonk this way, please. Bonk.
The shock dislodged the ladder on the side of the treads. You can use that to get on top. Get out of there. Run. Tiny won't do anything against a gun like that.
Ah, shit. I wonder if there's a safe spot now that I can't move anymore. Huh. Sounds like you didn't play enough to get to the good stuff, which is understandable. A lot of people
Your request for a cardboard box.
and I do that with this game. Oh fuck. Oh, there it is. I better have enough ammo before I go up there, or the health will go enough.
Use the ladder.
It is definitely the silliest fucking AI weapon. Bombing itself.
See the ladder on the turret?
Fuck. Every time though. These rations suck. Thank fuck I have RPG ammo too. So once we're up here, we can't get ammo anymore. I have to climb all the way down.
Protect the AI pod to destroy its hatch. It's the cylindrical structure. Hurry up and get in the AI pod.
Finally.
unlocked memory boards. Pull out the memory boards. All the unlocked boards will have icons over them. Any boards you remove can be used to build our own AI weapon. Memory boards have different functions according to the icons displayed over them. Go ahead and take whichever ones you want. If you attack parts on the exterior of the machine, the memory boards that control those parts should light up. You can tell what a memory board does by looking at its color when it lights up.
Oh my god, we got the armor. Really? That's pretty rare. Okay. Yep. That's kind of crazy, actually.
Snake, Peace Walker is in a hangar at the very bottom of the mine. Infiltrate the base and put a stop to the project by destroying Peace Walker's AI pod.
Did Three Dog do Kazuhira Blues during this? Or are you talking about the shower fight? Shit, man. I really should have been developing the suppressor, but okay, we'll manage. Dog didn't do that. The Kazuhira Blues one at least for this. Sorry guys, I'm a little distracted and I'm also low on energy.
The enemy's still on high alert.
Usually Dog does it.
Don't get yourself caught.
I forgot to throw a stun grenade or a smoke grenade. No, don't mind me.
That elevator should take you underground. To use the elevator, press the action button in front of the switch.
I would imagine that Dog's first Metal Gear game was MGS1. I think his dad was cool and played MGS1 with him. My dad just broke the disc case instead. Oh well.
Who's that? What was that?
Ooh.
Enemies close by.
Fuck. I almost had him. Oh, the alert ended? Really? Okay. If only I had the suppressor for the 1911. I can probably develop it, I've just been ignoring it. Freeze! Oh, you asshole.
Who's that?
Oof. Oof. Okay, that works actually.
Maybe a little elbow grease will get those shutters open. Try tapping the action button as fast as you can. Nice, Snake. From here, it's a straight shot to Peace Walker's
Oh man, it's the QTE from hell.
Initiate.
What's the situation?
We're waiting on acknowledgement from Reptile. It could be a while.
Don't take all night.
Ah, Coltman. I'd like to perform one final check. Everyone, take a break. I've got some concerns about the dummy.
Now's your chance, Snake.
Jack, you've returned. What's wrong? Your body temperature has fallen.
You're imagining things.
Have you come to destroy me? Your pulse has quickened slightly.
Just chilly. It's freezing in here.
I see.
Boss.
What is it, Jack?
Boss. Is that you?
What is it, Jack?
Do you have regrets?
Regrets?
About your final mission?
My final mission?
The one in Groznygrad.
I've never been on a mission there.
September 1964. You betrayed the United States, and then I killed you.
I have no record of such a debriefing.
Listen to me. I have to know. Did you defect to the Soviet Union of your own free will?
There is no mission record matching that description.
Ah. Jack. You're not the boss. The boss is dead.
Don't do it, Jack.
Drop your weapon, big boss.
Mammal showed the same response back at the lab. It's a sure sign that you are nearby.
It's an honor to meet you again, big boss.
I've seen that coyote before.
Lobo is the name.
Lobo? Smells like a rotting corpse to me.
I know all about you. Selenoyarsk, 10 years ago.
You were involved.
The operation to eliminate the traitor. I planned the whole thing.
Shouldn't a suit like you be back at Langley? What the hell are you doing here?
It's what the CIA does best. Ensure people in the know keep their mouths shut, or else pack them off someplace where there's no one to listen.
I get it. Trying to claw your way back into their good graces.
It's not quite that simple. My aim is a new world order. Détente, the NPT. SALT, TTBT. Ever since the Cuban Missile Crisis, the structure of the Cold War has been coming apart at the seams. A new age is dawning. An age in which Peace Walker, an infallible nuclear deterrent system with the patience and cold logic of a machine, will play a vital role.
That's your plan? Assigning humanity's sins to a bunch of machines?
Quite the romantic. Remember the Cuban Missile Crisis, when the commander of a Russian sub refused an order to launch a nuclear-armed torpedo at an American destroyer? In retrospect, that man was a hero. He saved the world from all-out nuclear war. Humans are incapable of destroying themselves.
But an AI wouldn't hesitate to push the button.
Precisely. Making it the one real deterrent.
People hesitate, lose their nerve. Isn't that why deterrence theory works in the first place?
No. Machines don't make mistakes. Only men do. That's why a fully automated, mechanized deterrent like Peace Walker is needed. Once our system is embraced, Langley will again turn its attention to Latin America as the cockpit of the new Cold War. Honduras, Nicaragua, Costa Rica, Panama. Peace Walker will be deployed along Central America's entire Caribbean coast. All of North America, South America, and the West Indies will be within its range. We'll bring law and order to the entire continent.
And you'll still be calling the shots.
You still don't get it. The age of heroes is over, buried alongside the boss and her bankrupt beliefs. From now on, our only heroes will be machines. Surely no one understands that better than you. Except perhaps your partner. A deterrent for hire. An army without borders. You've invented a new system too, and an admirable one at that.
That's supposed to be an offer.
I'm not offering anything. If I'm to sell my new system, you and yours have got to go.
Wait! Coldman, I have questions for him. Information critical to the completion of the mammal pod. Give him to me.
Don't waste too much time. We've just received word that the SALT II talks are on schedule. We will launch on time.
Snake, you are going to help me resurrect her.
Shut up! The boss is dead.
Bring him.
Here it comes. I'm a little slow today. Longest QT in the game, I think. Technically, it's optional. You can fail it. Booba grab. Yeah, I would imagine it's because it's optional. You just make your life easier if you get to the end of it, I guess.
Take him away.
Okay. Next tape is kind of interesting. I think, is it the only tape? Well, no, there's Zero and Kaz too, but one of the few tapes where, you know, there's no Snake. There's a tape between Kaz and Amanda. Then, of course, there's a one between Kaz and Zero at the very end. I'm trying to think, is there any other tapes without Snake?
Any word from Snake?
I can't get through. Strangelove must still have him.
No.
We just have to trust the boss and wait.
For how long?
Amanda, you're cute when you're angry. But please calm down. He's prepared for situations like this.
With what? They'll find whatever he has on him.
No, they won't. Because this is something a lot more personal than equipment. And Snake never would have gotten rid of it.
What could it be? Oh yeah, Kaz is always trying to fuck every woman on Mother Base. No surprise there.
I didn't defect.
Except Paz, I guess. But
I'm loyal.
only because he knows she's with Cypher.
What about you, Jack? What's it going to be? Loyalty to your country or loyalty to me? Your country or your old mentor? Your mission or your beliefs? Your duty to your unit or your personal feelings? The only thing we
Holy
can
shit, I
believe
made
with
it.
absolute certainty is the mission, Jack.
I did it. I did it. The memory address
Rise and
bullshit
shine.
on the other PS3.
Coldman's greed does not concern me. I'm only interested in one thing. The truth. I'm a scientist, an AI developer.
We might be able to
Not
do the
an
Zeke
AI
thing.
myself. I'm a scientist, and as a scientist, I find this distasteful. You
Oof.
understand? I am a scientist, and I expect answers.
Either that or I break my console.
Now, what do you know? Your boss defected from the US, taking a Davy Crockett with her, and used it to launch a nuclear strike on Soviet territory. That much I know from the CIA's official debriefing. Did she defect or not? Answer me! Did she or did she not die for her country?
She sold us out. My orders were to take care of her.
Liar! I want to know the truth! Brace yourself.
Shit. I'm a little dizzy right now. Motorboat.
You hate me? Fine. Turn it up. It doesn't change the fact that I killed her.
I know that. But what I don't know is your motive. Why would a hero, loyal to the end, betray her country? What really happened? What did you see?
She betrayed more than just her country. She betrayed me, too.
Then how do you explain that bandana? Why keep a memento of a traitor?
What are you talking about?
And what about that scar? Don't tell me you have the same scars by sheer coincidence.
Don't touch me!
Decorating your body with her memory. Rather effeminate, if you ask me. Answer me! Admit it! She sacrificed her life for America, didn't she? Sacrificed all for a country that cared nothing for her soul or for her dignity. And you... Yes, I do hate you. But even you must understand how I feel. I have a right to know what she died for. Why won't you tell me? You're no longer one of Washington's lapdogs. You have no moral obligation to your country. Answer me! Would you see your beloved boss brought back to life? Then say it. Say she died for America. That she remained true to the end. Gave her life for the country that betrayed her time and again.
No. That woman was a traitor.
Why? For what purpose?
She went to her grave, cursing her country.
Why? Who is it? What are you protecting?
I'm not helping you finish that thing. Face it, the boss is dead. Whatever's inside that machine, it isn't her.
I'm raising the voltage. The next one might kill you!
Yeah, a lot of people say that this torture is hard. I don't know. It's not that hard. Maybe the PS2 one was. They kind of did the same with MGS2, in which the HD version is much easier. The torture is much easier, at least. But I thought it was Blue Point.
Why not just
And
give
Blue
up?
Point didn't do Peace Walker, so I don't know. Maybe. Okay.
Passed out.
Okay. That makes sense.
Get in there!
Okay, now in order to get the other dialogue, we are going to do nothing.
Any ideas?
You gotta wait in here, and there's 2 more sessions of torture that just have a little bit extra dialogue between Snake and Strangelove. So we'll just get tortured some more. Meanwhile, I'm gonna try and figure shit out. No fork. We do have the ID card because of the torture, but I mean the QTE that I did, but
Checks out okay.
if you didn't have that, then we would have this Jigsaw and Snake's scar.
Couldn't you unlock that door somehow? Couldn't you unlock that door somehow? Couldn't you unlock that? Couldn't you unlock that? Couldn't you unlock that door somehow?
But if you absolutely could not figure out how to escape, then you get the extra stuff. It's funny, they use some of those lines for the trailer too, and they're kind of hard to get in the game.
Couldn't you unlock that? Couldn't you unlock that? Couldn't you unlock that door somehow?
Here we go.
Come on!
Ready to talk now?
I've got nothing to say to you.
I think you do. Very well then.
Oh shit. Charging the batteries.
Kill me. I don't care. I killed her.
No, that is not what I want to know.
Do it. Kill me. Kill me now. Kill me.
Stop it!
Kill me.
Shut up!
Kill me.
Shut up!
Clearly, he's laughing. Damn, this is pretty long.
You
in there!
Okay, now we just wait for the next one.
Any ideas?
Strangelove's kind of not all there in the head. She was gonna kill herself after she finished the AI, so she doesn't give a fuck about anything right now. That's why. Strangelove.
Checks out
Well,
okay.
she worked at NASA and then she got hired by the CIA for this. So she's always been in that field, AI, science, whatever. She talks a little bit about her background. Yeah, I think she went from NASA to the CIA. Or she's a florist, sure, why not? Secret science stuff.
Come on!
Let's have it. The truth.
I've said all I'm gonna say.
Is that so?
Up the voltage. Kill me. Kill me.
I don't hate you anymore.
Do it. Kill me. I killed her.
Please, stop! Stop it!
I killed her. My beloved. With my own hands.
Stop it! That's not what happened. You're lying!
I'm just charging my batteries here.
Okay. All right. The truth. She betrayed her country.
Liar! She's not a traitor! I don't understand it. Take him away.
in there!
Okay, now we can escape.
Don't be getting any ideas.
Let's see. Let's wait for this guy to turn around and walk away a little bit so he doesn't hear the door open. I doubt it's worse than the PS2 European Extreme Torture on PSP even, but don't mind me.
The enemy's here!
Nope. I'm just gonna get this grill here real quick.
Use the jigsaw by alternating between the L1 and R1 buttons. Just make sure to keep it down.
Oh shit, somebody's coming. Running. Oh fuck. Oh fuck. And then abort. Abort. How to abort? Abort too late. Fuck. He's fucking standing there like an idiot. I should have just used the panel to open the door. Alright, never mind. Oh fuck, there's more people coming. What the fuck? I just want the grill, man. Here we go. Take these fools too.
Alright. Fulton recovery subject confirmed onboard helicopter. Fulton recovery helicopter.
That was funny.
Snake.
Yeah.
It's good to hear your voice again.
Kaz, how about something a little sharper next time?
You got it. How about a diamond-bladed jigsaw? And, when's the next time?
I guess you don't get that dialogue if you don't try using it, huh?
Sorry. Hey, you okay?
Yeah. My lungs taste like charcoal.
No smoking for you for a while, huh?
I'll be fine. The pain in my chest is gone.
So that was just a copy of the boss's wound.
That's right. The scar's gone now.
Nice work.
What's the situation with you? Everyone okay?
Yeah, but there's a slight problem. I can't get a hold of Paz.
Paz? I thought the professor was looking after her.
So did I. Here's the deal. I started thinking, and I sent someone over to the school the professor mentioned.
And the school doesn't exist.
No, it exists, but Paz has been a no-show. The person at the school said neither the professor nor Paz had been seen there in quite some time.
Coleman knew about us. We've been marked by the CIA. The KGB and Paz brought us into all this. Coleman must know about them too.
You think Coleman's got them?
No. Remember, Galvez isn't some pencil pusher.
Yeah. The KGB will have eyes on Coleman night and day too. Which could mean they knew what the CIA would try to do and are just staying out of sight.
Let's hope so. See what you can get out of the KGB, Kaz.
All right, back to work.
I better get moving.
Snake, we haven't detected any signs that Peace Walker's been activated. at least from above ground. It's still in the hangar you were in earlier. This time, it's really our last chance. Destroy that AI.
On my way.
Snake, Peace Walker is being prepped for activation in the hangar at the bottom of the base. Get in there and destroy the AI before it's activated.
Still trying to get the Zeke thing going. I don't understand. I got everything connected and God damn it.
Enemies carrying shields can be a real pain in the ass. To hear Amanda tell it. Trying to fight those bastards while they sit behind their shields taking pistol shots at you is enough to make you want to rip your hair out. Get around and flank them if you can. You might want to try blinding them with smoke or stun grenades first. Also, armor-piercing rounds should make it a little easier to punch through their shields. Use them if you got them.
That doesn't sound very stealthy. Oh shit, let's go back to Mother Base for the love of God. People are starving, Mother Base on fire, nothing's going on. Okay. And shit, I can't develop the suppressor yet? Really? Damn. What's missing? A lot of shit. 2 levels R&D and 2 levels of intel. Well then, let's move some people around. Like, why are these guys in here? So they're B ranks, eh? Who gives a shit? Intel. Oh, Walkman. Nice. Perfect. There it is. The most OP thing in the game. The suppressed 1911. Unfortunately, won't be ready for another couple missions. There's AP, SVD. There's some AP sniper rifles, Dr. Gray. But yeah, let's see. Do we have anything interesting here? What makes that gun so good? It's suppressed and it has stopping power. You shoot people in the leg with it, they become completely useless instantly for several seconds, allowing you to get around, do whatever you want. Why don't we? This is actually, see how some of the extra ops actually have like context in the story, and you can only do them as non-Snake character, like MSF soldiers only. It says there. It's because even though they're extra ops, they have some sort of context in the story and timeline. Sometimes you even get a call from Snake while you're doing it. So it's a pretty neat little detail. I'm sure they'll do that in the Fox Engine games.
Let's get.
Wait, oh, it's this mission. Nah, fuck it. Let's do it. This one. Even mission 10. Okay, it's already done. My brain is mush right now. I can't find it anymore. There it is.
Bad news. The boss has fallen into enemy hands. I'm sure he'll find a way to escape. Actually, I'm more worried about his gear. He's gonna have a tough time without it. That's where you come in. I need you to sneak in through the mine's underground passage and recover all of the boss's equipment. I know you'd like to rescue him yourself, but have faith. This will be more than enough. I'll be watching you. Good luck.
There is only a rank 2. Rank 2 crits less, but it still crits sometimes. What's bad with the crit is that they get up faster from it, and when they get up, they can alert. But you still have time to get near them and hold them up. It's the custom 1911, the MGS3 one, that you can also develop with the suppressor that crits more. Like literally, the one feature. Oh god, these guys suck. The one feature of the custom 1911 is that it crits more, which is exactly what you don't want. Okay. Shit. There might have been a tape about the mission, actually. Because these side ops, again, with story context, they have little intro call with Kaz about it. Sometimes they have snake calls, and sometimes they even have tapes about them. And the M16 sucks because of the way the penetration works. No, 1911 is really good. Is there a tape about it? Nope. Sad. Yeah, you gotta just try it, you know?
And hurry. We gotta get to Amaze.
Experiment with gameplay, see what happens. That's incidentally also how you find out that certain games are pieces of shit. Yeah, right now I can't really do much but just pump these guys full of regular tranquilizer rounds because no suppressor. Maybe try to get an ass shot, but oh well. This guy's really slow, holy shit. He only got Fulton because I wanted to open that.
Don't let anyone detect you. Fulton recovery subject confirmed onboard helicopter.
Nice, got him in the ass. Fucking troll item here in the elevator. Nah, this is just a tranquilizer. 1911 that I have right now is not suppressed, so we'll only use it for emergencies, I guess, if I get caught.
I believe in you, Snake.
God damn it, Paz.
Let me worry about Mother Base. You go do your thing out there.
Miller has specific calls for when you're not Snake, but Paz doesn't give a fuck, apparently.
I know it is not easy. I believe in you, Snake.
I'm counting on you. The boss is too.
See, this one's different. It's weird.
You, Snake.
There's probably shit up here. Maybe Paz just doesn't know, okay?
I know it is not.
Let me worry about.
I believe in you, Snake.
I'm counting on you. The boss is too.
Well, it has to be that ration specifically. Otherwise, the mission's failed. It's a little silly that we need exactly this ammo. This is like Snake's gear when he got captured, I guess. We need exactly this ammo and this ration.
I believe in you, Snake.
Somebody tell Paz that it's not Snake.
Freeze! Huh. Freeze!
More of the boss's equipment is still out there. Make sure you recover it all.
Oh, there's one thing left. Where could it be? I don't fucking remember. It's not the one in the elevator. Oh, there it is. That's usually the one that trolls you.
Head for the recovery zone. We'll pick you up there.
The doorknob.
You did it! Keep it up!
Not to bust your bubble, but 200 hours actually isn't that much in this game. But it is certainly enough to get a good idea of what's going on. Let's see. I don't think that was enough. To develop the gun in one mission. Let's do another quick mission.
Let's get this mission started. Complete the mission and proceed to the Fulton recovery point so we can get you back alive and well. Good luck out there.
Wait, let's see if it's... Nope. No suppressor yet. Okay.
Sometimes the enemy will respond to guerrilla activity with numbers. Under no circumstances should you engage the enemy in this situation. Focus on staying calm, carefully studying enemy movement, and staying out of sight. You must also be careful not to make any noise that would attract attention, of course. Likewise, it's important to listen for any noises the enemy makes to get a fix on their position. Do not forget to check for signs of the enemy other than sight and sound. To search for signs of the enemy, press the L1 button when you're pressed against a wall or prone.
Oh, nice. This one actually has a tape about it. Which is funny because the mission is like 20 seconds, 15 seconds if you can just run past them. Yeah, playing this on PSP, the controls. Oh man. Turn around.
What was that?
Excuse me. That's it. That's the mission.
Hey, that was great. Can't wait to see what else you can do.
I think it might be ready now. Okay.
Snake, Peace Walker is being prepped for activation in the hangar at the bottom of the base. Get in there and destroy the AI before it's activated.
Let me... Fuck it. Switching again. Hold on a second. Okay.
Time's running short.
Fuck.
Get over to Peace Walker's hangar now.
It might be ready, but I didn't equip it. You're the only one who remembers that. Wait, what the fuck am I doing?
Snake, Peace Walker.
Almost hosted out of muscle memory. Shit, it is not ready. God damn it. Alright, let's do another one. Or we could do the same mission again. But anything cool? Not really. Fuck it.
Let's get this mission
Eliminate the kidnappers, let off some steam. Tommy gun. Finally, after 10 years. 10 years after fighting the pain, we get the Thompson. Good old kidnappers, very useful for Foxhound runs. It's made of bees. Yep. Man, I feel if I had to do another Foxhound run, this time I would know how to optimize a little bit more, you know? I don't remember the mistakes I made. Oh shit. Guess I have to use this now.
Head for the recovery zone. We'll pick you up. You did it. Keep it up.
Damn, man, 3 missions? That should be enough. Let's go check. God damn it. What the fuck, man? Did I not start a development? No, I must have. I did. It's only at 45%? Damn. The game knows it's OP, I guess. I'm a little behind with the development. Also, 101 GMP left. Okay.
The boss?
Good old Mission 10. Get this asshole. Over and over.
Use Fulton Recovery to bring back knocked out soldiers. To use Fulton Recovery on a soldier, get up next to them so the icon appears, and push the action button. Looks like that soldier's out cold. Try using Fulton Recovery. Mission complete. The folks back at Mother Base will be thrilled. The boss is in... Use Fulton Recovery to bring back knocked out soldiers. To use Fulton Recovery on a soldier, get up next to them so the icon appears, and push the action button.
Okay, this path is not worth it, probably. Especially if this guy turns around. Yep, he does.
Looks like that soldier's out cold. Try using Fulton... You did it! Keep it up!
Let's see. Fuck it.
Clear the rubble in the cloud forest that's blocking our advance. Some C4 could make short work of it. If you succeed, our efforts in this area will be made that much easier.
Oh, can't be Snake. One of those things that was going on with Snake is doing something else. Nice. Ooh, what's this? Magazine. Like a porn magazine or a gun magazine?
Freeze!
Yeah, the only really the thing that's censored is Paz's gore scene with her gut coming out. Unless, of course, you want to talk about Twin Snakes censorship.
Nothing here.
That one's pretty bad. Farewell sausage. What the fuck was the farewell sausage anyway? Was Kojima like traveling somewhere? And it was like his last meal there? And he called it a farewell sausage. Unbelievable. What a fucking guy.
C4 should make short work of it. Good job. Return to base.
Of course it was Germany. Sausage. I really need a good bunch of tapes right now so I can work on the Zeke fight. Try to figure shit out. I'm sleep deprived and distracted. And it is not going very well. Oh, this is actually...
Snake, Peace Walker is being prepped for activation in the hangar at the bottom of the base. Get in there and destroy the AI before it's activated.
It's not quite there yet, but... Let's see... Yes! Suppress 1911. Finally. Diana Faye paperwork came through. Oh shit, I brought the Thompson. That's okay, we'll need that.
Running short. Get
1911 anyway.
Hangar now.
Freeze. See, now we can do this. And this guy's useless.
Hide until the elevator
For
arrives.
a handful of seconds.
Let anyone detect you. Enemies that coordinate their attacks are too much trouble when you're solo. Just steer clear.
What was that?
Freeze.
What was that?
Huh? I think I see it.
What is it?
Freeze.
All right. Peace Walker can't be far. Hurry.
Who needs the tranquilizer anymore? You have the Leg Destroyer 2000. Oh shit, I think they heard that. There's a guy coming from there probably, but who cares? There he is.
It's too late, Big Boss.
Snake!
Boss.
At last I found her. The culprit who led you here to begin with. Should have taken care of her back at the supply facility.
Snake, don't!
The mammal pod is finished. Peace Walker's activation sequence is complete.
Finished.
With the boss, you were loyal to the end. I'll grant you that. But your silence was exactly the answer I needed. 10 years ago, your mission was to kill her. And her mission was to be killed by you. She fulfilled her duty to America to the very end. Thanks to you, Snake, the final missing piece is now in place. And thus, the boss is restored to life as the mammal part. I thank you.
Restored to life? You're crazy!
I'll let you in on a little secret, Big Boss. You see, I've already selected Peace Walker's initial target. An offshore area in the Caribbean. The trade winds will scatter the fallout all over the surrounding region. Crops and fish will die, leaving plenty of free hands to help us mass-produce Peace Walker. Oh, and wouldn't you know, someone's gone and built a pesky little fortress there. Now who would do that? And right in the middle of the target zone, too. Oh well, all the better to test the warhead, CEP.
You bastard!
I wonder who'll miss a ragtag band of pirates all the way out in the middle of the Caribbean. But first, we're going to prove to the White House that our baby can travel the Caribbean coast on its own. The whole world will know of Peace Walker's versatility. They'll witness the birth of a deterrent that can penetrate both communist and guerrilla-controlled territory, traverse any kind of terrain, and deliver a nuke anywhere it needs to go. Untouchable, unstoppable, the perfect deterrent.
The Cold War's days are numbered. Deterrence isn't only about America and Russia now.
You know what? You're absolutely right. While we've been wringing our hands, China, France, even India have surpassed us. There's a free-for-all nuclear arms race brewing just below the surface. The nuclear threat will only spread, which is exactly why we must deter it here and now. And the Peace Walker Project is the key. The advent of Peace Walker will bring calm to this restless world. Don't you see, Snake? We need nukes, controlled nukes, to have peace.
Lies!
Peace Walker will restore order. Order in the form of a new Cold War. But if the world is to understand the genius of our plan, we must launch!
Snake!
Stop them, Snake! Don't let him get away!
Dave, you wanna, you know, I think let's leave safe, but we still have the camaraderie, right? How does it work? Do we have to do a mission together first? Do mission 53 if it's go up.
What did I do?
Self-defense system online. Self-defense system online.
Snake, the pod's outfitted with a self-defense module. Upon detecting attack, it aborts its command and enters small target suppression mode. Right Now Peace Walker's highest priority target is you! Here it comes!
Elgato time. That's not gonna fuck with the camaraderie of my other save, right? Well, I guess we can do another mission that one too, if necessary. Okay, let me host another clearing escape so we can have. Oh, fuck.
Let's get.
I always forget this shit needs to log in. See, when I told 3Dog just log in and host a mission, it should have taken 3 seconds like this. But now 3Dog is gonna put on the screen, play some tunes, get confused. Oh well. I have a really bad soldier for this, but whatever. Nah, we do this shit when we're tired all the time. That wasn't the problem. He just needs more time in Peace Walker and PS3. Net or tech stuff in general. But there's nothing wrong with that. I mean, we can make it happen. Dim should be in his way.
Let's get.
Ah shit, I need to do the tapes first. Fuck it, let's do the tapes.
Peace Walker's active, and its self-defense system is targeting you, Snake.
I will play this again after the tapes. That way, instead of waiting, we can do this.
Be careful, Snake. I have no advice on dealing with El Basilisco's attacks, but you may be able to use its size against it. Its movements will probably be just as big, meaning it should give some kind of warning before most of its attacks.
That's true.
It might be good to start out by studying its movements, watching what it does before each attack. That should help you avoid most of them. And weapons that walk always have one guaranteed weakness.
The legs.
Right. Destroy its legs, and you'll stop it from moving. You might even be able to knock it on its back if you're lucky. Just make sure you are out of the way first.
Yeah, because I have to close it. I need to do it
Peace Walker contains an assembly of 2 AI pods. One of them is the mammal pod, which Dr. Strangelove developed. The other's the reptile pod, which is mine.
What's the difference?
The reptile pod is the attitude control AI. If it's destroyed, Peace Walker grinds to a halt. The mammal pod is responsible for making the decisions regarding nuclear retaliation, reflex, and thought. One is the brainstem and cerebellum, the other the cerebrum.
So, the one that houses the will of the boss
would be the mammal pod. We call it the reptile pod for a reason. The parts of our brains that govern basic life and reflex developed ages ago, when our ancestors were still reptiles.
We were reptiles?
Well, only at one stage of our evolution. The theory was proposed by the neuroscientist Paul MacLean.
Huh.
The reptile brain corresponds to the brainstem and basal ganglia in our brain. The reptile pod also incorporates the functions of the cerebellum.
So basically, it's the deep parts of the brain.
Dr. Strangelove came up with the name. The part of our brain that developed after we became mammals is responsible for high-level brain functions.
Such as?
Such as intelligence, judgment, even love.
That's high level, all right.
Location-wise, the mammal brain is on the outside of the reptile brain. The cerebral cortex is part of it. I think it's very telling that Dr. Strangelove named her pod Mammal. It's almost like she wants it to be more than just an advanced AI. What she really wants is for it to have a mind of its own.
Alright, now we gotta wait for Dim because he went away again. Right? Nah, they should just let you keep the camaraderie without this extra mission bullshit. Watch it, we're gonna get some random person joining now. It's open. Okay. Alright, let's just do this quick. Now I need Dim for a camaraderie. Actually, FIFA would work too because it could be anybody with 10,000 camaraderie. Pretty sure I have 10,000 in FIFA too. Is he's gonna surrender. Yep, of course he is.
Sneak out, sneak in.
Oh, nice. Is that the? Oh, I thought you had the Thompson with the tuxedo. Gangster outfit. That's dumb. They hold the C96 like that, or the Type 17. Like, oh, that's actually the C96.
Hey, that was great. Can't wait
50
to see
round
what else you
from
can do.
Thompson and tuxedo. Another fucking code name. Go figure. You got to show off your surrender, yeah. Alright, now are you telling me that it works? Should we double check first, just in case? Otherwise... Wait, do you need 4 people though? Or is 2 enough? Shit. Ah, fuck, we need 4. Ah, of which at least 2 have the camaraderie. Ah, fuck, okay. Where the shit? Oh, here, there you go. Son of a bitch, where do we get 2 more people?
Peace Walker's active, and its self-defense system is targeting you, Snake. You better find a way to stop it quick.
Oh, it's the host that needs it, okay. We need 2 more people. Damn it. Maybe. It just so happens that 2 guys have their PS3s handy and Peace Walker and want to join. Literally anybody. I thought we could just do it with 2 people. Then it's kind of fucked. Even if we wait for randos, they won't know what we're trying to do. Oh, that sucks. Because I don't think there's anybody else in the chat who might be ready for this right now. Anybody got a PS3 and Peace Walker. Well. I mean... Oh shit, Mr. Man's here. Get your ass in here. Oh my god, viewer. You're a fucking genius. Wait, no, I need a PSN account still on that PS3. No, installing Peace Walker your PS Vita would not help. Wait, if... No, you don't get it. I would need my fucking PSN password. The PSN passwords are a fucking pain in the dick to deal with. It was easy on this PS3 because it's saved on it. But the other one, I would need to find the fucking password from nowhere. I guess, if we got Mr. Man, maybe. Maybe. I would deal with it. Come on, it was right there. He ran away as soon as he realized that we needed him. Maybe not. It's okay. I'll work on it. Okay. He said 5 minutes. I may be able to do it in 5 minutes. I need a PSN account on that PS3 anyway. Okay. Then we gotta switch inputs again and fuck with the fucking PSN website. It is literally easier to log into my bank account than my fucking PSN. Unbelievable. Alright. I do need to move the DRK account on the PS3 anyway, so... Well, maybe it might be easier to just make a new one. Fuck. These will work, you piece of shit. Of course not. No, I don't know how it is possible that it's... Fuck it, I'm making a new PSN account. It's literally easier. No, don't fucking do the restoring file system. Just cancel it. Just press circle on it. Please. You don't need to do it. It takes like 2 hours if you do it. It's not the files, it's the file system. It's quite different. You know, you actually need to do it. And just casually making a whole ass other account while we're waiting, you know. Okay, then I need to get the fucking device password from it. It is unbelievable. Why is... I know that they have, I don't know, leaks or some shit before, but... The Sony security bullshit is insane. And I can never fucking find anything on the PSN or the Sony website. I always move from one page to the other by Googling it. Like I Google PSN login to find it. PSN security to find it. It's so fucking bad. What if you need Google to navigate your website? Maybe, I don't know. Something's not right. And okay, let's go. Device passwords. Generate new password. Okay. Now go here. The PSN store. Yeah. Go to the PS3 PSN store. You can do it. Oh no. Okay. Oh, actually, this did have my old account saved. Okay. Well, I think we're good then. We got Mr. Man coming and my thing here. Then we should be good. But still, fuck Sony's website and login bullshit system. Oof. For social relationship points. You actually started a fucking recovery, Mr. Man? Why? Why the fuck would you do that? Did you just spam X too much? Here we go. There's two of me now. It's kind of sad, but okay. Now I can do a Fox Sound run entirely by myself. Nah, it's probably gonna end up being like that anyway, so. I can spam the fuck out of mission prep noises now. Let's see.
Let's rock. Let's rock. Let's rock. Let's rock. Let's rock. Let's rock.
Right now, well, I'm really just inconveniencing Dim. He's hearing it from two PS3s. Hey, there he is. Mr. Man, you made it.
Survival.
Alright, let's do it. Doesn't matter what you bring, you fools, just eat it. The arcade means Dog Rides Night. It's canon. No, I'm kidding. That's just a fortunate coincidence. Look at this asshole not getting ready. Oh wait, that's me. Somehow scraped together 4 players, of which I am 2 of, but okay. Shit, does that mean I had to spam triangle with 2 controllers? Oh. Okay, try to catch it, because I don't know if I'm gonna be able to. Where is Where the fuck is the other one?
Self-defense system online.
Oh, it's this asshole.
Flamethrower engaged.
Flashbacks to playing 2 and just once at once. I'll try to see if I can.
Cluster bombs!
Faster.
Shoot it down before it hits.
I can't just move in the same direction to control it because the fucking camera has to be perfectly identical for that. On both. God damn it. I'll just do one right now. Wait a second. I could just... There you go. Sneaking with myself. I forgot. I should have called him Medic the arcade. Fuck. Why did it lose? It's, I'm playing with myself, yes. Somebody please get the fucking stomp. You fucking clowns. One day we'll get it. Yeah, the trees are literally right next to each other, so the lags, of course.
Face me. Launching S-mine.
Almost.
Flamethrower engaged.
Oh shit, my thing died.
Your partner's down. Quick, use CPR. Bring him back.
This thing crashing, so it doesn't have shit. It's literally an empty loadout. Oh fucking died again. Let me resurrect myself.
There's still time.
shit. Run, run, run. Of course it's Swan. Nice. Nice, good job. Now do it again. Shit, what did I call it? Oh, we just did it once. Okay, that's fine. And that's how you defeat Peace Walker. Yeet. That's the thing. Very obscure, well hidden, with specific circumstances, requirements to trigger it. But yes. Shit, I am not doing this QTE until PS3's fuck that. Oh wait, you only need to do it once. Can you guys do it for me? I'm lazy. Only one person needs to do it. Alright, fuck yeah, that's all good. I have left mission. Also, it tells you during the cutscene too. Wow. I actually need a fourth monitor. Shit. Okay. What's this input switching? Here comes the real torture from Peace Walker, the horse. It's not Strangelove, it's the horse.
There it is. It's still in range.
Peace Walker's estimated top speed on level terrain is 25 miles an hour.
Come on, I bet you can do at least 30.
Haas is on board the Hind too.
I noticed that.
She's our client. We have
Is
to
that
protect
a lot
her.
for a horse?
Nate, don't let Peace
30,
Walker get
I
away.
don't fucking know what average horse speed is.
Go!
How fast are horses usually?
Yeah.
Yeah. 55. Holy shit. I guess that's on the high end. I guess this is also an old horse.
You're entering the woods. Watch out.
That's why Snake's only expecting 30 of him. horses will go 55 miles an hour. Normal horse can be around 30. Okay. So it's like a high-end race horse. Can do 50. No. Okay. It's actually a myth that, or a bad joke that horses have 1 horsepower. I think it's actually like 14 or something. 1 horse is not 1 horsepower. You're telling me the boss's horse is only average? Come on. She probably invented that horse.
Approaching the border.
You could probably do 100 miles an hour.
Holy, look at that! Snake! That's the border up ahead!
Yeah, I guess it's a little old. I don't even know what the fucking lifespan of a horse is. What, 15 years? 10 years? Gunpowder. Gunpowder. Damn it. 25 to 30, yeah, okay. So the average speed and the average age is the same, 30. Okay, that's easy to remember then. Well, we won't be worrying about this horse's lifespan anymore. Oops. What a fucking mess of a Peace Walker fight. That was fun.
Kaz, Peace Walker's gone. They've got Paz too.
Yeah, but...
Why, Kaz? What would Coleman want with Paz?
Paz was with the professor, i.e. the KGB. Once Coleman discovered that, he figured out what was really going on between Paz and Galvez.
He's trying to figure out how the KGB plan to stop Peace Walker. And he thinks he can get the info from Paz.
That's crazy. Paz won't know anything.
Well, he probably doesn't buy that.
You think Galvez has already been killed? By grabbing Paz, Coleman's saying...
Stay out of this, or lose your client.
Damn it! I can't believe we didn't realize what was going on before we lost contact with Paz.
Don't have time for that, Kaz.
Snake.
Paz needs our help.
Right. This isn't about money anymore. You better move. We know where they're headed.
Yeah.
You can thank Amanda.
Snake, that river you chased the Basilisco across is the Rio San Juan. The other side is our country. I had some Nicaraguan compas track it there. They're Focos, from the GPP faction, so we don't work together so much.
Where'd it go?
West, along the border, towards Lago Cocibolca.
There's a U.S. military supply base on the southeastern shore of the lake. Ever since that earthquake 2 years ago, America's had the entire region to itself.
That is where the Basilisco is. I'm sure of it.
Lago Cocibolca. How do I get across the border?
There's a route that we use to cross. It's just a little boat, but I can introduce you to the captain.
I appreciate it.
We will never leave Nicaragua at the mercy of someone like William Walker again.
Snake, Coleman's going to launch the nuke from that base. He's targeting MSF. Based on what Huey's told us, it'll take 2 more days to prep for launch. But it looks like there's another reason they picked that date.
What's that?
Tomorrow is day 1 of a US-Soviet summit in Vladivostok. The launch is probably connected somehow.
That's right. They're holding the SALT II talks.
You think Coleman's trying to disrupt the negotiations?
Either that, or use it as a bargaining chip.
He's still got Paz, too. At any rate, we're running out of time.
I'll figure something out.
Snake, Peace Walker has crossed the border and entered a U.S. military supply base on the southeastern shore of Lago Cosibolca. Coleman's targeting the MSF plant. That's us. Don't let it launch that nuke. Destroy Peace Walker.
Stealth.
This is the Dick Balls mission, I think. Yep. Ah, shit. I need to do the tapes. Chapter 4. Wait, no, yeah, there's the alert. Right.
Take the gondola west along the river. When you reach
Hold on. Fuck, man, I'm losing it. I've not been sleeping well. I'm just barely hanging in there. I've been really distracted during this segment. That's right, we got the alert first. Okay.
The river that flows between Nicaragua and Costa Rica is el Río San Juan. It connects Lago Cocibolca to El Mar Caribe. It is a gentle river, safe even for small boats. You have to watch out for the sharks, though.
Sharks? In a river?
El Tiburón Toro live in the river, but there's nothing to fear. San Juan will protect you always.
Juan?
The Rio San Juan takes its name from San Juan, the man who baptized Jesus, the man you call John the Baptist in your country.
John, huh? I'll be careful anyway. I'd hate to drown. End up a John Doe.
There is a volcanic island in Lago Cocibolca called Ometepe. It's formed from two connected volcanoes shaped like a porongo.
The one with smoke coming out of it.
That's the one. The smoking volcano is Concepcion. It erupts once in a while. The other one is Maderas. It's never erupted in recorded history. There's a lake in the caldera at the top.
A crater lake. Let's hope there's not another underground factory inside.
Don't say that. If Peace Walker's nukes detonated there, it would destabilize the magma underneath. It could cause the volcano to erupt again. If that happens, my country is doomed. Snake, you must stop Peace Walker.
What are we gonna do, Snake? If Peace Walker attacks Mother Base...
Relax. We've got the entire MSF out to make sure that doesn't happen.
Yeah, but Peace Walker's missiles have 1 megaton warheads. The fireball alone would be a mile in diameter. Everything in the vicinity of Ground Zero will be vaporized by the heat rays. Then there's the blast, which travels at hundreds of miles per hour. And the fires, and the...
A huge dose of radiation from the initial nuclear reaction.
That too. There won't be a single survivor.
Yeah, I'm aware of that. Look, Doc, you made that thing. You know better than anybody what it's capable of. Right now, you've got to give me a rational, scientific estimate of the damage. If we're talking about a nuclear explosion, it's more than just MSF's problem.
You're right, Snake. Sorry about that. Like I was saying, Mother Base would be wiped out. Any ships in the area could be caught in the blast too. We'd need to send out a warning. The thing to worry about most is the fallout.
The dust of death.
If it goes off over water, the particles will be smaller than with an explosion over land, so the wind will scatter the fallout over a wider area. Clouds will form around the salt crystals in the seawater, causing contaminated rain to fall downwind.
Yeah, got a taste of that myself.
On Bikini Atoll? That's right. The 1954 Castle Bravo test created fallout 300 miles downwind. Poisoned a lot of local residents and ships, so I hear. The yield of Peace Walker's warheads isn't that big, but the amount of fallout will largely depend on weather conditions. It's impossible to make a quick and easy estimate.
If it gets into the trade winds, it could come straight to Costa Rica.
What was it Coldman was saying? About leaving people free to help out? He's out of his mind. What does he think's gonna happen? When they get hit by rain containing high concentrations of fallout, a lot of them will die from the external exposure alone. The rain will seep into the ground, contaminating the water supply and crops. When they ingest the stuff, the internal exposure starts. Strontium-90 and cesium-137 have half-lives of around 30 years. The effects stay with you your entire life. Leukemia, cataracts, dermatitis, cancer. And it affects reproduction, too.
I know.
Even today, 30 years after World War II, thousands of people still suffer from exposure to the bomb. We can't let Coldman create more of them just to prove his point. I know it sounds crazy, but I created Peace Walker so that that kind of thing would never happen again.
Don't worry, Doc. We'll stop it. One way or another.
Take the gondola west along the river. When you reach the northern bank, you are in Nicaragua. I've arranged for a guide to get you close. Snake!
Chico.
Sorry about the horse. He sure was pretty.
Life's end. Isn't it beautiful? It's almost tragic. I've been waiting, Snake, for a long time.
Boss.
There is nothing more for me to give you. All that's left for you to take is my life. By your own hand. One must die, and one must live. No victory, no defeat. The survivor will carry on the fight. The one who survives will inherit the title of boss. Kill me. Kill me now. There's only room for one boss. And one Snake.
The boss's defection was a ruse set up by the US government. But then something happened that no one could have predicted. Colonel Volgin fired an American-made nuclear warhead at Sokolov's research facility. So the operation itself was greatly expanded and revised. The authorities in Washington knew that in order to prove their innocence, they'd have to get rid of the boss. And that one of their own would have to do the job. The boss wouldn't be allowed to come back home alive. And she wouldn't be allowed to kill herself. Her life would be ended by her most beloved disciple. That was the way that the government wanted it. That was the mission she was given. The taint of disgrace will follow her to her grave. Future generations will revile her. In America as a despicable traitor with no sense of honor. And in Russia as a monster who unleashed a nuclear catastrophe. She will go down in official history as a war criminal. That was her final mission. Snake, history will never know what she did. No one will ever learn the truth. Her story, her debriefing, will endure only in your heart. Everything she did for her country. She sacrificed her life and her honor for her native land. She was a real hero. She was a true patriot.
Something's not right. Key card doesn't look too bad.
What do you think?
Gonna need some help. This is Snake. Can you hear me?
This is Miller. Loud and clear.
Got in without a hitch.
Good. There's an airfield on the other side of the building, on the northwestern shore of the lake. That's where they'll conduct the launch. There's a communications tower in front of you. I'm betting they'll control Peace Walker from there.
Gaz, they're targeting Mother Base. Don't you think you should evacuate?
Nah. Everybody here believes in you, boss.
Alright, fine then. I've kind of gotten attached to the place myself. What about Amanda and her people?
They've been taken to safety. We can't involve them in this any further.
Good. They've got their own cause to fight for.
And Snake. Don't forget the bad guys have got Paz.
I won't.
We're prepping a few backup units. Don't let them launch, Snake. We're counting on you.
Sorry, Kaz, just had a whole ass fucking flashback. It's kind of weird, so it's kind of out of place. But, and I don't know. Peace Walker really loves rubbing MGS3's ending in your face as much as possible. It's perhaps one of the things that I don't really care for in this game. Mind me. Kind of wish they didn't record those lines. If they re-record it for the remake, again, that's exactly what's gonna happen. Both Eva and the boss sound a lot less confident in these flashbacks. So, I don't know. I'll be recording it. Here comes the face zoom in, gameplay face. Ugh. When you have that face, you don't want to zoom in on it. Oh, that's right, we can jump here without the box. Just recently learned that. I usually use the box for it, but you can do this. Get this asshole on that. Might change the timing for this kidnapper here though.
Helicopter is complete.
And then, okay, we're good. Dick balls. Dick balls. Dick balls. Dick balls. Dick balls. It's after the next mission.
Wait.
Let's see, it's a little involved in here.
What's going on?
Oh, you fucker.
Rise and shine. The enemy's here.
Of course, the smoke ends now. Should have thrown another one. Oh well. We're supposed to get caught here anyway, so it's okay. Just pretend that's the alert. That's what his grade 1 smokes will do, I guess. Not last a whole lot.
Oz,
Snake,
can you hear me?
see, I can hear you.
Where are you?
I am not sure. I don't recognize it.
What about Coldman?
He just left for the control tower. Said something about entering the final data. What is the matter?
They found me.
Snake!
Kaz.
Snake, you okay? All MSF's ready to move out. They're headed your way on the
fucking
double.
aircraft carrier, millions of helicopters.
Crew manning the base. Everyone else is en route to the base in Nicaragua.
How many fucking people are
Think you can make it to that control tower?
Not sure why, but this place is crawling with Russian troops. Gonna have to force my way
That's
through.
so ridiculous.
Damned if I know.
Get over there quick as you can. You're almost there, Snake. Stay steady.
Snake.
It's like 50,000 people worth of vehicles.
I am an angel of peace. I will be watching over you.
Here goes nothing.
I always thought it was funny. Maybe they didn't quite have the scale of MSF clear in their projects yet. I don't know. Oh, what the fuck am I doing?
Snake, Peace Walker's being controlled from the control tower. It's to the northeast. Get going. We'll be there to back you up.
Damn, that base is even more heavily guarded than Amanda's men said it would be.
No kidding. It's gonna be tough to crack without some serious hardware.
You may end up having to fight fire with fire, so be ready to use force if necessary. Take as many weapons and items as you can carry. The more protection you have, the better.
Roger. I'll keep that in mind when I pick my suit.
I'll meet up with you ASAP, Snake. Hang tight for just a little longer.
You got it.
So, go naked, right?
Let's rock.
I keep fucking up. Okay. This should do it, mostly.
The control tower that's controlling Peace Walker is located to the northeast. Go back east the way you came, then head north from there.
The fucking grenade bounced off my head. Nice. Look at that guy. He'll be fine. Got his helmet, really?
Your objective lies beyond the gate.
How did I miss everything? Holy shit, what the fuck? Okay. I didn't even know that was possible to miss that close with that many shots. But okay. Oh shit, oh shit. It's almost a really bad idea. It is a really bad idea. Damn, it went through all the curry already?
What's wrong, boss? Respond! Boss!
The grade 1 curry kind of sucks, I guess. Gonna rush the development. Oh shit, the checkpoint is all the way at the beginning, huh? Okay, I'll actually have to pay attention to it then. It's not at the loading screen. Oh, okay.
Then head north from there.
I never realized there's no checkpoints in this mission. I don't really tie to it much, usually. Okay then, we'll get serious. Wow. These guys have quite a bit of stamina. Ah, perfect.
Objective lies beyond the gate.
Oh, the loading screen's right here. Potato aim.
This terrain leaves you completely exposed. Can't you make something to conceal yourself? RPGs, this could be trouble.
Guess he already pulled the pin on that grenade. Holy shit. One day we'll get his leg. Damn it. This box. The fucking SMGs in this game literally shoot sideways. It's funny. It's to compensate for it. Yeah, I want to do a rain stream, but it's not as easy as it sounds. Unless somebody has land. Any of you guys owns land anywhere in the US, I don't give a shit. I'll fly to it and let me shoot there. Maybe that's the best way to do it. Ask viewers. Holy shit. For once, he aimed that RPG correctly.
You better do something about that chopper. No, not outside. You'll be
I hate when
shot dead in a
Kaz says
second.
that. What else am I supposed to do? Get the helicopter without going outside? There you go, 45 ACP against Hind. Did I do it? Did. I think, maybe.
They've okayed the request for support. They're sending out a cardboard box
Definitely not.
Nice shot. Look, Snake, the gate. These must be the last of them. Finish them off and head on through.
That's Big Medic right there. Let him go. Look at him. We found them, guys. It's Kiefer. He's dancing. He's probably drunk. Good thing I'm not a Christmas tree. I think his AI is telling him to get away from me because she has the RPG, maybe. But it's also telling him to come closer. So he's kind of stuck. Maybe he's... No, there's no... There we go. Okay. He's like, no, wait, I can't shoot this close. Hold on. Hold on. What the fuck? He reloaded another RPG off of it. Double RPG. I didn't know they did that. Okay. Yes, I have nothing to do. I might as well reload again. Oh shit. Okay. I didn't think he would fire that close. What? Why is he... What are you trying to do? Can you dance? To get... Oh, we don't have the Fulton. Never mind. No Kiefer.
It's locked. You'll have to take out all enemies before you can go up.
I will see the choices within my hands. How can we ever protect
Dick balls.
Big Boss, you made it. Too late, though. The false data's already in place.
False data?
That's right. Peace Walker is designed for deterrence, nothing more. She is incapable of initiating a nuclear attack on her own. She will only awaken and attack when it's time to retaliate. Peace Walker is a weapon of peace, after all. First, we'll enter data for an imaginary Soviet nuclear strike on the U.S. homeland. After assessing the data as a threat, Peace Walker will automatically enter retaliation mode, selecting the optimal target from a predefined list. For this scenario, we have reverse engineered the false data so that she'll inevitably end up choosing the Caribbean Sea as her target.
You're really gonna do it, aren't you?
Know this. Peace Walker's retaliation will be the first and last of the Cold War. It is the only way we will ever come close to achieving true peace. All that is left is to enter the code.
Go! Stand down, Big Boss.
You're late.
Professor.
Professor?
Yes, well, taking over the base took longer than expected. But I brought the technology. What? You provided the money and land. Center alone could never have accomplished so much in so little time.
Zadornov, you backstabbing son of a...
Backstabbing? Correct me if I'm wrong, but were we not enemies all along? Do you really think my comrades were working for the company? Do you truly think we'd faithfully serve a pack of depraved capitalist dogs?
What are you going to do?
Launch a nuke. Target Cuba.
Have you lost your mind? What would you possibly gain?
We won't be the ones launching it. You, the Americans, will attack our ally, Cuba.
What?
Think, Coldman. We're on an American base, eagerly endorsed and supplied by a pro-American regime. What's the international community to think? The world will burn with anti-American sentiment. Communism will spread across Latin America unchecked. Let the age of deterrence be undone by the deterrent itself. Such is the Kremlin's plan.
You son of a bitch!
Us, come here. Shoot him.
Professor Galvez.
I am Vladimir Zadornov. And Vladimir means ruler of peace. Now, do as you're told, boss.
Don't do it!
Remember what they did to you at their base on the coast. For what Coldman's done, he deserves nothing less than death.
Boss, I'm sorry.
Truly a child of peace.
No! Wait!
Only fitting that retribution be delivered by a dead hand.
You missed on purpose.
Your part in this isn't done. I need you to enter the code. Doctor, the target is now Cuba. Please make the necessary modifications. And don't even think of resisting. I'll crush you, but only after I crush your beloved first.
No. Not that!
Cuba is now the retaliation target.
Very well.
Good. It is done. As for you, Big Boss, I've been watching you all along. You've performed beyond even my highest expectations. A true Commandante.
What are you talking about?
Why do you think I summoned you to Costa Rica? Had you make contact with the Sandinistas? A true intelligence operative never gets his hands dirty. Need a revolution? Manipulate the locals into doing it for you.
You mean Amanda and the Sandinistas?
You've done well. You took a ragtag band of guerrillas, children, and shaped them into a full-fledged, formidable army. And now, you'll truly become our century's most complete human being.
Che Guevara?
None other. A hero who, gunned down by the CIA, becomes a legendary icon. The Sandinistas will rise up in revenge, overthrowing the pro-American regime and wresting Nicaragua from U.S. hands. And the nuclear strike on Cuba naturally will be the last straw.
Mammal data entry is complete.
Dead at age 39, just like El Che. Ironic, isn't it? In the end, a legend is merely fiction. You'll die as the boss did, and become as did she, an eternal fraud.
Go! Go! Go!
Freeze! You dare point your gun at a comrade!
We will not be pawns of the KGB. We will win our own victory!
Hasta la victoria siempre!
Amanda! We're home! Look! We're back in Nika! We did it, Amanda! I mean... Comandante!
Boss, you hurt?
I'm fine.
Big boss.
Big boss!
Big boss!
Big boss! Big boss!
Big boss!
Big boss!
Big
Big
boss!
Big boss! Big boss! Big boss! Big boss! Big boss! Big boss! Big boss!
You're a regular Joan of Arc.
Nonsense. You're the hero here.
You saved my life. You're the heroes here.
I never figured you for a softy, Snake.
Thanks. It's good to see you.
Paz can stay with us until she's back on her feet.
And the professor?
We'll find him a nice, comfy cell. Coldman's lost a lot of blood. He may not make it.
Where's Amanda?
Back with her compas. She'll catch up later. How about you, Snake?
I'm not done yet.
The AI.
I have to finish this. That boss is a fake. I'm gonna bury it.
We'll save the champagne until you get back. May as well celebrate peace while it lasts.
I didn't bring her back to life because I was forced to. I wanted to know how she really felt. How it really ended.
The boss is dead.
No, she's alive.
Some truths are better left buried.
You don't mean that. Be honest. You want to know too, don't you? Whether what you saw and heard at the end was the truth. She'll tell us. I know she will. Thank you for stopping them. And I'm sorry. I can't imagine how it hurt.
I'll live. I'm used to shock therapy.
You are? Well, it's very kind of you to say. Let's go meet her, shall we? Get in, boss.
So with the whole laughing rod business in the Japanese version,
Don't pick up a gun unless you know how to use it.
how does that line work? Does Snake still say shock
Aiming a
therapy
weapon
there or
alone
what?
Doesn't make it a deterrent.
Does he say I'm used to laughing therapy or what?
You're the angel of peace. Leave the guns to us. That was our
Zero
agreement,
with the
remember?
gift the sub to
The
dick
army's leaving
balls.
Costa Rica now.
Thank you.
The mission is complete. Paz?
Thank you.
What's that noise? What'd he do?
I should have killed you when I had the chance. Norhead's nightmare is about to begin.
What?
Peace Walker determines retaliation targets based on enemy nuclear strike data. That data can be sent to third parties as well.
We got big problems, Snake. Coldman's activated the nuclear launch switch.
What? And the target's Cuba.
Yeah, but that's not it. The son of a bitch has screwed us all over.
When Peace Walker was activated, it started transmitting the false data set to NORAD.
It's using a spread spectrum NLF signal. It can't be blacked out, even by EMP.
There's no way to tell the difference between false data and the real thing on a radar screen. NORAD will have no idea it's all a ruse generated by Peace Walker. They'll think it's a real Soviet attack. They'll pass on the data to the National Military Command Center.
And Washington will have to choose whether or not to retaliate.
This could get ugly. Unless we stop it, we're looking at a retaliatory chain reaction.
No. No need to panic. The nightmare will end soon enough.
What do you mean?
Coldman's aim is for the bureaucrats in Washington to see the importance of a machine like Peace Walker. He's trying to prove that humans don't possess the will to launch nukes.
Everything will be fine. They'll never retaliate. They're only human.
Kaz, where's the president?
Last I heard, he was in the middle of SALT II negotiations in Vladivostok.
With the president gone, Nuclear Launch Authority passes to the next person in the chain of succession.
The vice president's gone too. So after him comes the speaker.
President, vice president. Not one among them has the courage to push the button. No one willing to enter history as the great destroyer. In the end, it's not their lives that people value most. It's their reputations.
The bureaucrats in Washington may not be able to retaliate. Peace Walker, on the other hand. She's loyal to the mission above all. And she's well aware that guaranteed retaliation is essential for nuclear deterrence to work.
Peace Walker is the perfect deterrent. Cuba would not have been my choice of target. But you can't make peace without breaking a few eggs. Now that Peace Walker has the false data, retaliation is inevitable.
Are you insane? You think it'll end there? You're about to unleash all-out nuclear war!
Somebody find out what's going on at NORAD.
Mammal's got a connection to NORAD. We could monitor it with the right equipment.
I've got you covered. I've got NORAD on the line.
Sir, we're tracking unidentified targets. Current apogee 20 degrees.
Estimated time of re-entry is 2250 Zulu.
Have you contacted the president?
Coverall is not responding.
Warning system checks out. No corresponding natural signatures. Data is assessed as reliable.
Cut the data transmission. We can't say for sure Washington isn't going to retaliate.
The only one who knows the abort code is me. I die. No one can turn it off. Even if they do strike back, I'll already be dead. I can only pray that my theory, my peace, is proven right.
Go to DEFCON 3. Get Zach on the phone.
This is Crystal Palace. Stand by for an emergency meeting. They're at DEFCON 3.
The false data and the nukes are both coming from the same source. We have to stop Peace Walker.
The only way is to destroy her. She's entered launch mode. Peace Walker's rendered her judgment. The target is Cuba.
Snake, don't let it launch the nuke.
Basic rocket launchers. Maybe 10 or 15 minutes of shooting this thing.
Ballistic trajectory. Once that's finished, it's all over. Snake, you've got to destroy the platform.
C rank. Here's the whole series in a nutshell.
Snake, don't let it launch the nuke.
Snake, you have to stop the launch. It's going to strike Cuba.
I know.
The situation's changed completely now that it has been upgraded. I do not know if your old tactics will work, but the basic strategy remains the same. Try to anticipate what it's going to do before it does it. So you probably won't have as much time to stand around staring.
Wasn't counting on it. I'll manage somehow.
Snake, you have to stop Peace Walker from launching that nuke.
Calm down. What do I need to do?
To tell you the truth, I don't really know. The mammal pod has probably enhanced both its thought patterns and mobility. The S-mines, rockets, flamethrowers, they're all the same, but I don't know what else to say. You'll just have to stay sharp and watch for how it behaves before each of the attacks.
I'll give it a shot. There's no time for anything else.
Sorry I can't be more helpful. You can do it, Snake.
Combat.
At least I have this. Phantom Pain music.
You've got to stop Peace Walker before she can launch her nuke.
You can see Huey in Grannon's lab, Soldier says, but at that point he's just a no-name Emmerich ancestor, you know? But pretty much, he was already a copy of Otacon. Yeah, Huey isn't even his real name, as we'll learn from the tapes. She goes back there.
They've okayed the request for support. They're sending out a cardboard box as we speak.
Really? That's too quick for you, viewer? Why don't you do it?
self-defense mode. Firing drill missiles.
Just for marathons, you know? We help keep the channel live 5 days in a row. Next month, Reebok's gonna be on Mole Chin. Oh shit. Oh, you bitch. Double bitch. Oh, she's still doing it. Still going after the chaff. If only those assholes of the support team would send me more chaff grenades. Yeah, Peace Walker is in my top 3 favorites. Yeah. You bitch. Oh, great.
They've okayed the request for support. They're sending out a cardboard box as we speak.
Jump engaged. Initializing the nuclear launch sequence. Launch angle set. 1 minute to launch.
It's going back into nuclear launch mode. Stop her sake.
Switching to self-defense mode. Jump engaged.
He has to do the walk. Pines Walk.
They've okayed your request for a cardboard box. It'll be sent out shortly.
Targets on shore.
Shit, okay. Okay, it wasn't too bad after all. Okay, put them around. PSP flashbacks. Just endlessly getting thrown around the screen left and right by explosions, being unable to see what the fuck is going on, move the camera and aim. That's the PSP experience. It's not exactly hit scan, but it is higher muzzle velocity than the other missiles. That's the whole point of it. It's at 15, 10 to 15. That's probably what it was.
It stopped moving. Snake, you did it! You stopped the launch!
Huey, how's NORAD?
Not good.
BMUS continues to track the targets on radar.
DSP satellite status is green. Still assessing as reliable.
Chairman of the Joint Chiefs, a representative of the Secretary of Defense and Congress have arrived at NMCC.
You've only damaged the drive system. The data uplink's still intact.
We've got 1,500 Soviet ICBMs crossing the North Pole. Target region is confirmed as the west coast of the United States.
Go to DEFCON 2. Prepare to launch ICBMs.
How do I make it stop?
Peace Walker is a fully autonomous system. Unlike the other machines you fought, its command authorities are all located inside its cerebrum, the mammal pod.
We've got to stop the mammal pod. I don't have the abort code either.
I don't know.
Coulson was the only one.
Snake, destroy the AI inside the mammal pod.
The inner barrier protecting the mammal pod is designed to be as strong as a bomb shelter.
What's it gonna take to get through?
I guess an atomic bomb will do it.
You trying to be funny?
No, I'm telling you, that armor was designed to withstand a nuclear war.
We can't get through to the president. The decision is on us.
You can't be serious. There's no way I'm gonna wipe out the human race.
There's just nuking California, it's okay.
This is the president's call.
There's no time for that. We need a decision now.
Huey, call NORAD. We have to tell them the nukes aren't real.
I'll give it a shot.
Forget the order of succession. If we're all going to hell, let's take those bastards with us.
We have 12 minutes to impact, sir.
May God have mercy on our souls.
Jesus. Coleman guessed wrong. They're gonna go through with it!
The platform sustained a lot of external damage. All we need is some pressure.
Pressure?
Sink it in the lake. With that much water pressure, even the tiniest crack should be enough to flood the innards. The AI pod is a mass of highly sensitive electronics. Short the contacts and the signal will stop.
How much does that thing weigh?
500 tons.
It's hopeless.
That's right in front of the volcanoes.
NORAD on the phone.
Incoming MIRV warheads have separated. Estimated time to impact now, 11 minutes.
Sir, we've got a call.
The President?
No, sir.
Then who?
He,
Spit it out!
He claims to be Big Boss. Big Boss? Patch him through.
Mr. Chairman, I'll get straight to the point. Cancel the retaliatory strike now.
What?
The radar blips you're seeing are all fakes. No one's launched any nukes.
How do you know?
The launch data is fake, part of an experiment that leaked. You weren't supposed to receive it. Your radar is showing missiles that don't exist.
If you're lying, then we've got 10 minutes till we're toast. We have to retaliate or more Americans die.
The experiment was planned and executed by the CIA station chief in Central America.
Then put him on!
He's dead. I can give you his name, though.
We need more than the authentication code you gave the switchboard. We need proof you're actually Big Boss. Do you have any?
All right. If you know the name Big Boss, then maybe you were there at the ceremony when I received the title from President Johnson.
Indeed I was.
We don't have time for this bullshit!
Hold it! Let's hear him out. You were saying?
At the ceremony, the DCI tried to shake my hand. I refused. What happened in that room is classified, top secret. Only a handful of people would know.
He's making it up! Don't listen to him!
Wait! Why did you refuse to shake his hand?
Because I knew where my loyalty belonged.
Everybody, listen to me. Those Soviet missiles are fakes.
What? You're actually going to believe him?
He's right. This is some sort of commie trick.
No, it's the real Big Boss. Trust me.
How can you know for sure?
Because I was the Army Chief of Staff back then, and I was standing right next to the DCI when it happened. I saw everything. You saved us all, Big Boss. We'll stand down the alert.
Thank you.
When we meet again, I hope you'll shake my hand. What are you doing?
Sorry, Chairman, but we are not standing down.
Damn it!
Those worthless sacks of...
Wait.
Jack. Jack. Oh, it's opening. She's calling to you.
Destroy the mammal pod and the data will stop flowing.
Please, stop her.
Time to steal all the RAM.
I've been waiting, Snake, for a long time. Waiting for your birth, your growth, and the finality of today.
Boss.
Like us. I will raise you and shape you into the man you are today, just so we could face each other in battle. A soldier's skills aren't meant to use for friends. So then, what is an enemy? Is there such thing as an absolute timeless enemy? There is no such thing, and never has been. And the reason is that our enemies are human beings like us. They can only be our enemies in relative terms. The world must be made whole again. The philosophers must be reunited. I will devote my skills to that purpose, and with the Colonel's money, I will achieve that end. Just as I once created the Congress. They are my family. I may no longer be able to bear children, but I still have a family. The latest 10 minutes of our lives. The great brown fox jumps over the lazy dog. Is my life and my child. Kill me. Kill me now. Do it. walk through the rainy plain of Spain. I may no longer be able to bear children. The lonely farms traces the one-eyed. Let's make this the greatest minutes of our lives. Shall we walk through the rainy plain of Spain? All that's left for me to take. I is, and my child is, about free for the moment. There is nothing left inside me now, waiting for your growth there with family.
We'll wait a little bit here for the last few minutes.
Is my life. And my child has been waiting for a long time. There is nothing left inside me now, waiting for I hear it's amazing when the famous purple swift worm in flapjaw space with the tuning fork does a robbery to American rock. I need scissors. 61. Latest 10 minutes of our lives. Farms traces the one-eyed hat. All that's left. Jack! Is my life. Jack! Jack! There is nothing left inside.
We skipped the line where she says it probably was 3.25 something. And people always go like, but that's wrong. No, that's the point. We're making the AI dumber and dumber with more memory we take out.
Valid data regions. 0. Exit all done.
It stopped.
The data uplink's bypassing the mammal pod.
Put down the gun! Come to your senses, man! The fate of the world, the fate of the Earth is at stake here!
Why? I don't understand.
Actual footage of Hader being
Tell me
fired.
why? Answer me!
6 minutes remaining.
Wait. Authority rests with me now. I'm ordering a retaliation.
No, don't! It's the end of us all!
Who gives a damn? I'm not gonna sit here and die like a dog! If the Russians are gonna kill my family, destroy my country, I'm taking them with me!
You see now, Chairman. Deterrence is just a fool's dream! Why? Why won't it stop?
Sometimes the body continues to live even after the brain is damaged. The boss AI isn't doing this. I think it's something rather more primitive.
Reptile has taken up Mammal's dying wish.
Stop it! Don't just sit there! Stop it!
This whole thing is taking a while. I think by now they would have retaliated already, but okay. Was it a Taco Bell restroom, really? I didn't notice. I need to find that picture again, maybe print it. 20 minutes, but that's including the cutscene. I need to look at it again.
Snake, you have to stop that data from being sent.
So this is actually just timed, right? You don't need to do shit.
Survival.
But I don't know, we can shoot it a little bit. Just piss on it.
that
Oh,
data
nice.
from being sent.
Unbelievable. Turns out I can't do facial capture. There's some sort of, I don't know, something imbalanced in his eyes. I remember it being a full picture. There's something in his expression that's, I can't believe. I wish I found out about this sooner. I didn't know until recently that that's the thing. But that must have been around the time Kiefer was announced or the game came out or something. Something unbalanced about it. Unstable. That expression. Let's shoot the nuclear missile and the hydrogen bomb. What could go wrong? Poor thing, it's like a puppy, like a sick puppy. Oh, that's it. I wanted to do the calls. Well, after this, first ending, credits, and then we'll get Strangelove and all the good stuff in the tapes. The Strangelove tapes were really good. Probably my favorite in the game. And then we'll build Zeke.
That voice. What?
What's going on?
That song. Boss, is that you?
How in the...
A ghost?
It's functional compensation. When the human brain is damaged, sometimes it recovers over time. Other parts of the brain take over the functions of the damaged parts. Mammal and reptile were patterned after different parts of the human brain. When those parts were assembled together into one, they must have become capable of functional compensation.
Her memories remained with her. Is this her answer? The song.
It's clearly not thinking rationally. It's not using its head. It's using its heart.
This is the fate she chose for herself.
The boss's innocence has been proven. Do you hear it, Snake? Do you hear the boss's song?
You saw it, didn't you? When you went to space, that there's beauty outside of battle. At last, I understand. In the end, it was you who put down your gun and chose instead to sing. They can all hear you. I know they can. And your will shall surely live on. That's what you wanted. So much that you gave up everything you had. But you couldn't achieve it. Isn't that right? And still, all you can do is sing. There's no peace to be found anywhere. And so, we can only keep on hoping. Hoping for the illusion we call peace. Just sing, sing a song.
Petals of white cover fields flowing in grieving tears, and all the hearts once new, owned and shattered now. Love can kill, love will die. Give me wings to fly, fleeing this world so cold. I just wonder why. Cold as the dark, now my words are frosted with every breath. Still the hate burns wild, growing inside this heart. When the wind changes course, when the stars align, I will reach out to you and leave this all behind. When heavens divide. When heavens divide, I will see the choices within my hands. How can we ever protect and fight with our tiny souls? Let me shine like the sun through the doubts and fear. Do you feel the storm approach as the end draws near? When heavens divide, time will come to softly lay me down. Then I can see a face that I long to see. And for you, only you, I would give anything, leaving a trace for love to find the way. When heavens divide. I will dive into the fire, spilling the blood my desire. The very last time my name scratched into the sky. When heavens divide, I will see the choices within my hands. How can we ever protect and fight with our tiny souls? Let me shine like the sun through the doubts and fear. Do you feel the storm approach as the end draws near? When heavens divide, time will come to softly lay me down. Then I can see
Snake, you still here? Come on. Let's go back.
I'm not going back.
Huh?
I'm done.
Snake, you don't mean...
I'm done looking for the truth.
What are you saying, Snake?
I was wrong.
Come on, boss. Everybody's waiting for you.
She betrayed me, Kaz.
She what?
In the end, she put down her gun. And when she did, she rejected her entire life up to that point, including me.
What do you mean?
In giving up her life, she abandoned everything she was as a soldier.
And you consider that betrayal?
I won't make the same choice as her. My future is going to be different.
Then?
Yeah, that's right. From now on,